Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this video we are going to cover each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with TypeScript. Now before you skip this video, I want all of you to watch this video for at least 5 minutes. Okay, the first point I wanted to mention, and that is I'm seeing that a lot of you actually didn't subscribe to my channel, and you can see in the screenshot that almost it's more than 70%. So I'm requesting everyone, please like, share and also subscribe, and also it's my humble request to please hype this video if it is possible, because see, these kind of videos you will usually get like in paid courses, but I'm giving a lot of effort and uploading this on YouTube for free, right? So that is my only request. And the second thing, I think some of you already know that I will be launching a complete cohort kind of course that will be more than 250 plus hours, right? So here actually you are going to get each and everything that you need to know to become an expert level developers. So in case you are interested, so what you can do, I'll be adding the link in the description. You can join the waitlist and this is completely free, and you can see that almost more than 2000 people already joined. So now let's see what are the things that we are going to cover in this particular course. Now you can see that I actually divided this course or this video into two parts. So first we are going to cover all the core TypeScript concepts, and I'm sure that a lot of you actually have quite a few doubts on TypeScript, and I can guarantee if you finish this course all the doubts will be resolved. And the second part we are going to cover how you can use TypeScript with React. So let's see all the sections quickly before we'll start the video. So first we'll start with code types and inference, which is one of the core concept in TypeScript. So we'll be learning what is difference between annotate, inference, primitive, literals, a lot of other things. Moving to the next one, we are going to cover another very important concept, that is the concept of unions and intersections, right? Then we will move to third section. We are going to cover arrays, so how you can work with or type arrays, and the concept of tuples, right? Moving to the fourth one, we will be covering functions and call signatures, right? So how you are going to write annotations, return annotations specifically, right? Params, how you can work with params, optional and default params, rest, tuples, right? And a lot of other things. Moving to the next one, another very important concept, that is how you can work with objects, how you can model objects using interfaces. Then we have concept of type aliases. Then moving to the next one, we are going to cover what is narrowing and control flow. Now this is also very important, because here you are going to understand what is the types of Typeof, in operator, optional chaining and nullish operator. Moving to the next one, another very important and one of the core concepts that you need to know, that is generics, right? So for generics we are going to cover this section in depth, and I can guarantee if you finish this you will not have a single doubt on the generics part, right? So I created the course in such a way. Then we are going to understand some of the built-in utilities. So for example, how you can use partial, required, read only, omit, record, pick, all these things. And we are going to finish the core TypeScript sections with classes and object oriented concepts, okay? And then moving to the next one, so in the next one section will be completely dedicated to React with TypeScript. Now what are the things we are going to cover? That how you can work with the components, how you can type components, how you can work with props, states, different types of events. Then we are also going to cover how you can work with useState, useRef, what is the concept of controlled forms, uncontrolled forms, context, and also how you can work with UseReducers. So these all the things we are going to cover. I will highly recommend, please do not skip any of the sections, because all the sections are actually created in a sequence. So that means if you're doing one particular section and there is a section in before, so you need to first finish that and then you move to the next one. So I can guarantee you will like this video. So without further wasting any more time, let's get started and good luck. Alright, so let's get started. So the first thing what we're going to do, we're going to setting up our project, and before that, as I already mentioned in the introductory part, and I'm going to repeat once again, and that is, this is not a project based course, okay? So these will be pure TypeScript course, and what you need to do, you need to learn the concepts, okay? And then you are going to apply those concepts in the project that you are working. So what I mean by in the project you are working, and that is, let's say you are working in a React project, right? So at the end, the concept that you are going to apply for TypeScript, that will be same. If you're working in a different project, right, pure JavaScript project, something where there is no framework, the concept will be same. So the main idea from this particular video is that you need to know a lot of things, but this is not a project based course. This is a conceptual course with small code example. Okay, and then you will see that how I'm going to make this one very simple. So what will be the first step? First step is we are going to download. Now because I'm using Windows, what I'm going to do simply, we are going to use npm install TypeScript, right? And then I'm going to do -d, or you can also do as a save as a dependency, right? Now before that, I also have done one thing, and that is you can see that I have a blank project. I don't have anything else. And now we'll start from here. So what will be the first thing? Now if you know JavaScript, or if you have done any Node.js project, you'll see that we usually create our package.json, right, to install all the dependencies. So how we are going to do that? The first thing I'm going to do here, so I'll do npm. Now remember, create a folder and open in a VS Code. That's it. This is the thing you need to do. Then we are going to learn everything from here. So I'll do npm init, and I'll do -y and enter. So this is going to create a package.json, right? So this is done. Now let's clear this, and then what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to do npm install -d, and then I'll do TypeScript, right? So this is going to install the TypeScript. Once the installation is done, then what we're going to do, right? So we're going to create a TypeScript config file, right? So what I mean by TypeScript config file, or basically TypeScript settings. So in that file, I'm going to mention all the rules and all the config that I need for this particular project. As simple as that. So what I will do, I'll do npx, and then I'll do tsc, and then you are going to do init, so initialize. So once I will enter, you will see that there will be a ts config file getting generated. Now remember, this file is very important. Whenever you are going to create do any kind of framework project, you will be seeing this file will be present in each and every project, right? So hit enter, and you will see there will be a ts config.json file is created. Now remember, these will have lot of options, right? You can see the number of options that config this has, but I'm going to make this one very simple for now. Okay, so first thing what I'm going to do, I'll remove everything, and let's do one thing here. I'm going to give some of the options. So first I'm going to start with compiler options, right? That what kind of rules and configuration that I want to give. Here I will also add one more property that is called include, and here I want to mention that which folder I'm actually including here, and that is source. Why? Because I'm going to create a source folder now here. So this will be my source folder. So whatever code I'm going to write, that I'll be writing inside this source folder. Alright, so after this, so let's write all the options. So first thing, we are going to target that which version of TypeScript we want to target here. So here what we can do, right? So the latest one is ES2024, but I will suggest for now you keep 2022. Okay, so this will be stable. Now the only reason, if you are using Node.js, before that also you need to check the version of Node.js that you are using. So if you see, right, so let me just clear this, and you will see Node.js version will be latest, but still I will suggest keep ES2022, which is absolutely fine. Then I'm going to keep here module. I'm going to do the same. Then next, what I want to keep, so let's keep a module resolutions, and this one I'm going to keep as bundler. Okay, now next, this is actually very important. So here I'm going to keep a strict as true. The reason is because what this will do, now you can keep strict as false also. Now this, what this will do, right, this is going to turn all the code safety checks. Okay, so everything it's going to check. If you are going to keep this one as false, so those checks, it's some of the checks it's going to skip. Next, after this, what I will add here, now here I'm going to add something called non-unchecked indexed access. And what this will do, right, so this is going to check some of the array related properties. So what I'll do non-unchecked indexed access. So this I'm going to keep this one as true. Then let's keep something as exact optional property types. So these I'm also going to as true. And then I'm also going to do, so let's say you want to, so whenever we are going to write any kind of catch block, right, so you want to force the check in that block also. In that case, what you can do, you can use something called use unknown in catch variable. So this is also keep as a true. So what will happen, let's say in catch you are giving the event, and then you're going to give colon unknown, so it's going to force all the checks there. And after this also, if you want to have faster builds, which is actually fine for most of the apps, so what you can do is skip lib check, and this you can keep as true. Now next is very important. Remember, these all you can add, remove based on your project and configuration. This is depends, but here what will be very important, and that is the root directory. Root directory is basically telling that from where you are going to read the TypeScript. So what will be your root directory? This will be source, right? Very simple, because this is where our code will be there. And then another extremely important, which will be your output directory, right? So where the TypeScript will be getting compiled to JavaScript. So here I'm going to give the out directory, and this will be my dist directory. So this folder I'm going to create. Okay, it will automatically create when we are going to run. So this is the configuration, the minimum configuration for now. This is fine. Now next what I'm going to do, right, we'll be going to a package.json, and then I'm going to add here two command. One will be the build. So I'm going to add a build command, and here I'm going to use tsc. Here I'll do -p, and then I'm going to do tsconfig.json. so this is going to compile only once, and then I'm going to run the dev command, right? So for dev command, what I'm going to do, I'll do tsc -w watch -p, and what I'm going to do here, same tsconfig dot, sorry, this will be json. This is correct. So this is the thing that we need. So this is all about the configuration that we need and the setup. What we are going to do, we'll be opening a terminal, and we are going to run the watcher. What is watcher? You can see this -w, right? This command, right? So every time we are going to, you will notice what will happen. Every time we will create a ts file, there will be a dist folder will be getting created automatically, and that ts file will be compiled to the JavaScript, right? And that JavaScript file we can directly run using the node command. So that I'm going to show you. So I hope this is clear. What I will suggest, or I will give you homework from this particular section, and that is just go to the official documentation and see all the other available option that is present inside this tsconfig, which is very important. Why I am telling this? Because here I added some of the properties which is not needed. So just to give you some idea, but here you can just keep this on true, false, or something different based on your project configuration that you need. Also this is very important. So with this, the setup is done. That this is the minimum setup that you need. Now what we are going to do, we are going to write each and every file inside the source folder, and we are going to see each and every concept using code example. Okay, so let's get started. Alright, so let's get started. Now we are going to start all the concepts, and from section by sections, topic by topics, with simple example we are going to understand, because I know TypeScript can be very tricky if you are doing for the first time, right? And it was actually same for me also when I started. So what I'll suggest, right, just go to the official documentation. It is very well written, right? And whatever you are not able to understand, first check here. I always mention each and every video that check the official documentation first, then you go to any YouTube videos, or let's say you are going to buy any paid course, check from that course. Still, if you are not able to understand any concept, then only go to the ChatGPT and AI tools. Do not go to the AI tools directly. I always mention, I know some of the YouTubers are telling that make use of AI, but you should only do that once you will do these steps, right? Check the official documentation, watch a video, do the thing by yourself, then go to AI. Do not directly go to the AI. That is not going to good for you. Why? Because I'm going to take some time, but I'm going to give you one very important point. So many people are asking me that whether AI is going to replace the developers or not. The answer is actually very tricky. Why? AI is not going to replace the developers directly, but then what will happen? This is what going to happen, and this is what companies are looking for. Let's say you are a beginner, or you are currently in college, or let's say you're having 1 or 2 years of experience. They're looking like this. So whatever technology that you are applying that particular job for, or let's say you're working on some particular technology in a job, let's say React, backend, Java, whatever, your concepts has to be very clear and strong. Why? Then you can make use of AI, and then you can do a 5 days work in 1 day. This is exactly what companies are looking for, and this is what not many YouTubers are telling. They are telling that AI is going to replace, AI not going to replace, not like this, so that you will just go there and then buy their courses and everything. This is not the case. if there are 10 students applying for that job, and let's say 5 of them has very good strong foundation of TypeScript, I'm just taking TypeScript as an example, and 5 of them they just learn the those things from AI tools, what will happen, right? Whenever you're going to work on a very production level application and you are working someone else code, you'll not be able to understand what is happening. So that time you can't make use of AI also, right? So for you, a one day work also will take more than one day, and this is where productivity will go down, and then companies is going to fire you. This is exactly what will happen. So what I mean, whenever you are working or applying for any particular job, the concept has to be very, very strong. Either it can be Java, React, TypeScript, JavaScript, blah blah, whatever. Then only you can make use of AI, and then you can give the best productive result to your company. Okay, so keep these things in mind. Okay, the first of all, what is TypeScript? See, TypeScript is simply, you can see, I'll just read it out here, that it will offers all the JavaScript features as usual, and this is just an additional layer. What is layer? It's like having a security guard in front of a gate, right? So that means you are writing a JavaScript, and in JavaScript, like, we don't have any type checks, right? So you can do whatever you want. This is where TypeScript, in JavaScript you can do whatever you want. In TypeScript, this is where TypeScript comes into picture, right? So there is additional layer of checks. It will always tell you that, okay, you are doing this is wrong, this can go wrong, you have to give right types, you have to do right checks. This is what TypeScript is in a simple word, right? Now here, what will be the first lecture that will start, and that is called types by inference. Now what I mean by that, if you notice, this is very, very important, and this you have to keep in mind throughout this video. That is, TypeScript knows the JavaScript language. Very, very, very important. And most of the videos you will watch, they actually don't teach this one. This is actually important, and this is going to generate the types for you in most of the cases, in many cases. What I mean by this, now let's see with example. So this is our first lecture. So go here, do everything what I am doing. If you skip anything, then you don't do it, like, it's up to you. What I mean by that please don't skip anything for this particular video, right? So I'll just do here 0 1, and let's do inference. Okay, .ts. Now what is the goal? Now for every lecture that I'm going to create, I'm going to write a goal here. Okay, so let's close this one here. So I'm going to give here goal. So goal is, for this, is to understand when to let TypeScript infer types. Very, very important. Why? Because I already mentioned that TypeScript, for TypeScript I'm going to write TS throughout the video. In short, knows JavaScript very well. This you need to understand. That means you need to understand that when you are going to write the types by yourself, or when TypeScript is going to write the types by them. So you need to understand when TypeScript will automatically write the types, or when you are going to write. These you need to understand. Now what I mean by this, now let's start with the first one. Now let's say I have a variable, and here I have a count, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give this one as 0. Now you see, you are not getting any error here. So this is what is called TypeScript inference. Means this one here, TypeScript knows very well that this is a number. Now if you hover here, you can see this is a number. So TypeScript sees this one as number. So TypeScript sees number. So that means you don't have to specifically mention that this is a number. I hope you're getting what I mean, right? Now definitely you can't explain here string, then it will give error, that we're going to see later. But this is what is very important, that TypeScript already knows this is a number. You don't have to specifically write it. Means this is the case, that when TypeScript will write the types, when you are going to write the types. Same for, let's say I'm going to write const, and I will give this one as site, and let's say I will give my website name, that is Typeof. So this TypeScript knows, if I hover here, that this is a string, right? So this knows very well. Now what actually here, it's very important that here what TypeScript sees, right? So it's going to see is the exact literal is Typeof. So you don't have to mention. Now you can give here, let's say I'll give here string, so you'll not get any error. But if you give number, definitely you're going to get error, but just don't give it. TypeScript is going to handle by Same for, let's say if I give here, let's say I have something called scores, and I'll give here 10, 20, 30, and you see if I hover here, you'll see what will happen. You're getting a number of array, right? Now what I mean by this, very important, you can write it down, that over annotation, whenever you're going to do over annotation, isn't bad, right? Just it's like too much noise, right? Let's say you're having 100 variables, and for every variables you are giving type as number, although TypeScript already knows this one as a number. So it's like I'll give this one as, okay, let's give this one, just too much noise, right? Or just noisy, right? So you don't have to do that. When you should annotate some of the specific things. For example, let's say you are having a function and you are going to return a number from that function. So there you need to give a number, that we are returning a type as number. So I'm just going to give one more example. So let's say I have a export. I will do export, I'll do function, and I'm going to do add. And here let's say I need two variables, and here I have this returning, I'll do a plus b, right? And you see that you are actually getting a error that these don't have any type, right? Now remember, we are going to cover all of these in the later videos, but just I will give you I'm just making your base strong. So what you need to do, you need to just tell that, okay, this a will be a number, this b also will be a number, right? Now here you should actually give a type, that I'm going to return a number here at the end. This is actually a very good practice, right? So that means you should annotate function parameters, returns, right? These kind of things. Very important. I'm going to give, see how I'm going to make this one simple. You should also annotate when the type is not obvious. It's also very important. So I'll do, you should also annotate when the type is not obvious, right? So what I mean by this, now consider I will have a variable here, let, and I'm going to give this one a maybe. Maybe means I don't know. So here this maybe can be a string, it can be a number, it can be a array, whatever, blah blah. So here you should give, so this can be a string or this can be a number, okay? So here this will understand that this is either can be a string or this can be a number. Now here what I'll do, right, I'll do maybe, or, and then let's say I'm going to do this one as if math.random, if this is greater than 0.5. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to give, let's say, a string, the test, or else I'm going to give this one as number. Now see, you are not getting any error. Why? Because you clearly mentioned that this can be a string or it can be number. So if the number is greater than 0.5, and this will be a string, or else this will be a number. If I give this one as array, you are going to get error, okay, which is fine, that we are going to see later. I hope this is going to clear the doubt. Now let's do one mistake. So what I'm going to do right here, so let's say I'll simply just do console.log, and here I'm going to do add, and I'm going to pass a 5, and I'm going to do this one as (2), and you are going to get error, right, that this argument is type of string, is not assignable to parameters of type number. Makes sense, right? So this will be a number. So I hope the concept of inference is clear. Inference is nothing that some of the things TypeScript already knows. So TypeScript knows JavaScript very well. TypeScript knows this is a number, TypeScript knows this is a string, this is an array of numbers. You don't have to specifically write. You're now, okay, you ask me how I'll understand. This will comes from practice. I'll give you a very simple honest answer. This is like not a thing like, okay, just learn this and then you'll be able to do this, all the things. You need to do a lot of practice, then only you'll be able to understand how this is happening, right? I hope the first one is clear. Now we will go to the main part and we are going to learn all the things, right? So all the types, primitive types, special types, objects, literals, assertion, lot of things are there. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we will move to the primitives, but before that let's do one thing, right? I think we didn't run this one, so let's do, I'll just do npm run dev. So I'm going to start the watcher, okay? So enter and you'll see what will happen. And you can see there is a dist folder is created and this is the JS file, right? Okay, and then if you want to run this, what you can do, right, simply you can go here and then you have to do node right? You have to go to the dist folder slash do 01 hyphen name of the file, which is inference.js, enter, and you'll be able to run this, right? You can see you're getting 7. Why? Because we have console log this one. Now I just wanted to show you, you can run this if you want, right? I will suggest you can run this, but I will focus mostly on the concepts. So I'm going to just delete this one for now, and every time you'll see we are going to write one file, right? See what will happen. It's going to watch this file, any changes, and it's going to automatically add this one in the dist folder. So now we'll move to the next one. So next one will be 02 hyphen, I'm going to do this one as primitives, and this will be .ts. okay, enter, and you can see there is a primitives file that is created. So let's understand some of the basic parameters, right? So what I'll do simply, so let's start with the string one. So this will be very simple. So I'm going to do username, and username, let's say I'm going to give my name here. So this will be, the type will be string, right? Very, very simple. Next we are going to have the number. So I'll do age, let's I'll give this one as 40, and then I'm going to give this one as type will be number. Now although this is the concept of inference you have already understand, but these types also is very, very important to know, right? Next we are going to have the boolean type, right? So I'm going to do is creator. So here I'm going to do this one as true, and this the type will be what? If I hover here, so type, you can see simply this is the type as boolean, so type will be boolean, right? Then we also have something called big int, right? So big int is simply for the large integers, not decimals. So I'm going to do const big, and now see here I will simply do 2n, and let's do this one as into 63 n high minus 1n, right? And if I hover here, you can see that this is a big int, so you can just give the type as big int. Just remember all these types: string, number, boolean, and big int. One thing is very, very important, and that you should know, and that is you can't mix both number and big int. So what I'll do, right, I'll simply just do const, and I'll do mixed, and I'm going to do big int, big, and I'm going to add this one with my age, and you'll see that you'll be getting error here, right? See, so these things are very, very important. This you need to understand. Okay, so I'm just going to write copy this, and I'm going to just add a comment here so that you'll understand, and also I'm going to comment it out. Then what else we are having? We also have a symbol type, right? Symbol is always unique. So for your hidden keys, or let's say you're creating tokens, that time you should use. So let's say I'm going to creating a token. So I'll give this one as token. And how you're going to do that simply? So you take a symbol, and here let's say I have something called token. And if I hover here, you can see that you're getting type of token. So what will be the type here? So you can give this one as unique, and then you are going to give this one as symbol. Okay, so this will be another type that you should know. And the function one is very, very simple. Functions, I think we already know that you need to understand the return type and the parameters that you are getting. So let's say I'm creating a function, and let's say I'll do years to day. So this will take the number of years, for example. So these years you need to mention that this will be a number. So you need to specifically mention here. And what will be the return type, that also you should mention, which is very, very important. So let's say I'm returning a number here. And here what I'm going to do, see, you're getting error that you are not returning anything, whose declared type is neither an undefined void or nor any must return a value. So here I'm going to do what? I'm going to return years, and let's say I'm going to do into 365 something, anything. Okay, so you can see this is now returning a number. One more thing you need to understand, whenever you are having some types, you can do operations or use some methods based on that types. So what I mean by that, so you can see username is actually a string, right? So if I try to do here console.log, and I'll do username, and I can do here 2 lowercase or 2 uppercase or whatever. I hope you're getting, right? Similarly, let's say I want to do here something called console.log, right? And let's say I will do here years today, just giving example, and I'll do 2 here, and you're getting the result, right? But if I try to make this one as string, you'll be getting error. that you want a number parameter here, but you are passing as a string, so this is not going to work, right? So these things are very important. So what I explained, that remember these important types. So the first one is a string, then you have number, then your boolean, big int, and symbol. Okay, so with this part is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one. So in this one, let's understand some of the do's and don'ts and also some of the special types. So what I'll do, right, so let's go here and let's create one more file, and I'm going to give this one as, let's give special.ts. okay, let's close everything else. The first thing, the goal of this will be to understand that when these special types you're going to use, right, and what actually this means. The first thing, let's start with, let's say I have a title string here, and let's say I'm going to give this one value as intro. Okay, now this is a string, right? So let's say I'm going to mention here string, which is fine. But what if, let's say I'm going to just mark this title as undefined, and you see what will happen. You're getting error, right, that the type undefined is not assignable to type string. And this is why this is happening. This is actually a part of the strict null checks, right? So I'm going to give comment here. So this is actually strict null checks. And if you see, if I just go to my tsconfig.json, just notice carefully what is happening. If I'm going to make this one as false, okay, save this, you see you're going to get error here, right, that these properties you can't use, which is fine, but you see this error is gone. This is extremely important concept. That means this is whenever you're going to use the strict as true, that definitely you need to keep the strict as true, but I'm just giving example. That means here string cannot be actually used as undefined, right? So this is actually blocking that check. So how to fix this? To fix this one, what we are going to do, right, we need to use something called union. And if I go here, right, you can see this here. So let's go to this one. You can see this is called union types. So I'm going to show that. So now first of all, I'm going to mark this one as true again. Definitely we are going to give this one as true, and the moment you will keep true, you are going to get the error here. And to fix this one, what you should do then, so in that case what you need to do, so I'm just going to comment it out. So I'll just do here, let's say let subtitle, and this will be a string, it can be an undefined, and now if you just give here undefined, it will not give any error. That means you are simply telling, specifically telling that it can be a string, it can be undefined. So now if I just make this one as string also, you will not get any error. Okay, so this is the first thing. Second, when you are writing a function and that function is not returning any value, in that case what you should do, and if you go here and clearly see what they are telling that, okay, return types of the callbacks, right? Don't use the return type any for callbacks whose value will be ignored, right? In that case you can use something called void. So here I will just give one comment here. I will do void you use when function doesn't return a useful value. These all are very good practice, right? And these will actually help you to become better TypeScript developer, and these will actually separate you from the rest of the people. Most of the people you see working in a company, they don't have very in-depth knowledge of TypeScript, because I already mentioned, right, it's actually tricky. It's not that much simple. You need to know a lot of things, and you also need to understand how you are going to apply those concepts in a project. So now let's say I'm just having a log function where I am having a message. I'll give the type as string, and this function is doing what? So let's say it is just logging this, right? Sometimes we do, right, we log this. So in that case, if this is not returning anything, just return a void, as simple as that. Okay, so this is the second thing. You can also use something called never, right? So let's say when your function never returns any value, you can use never. So I'll just give one example. It's a function. Okay, what we can do? Okay, let's do a fail message, right? So let's say you're having a fail message which is a string, and what this function is doing, this function actually throwing new error, and then it is actually taking this message, right? So this is what this is doing. Now this function is never going to return, right? It will never returns. So what you can do, simply use a never type here. That's it. Okay, so these small things are very important. Now one thing is very important, and I don't have to explain. Do not use, I'm just going to write it very clearly, do not use any. Try to ignore as much as possible, and if you're not sure, just check the official documentation what they're telling, right? Okay, now forget about for callbacks. This is for everything. Do not make use of any, right? When you have the types, try to use the types as possible, as much as possible, so that something, if breaks, right, if you're using any, something can break anytime, right? Okay, I'm just giving you some hypothetical situation, and not hypothetical, I think this can actually happen with me also when I work on any project. So let's say I have a value here. I'll just give this one as value any, and I give the type as any. Okay, and let's say I'm just doing here json.parse, and these I have for example, I have a string, it's not string, let's say I have this object. Now these will compile because you are using any, right? And see, the most developers also use this any, even if you see in a company projects also, right? If someone not sure, they'll just add any. What will happen, let's say this variable has a property, some hypothetical property, something called, let's say I have a value any, and let's say not there, just giving example, and then I'm just doing to fixed. I hope you're getting. Now what will happen, right? This will compile because you have any type, so this doesn't know whether this is exist or not. This will compile, but this can break or explode at the runtime. So this can break, so this will compiles, but can break or explode at runtime. So these things you have to keep in mind. So that is the reason I will suggest, do not make use of any as much as possible if you are using TypeScript. So these all the things, keep this in mind. Okay, so I already mentioned that try to use union whenever you are not sure, that it can be a string, it can be a number, it can be undefined, it can be whatever, right? Use void when your function doesn't return any value. Make use of never when your function doesn't return any value at all, and try to avoid any as much as possible. So that's all for this particular video. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's start with objects. Now this video I'm going to explain very important concepts, right? So let's see. First I'm going to create one more file, and let's give this one as objects.ts. The first thing I want to explain, and that is, if you go to the ts config, I have this property, exact optional property types. This is as true. Now first thing what I'll do, right, here you need to understand, so what is the goal of this? So you need to understand how we are going to model the object properties correctly, how you are going to use required, optional, read only, these properties. I already mentioned that we use that exact optional property types in the ts config, so that is actually important. So what this means is, okay, let me just do one thing, that will take a type. Now remember, type and interface we haven't discussed, is that we are going to discuss later, but this is nothing but we are simply modeling our object. We are simply telling TypeScript that, okay, this object will have these properties. So let's say I have a type as user. Okay, so then what I'm simply telling TypeScript is that, okay, this is a type, this is the type name is user, and this user has the following properties. So this user will have an ID which will be a string. Now whenever this ID is string and I don't have any question mark or anything, that means this is a required property. Very important. These you are going to use almost everywhere, any project you are using. So that means this is a required property. That means whenever we are going to have this object, this property has to be there, mandatory. Okay, next let's say I will say that, okay, this user will have a ID, user also will have a name. Now name is also mandatory because every person will have name, right? Makes sense. Then we are going to have an email. Now here is the trick part. So what I'm telling that, okay, user can have name which is required, but user can have email or can't. So what I'm simply telling that user can have email or can't. Now this is actually very important. Okay, first I'll write and then I'll explain what I mean by this. Now for make this one property optional, what do you need to do, right? You need to give this question mark. So what we are telling simply that, okay, if I have question mark, that means this email can be absent, but if it is present, it will be a string. Okay, so this is a optional. Optional mean what? This could be absent. And then I will have a read only property. For read only, what you need to do? You need to do read only. Take this, take the name of the field, let's say created at I have, and this is the type as date. So what I mean by this is a read only property, so this cannot be reassigned, right? So this property can't be reassigned. Now I want all of you to focus on this. This is important. So what I mean by this, now remember I already mentioned that we enable that exact optional property types checks in the tsconfig. So what this means is, if I have email colon this string, this means that email may be absent, but if it is present, it will be string. Always it will be a string. Means what I mean by that, that it is not same as just now we have learned, right? If I give email and I'll give string, I'll give or undefined. Now this is very important. Both the things are different, don't confuse. So this is a union types. So what I mean that this is email can be string or it can be undefined, but this is means email can be absent, but if it is there, it will be always string, it will never be undefined. I hope you're getting this point, right? So now what I will do simply, so just I will take one user one. Okay, let's do user one. Now remember one more thing I want to mention, because there will be a lot of sections we are having. So because of the examples, what I'll do, right, if I'm using user one here, in the next part I'm going to do user one, user 2, then I'll do user 3, or else it will be tricky, it will give you error if you're using same variable name. So I'll do this one as user 1, and here what I'll do simply, so here now if I let's say give here user 1 and I'll give ID as u1, right, and then I will just give this one as name as Sangam, right, and I'll give a created at new date. Okay, now moment I'll hover here, you'll see what is happening. So you're getting this property. Now what I'll do simply, let's do one thing, let's give a type here. Now I'm going to mention that, okay, this user one follow this structure, and to mention this one, what we need to do, we need to tell that, okay, this will be type as user, or, and then you can see you're not getting any error, which is fine, but I'm going to change this one to 2 or 1, and you can see we are getting the number is not assignable to string. That means you have mentioned already that this ID will be a string, but you are giving this one as number. So this is the type, this is the modeling, this is the value. So if you are giving string here, it will be a string. If you are giving make change this one to a number, the error will go. Okay, so this is a number, this is a number. And also this is a required property. If you notice here, I already mentioned that email is now optional here. Email is optional, and you see I don't have an email here. Still you are not getting any error. Why? Because email is optional. But the moment I remove this question mark, you'll see you'll be getting error. And see what is happening. Property email is now missing in the type. Very important. But it is required in the type user. So what I'm telling that now this email is not optional, it is mandatory. So I need to add a email property here, and let's say add sangam@gmail.com, whatever, and you'll see the error will go on. Okay, but I'll make this one as optional only. So now if I remove this, you can see you are not getting any error. So these things are very important. Let's say I'll just change this one to a string. You're getting an error. So what I want all of you to do, experiment with all of this so that it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, so this is user 1. Now let's say I'll create one more user. I'll copy this and I'm going to make this one as user 2. I'll do 2. I'll make this one as John, and let's keep this one. And also for this one I'm going to take email, and let's take the email for now. Okay, now what I'll do simply, I will take the user 1 and then I'll try to change the created at. So I'll do created at, and I'm going to do this one as new date, and see the error. Cannot reassign created at because it is a read only property. That means if you have a read only field, you can't reassign. Okay, I hope you learned this one. So these things are very important. Now I will show you one more properties, one more type. So let's say I'll take one more type here and I'll do user2 now. Okay, let's do this one as user2 type. Now what I'll do simply, so here I'm going to take an email property and I'll mark this email as optional and this will be string. Next I'm going to take one more type and I'm going to do user3, and let's say here what I'm going to do, right? For this one I'm going to make this one email as not optional, so question mark will not be there, but I'm going to make this one as a string or undefined. So this is what I was explaining, that this is the thing here. So here it can be absent, right? It is optional, but here it is mandatory, question mark is not there. So that means it should be there always. It can be either a string, either undefined, but in this case if it is there it will be always a string. You can't make this one undefined. I'll show you example. See here, I'll just give this one as undefined, okay, and you see you're getting error. So this is very important. The type user except property true. See, exact optional property is true. Consider adding undefined to the types of the target properties. I hope you're getting. So remember all of these things. These things are very important, right? So I think with this, this is I think done. Now also you are going to understand some of the things, right? How you are going to write indexes, record, and those kind of things. So let me give you some of the ideas, right? So let's say I will take maybe one more type. So let's take one more type and I'm going to do count something, anything I'll take. And here what I'll do, right? So I'm going to take this one as, so this is called index signature, right? So here I'm telling that, okay, this will be a string and this value will be number. So what I'm simply telling that this can be any string value, the value will be a number. So this is the property and this is the number, just giving an example. Then also I'll take something called record. So I'll take one more type. I'll do count 1, and here I can take something called, I'll take a record and simply I'll tell that, okay, this record will have these keys only. So for example, let's say this will have likes, or this can be views, or this can be, let's say what else, it's maybe shares, and here I'm going to give the type, this will be a number. Okay, so here I'm simply telling that only these keys will be possible. Now to check this one in action, very simple. What you'll do, right, you'll just do count 1 and the type will be count, and here what you need to do, right, just use whatever and the value will be 1. So what I mean by this, I already mentioned, right, this value can be anything, but here this will be, the value will be number, key number. Same for next one, let's say C2 will have the count as count 1, this one. So here this will be either it will be likes, see, and the value will be number. It can be views, it can be number, it can be shares, it can be number. But if I try to give something else, let's say random key and value I'll give 5, you're going to get error. This is not present. I hope you're getting. So what you need to do, you need to just add this here. So just add here random and error will go on. These things are also important, right? I hope this will make things clear. So with this we have understood the object types. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now let's understand what is the concept of literals with const and let. So what I'll do, right, so let's create one more file here and then I'm going to give this one as literals. Okay, so what I actually mean by this, first what I'll do, right, I'm going to take a type and let's take a direction here and I'm going to do this one as left, or it can be right, or let's say it can be up. Okay, and now what I'll do, right, I'll take a function and let's say I want to take a move function where I will take a parameter and the type will be, the direction will be the type, and let's say I just wanted to log here that let's say D I wanted to log. Now what I'll do, right, so let's say I'll take a const and I'll take D1 and I'm going to specifically take this one as left, and now let's see if I just do move and call D1, and you'll notice one thing, that we are not getting any error, but the type is actually direction here. Now remember, this type is actually matching. So what is happening, right, because this D1 variable is const, so TS actually keeps literal type as it is, so it will be literal type will be as left. Okay, so this is very important. But if I do the same thing with let, and let's say I'll do d2, and I'm going to keep this one as left only, and now I'll do move, and now just see what will happen if I do d2. And see, this is very interesting, right? Now notice that argument of type string is not assignable to the parameter type direction, although I have the same left. The reason is very important, because it is let. So what it is doing, ts will widens to string. What I mean by this, because let can be changed later, right? So what is happening, let's say I can make this one to some random value here in later. So that is the reason ts will not allow, or TypeScript will not allow you to call the function with the type where the type mention is direction when you are going to use the let. So this is very important. So here you are going to get error. But if I ask you what will be the solution, can you guess? The solution is very simple. What you need to do, right? So let's say I'll take one more d3. So you just have to pass the type here, which will be direction, and then you can take left with let only. See, I'm using let only here, just I'm passing specific the direction, which is the type here. And now if you just call this will definitely work. Why? Because now TypeScript knows that okay, this direction is the type, but left is present, so this is working. So this is just a short lecture, but this is also very important. So now with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now let's understand the concept of assertions. So what I'm going to do, I'll create one more file here, and let's give this one as assertions.ts. So what I mean by this, the first of all we need to understand a couple of things. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to take a variable here, and let's say I will make this one as id. I'm going to keep this one as, let's give 1, and let's say I also have one more property which is name. Let's keep this one as a. Okay, now what I'll do, right, here let's say I'm going to show you the risky way that you should not do it. So now let's say I'm going to create a user, and I'm going to make this one as, let's say, risky user, and see what I'm doing here. So I'll do json.parse and passing this raw, and here what I'm simply doing that, okay, this as, so here I have an id which will be a number, and I'm also going to have a name which will be a string. Okay, now here what actually we are doing, we are actually asserting the shape without proving, right? So now if you just simply do, okay, I'll just log here risky user dot name, this will work. Okay, this will not give any error. But is this the best approach of doing it? Actually no. What you should do, right, you should always check first and then use. Now these all are the very high level knowledge I'm giving. So these knowledge you should actually apply when you are working on a real project, and you will see some of the times in very complex project you are going to face these kind of issues, because in a real project you are definitely going to use JSON parts or JSON stringify a lot. So what you should do, right, so I'm going to show you a best way. So let's say I'll do user 10, okay, or let's do user 22, any name you can give, and then I'll simply just do id will be a number, and now I'm going to do name will be a string. Okay, now what you do, right, so let's say I will create a function which will be isUser, and here what I'll do, I'll take a parameter. Now this I'm going to keep this one as unknown. Okay, and what I'll do, right, I'll do v, now see the important part is user22. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to return, and here what you need to do, you need to give a check. So it's going to check, okay, if the type of v is object, okay, and I'm going to do if v not equal to null, and I'm going to check if this id is present in v. So we are going to discuss what is in operator, but for now just check it. And also I'm going to give some extra check that, okay, if the type of, right, so I'm going to do if v as any dot id, if this is equal to number, and if name is present in v, and I'm giving extra check that if type of v as any dot name, if this is string, So in that case, I'm giving a extra check that okay, if this is an object, if this should not be null, if id is present, id will be a number, if name is present, name will be a string. Okay, and now what I can do, so this is like you are giving an extra check. So in that case, you are most likely not going to get any kind of error. What is the another approach you can do here, right? So let's say I will do const and I will do maybe, and here I'm just going to do json.parse, and I'm going to pass the raw property, this raw here, and then what you do, right, you simply just do as unknown. Okay, when you don't know, don't certain. And now you can do if, now see how I'm doing, now I use this, so I'll do is user, and I'm going to pass maybe, and then you are going to log this. Okay, and now you can log this maybe dot name. Now this is the best approach that you can do. This is safe. Okay, so what you are doing, first of all, you don't know what is the type is, and then you are giving extra check that okay, let's say I don't know the type, but let's suppose this is object. So if this is object, this should not be null. If id is present and id is a number, so I'm certain this id will be a number. If name is present, name is a string, and based on that I am just giving an extra check here. So these things are very important. Okay, so this is about the assertions. So now let's move on to the next one. Now how you're going to, okay, one more thing I wanted to mention, that how you're going to do all of this. If you're creating any small TypeScript POC project, try to experiment with JSON parse, JSON stringify, and then try to apply these concepts. Now remember, don't take only ID and name just because I'm showing this. Try to add more properties and try to see by adding different properties if in case you are getting any kind of issues or anything like that. Then only you will be confident, okay, I'll be able to apply these concepts in a real project. See, doing this code example and then stopping is not going to make you a good TypeScript developer or expert. You need to apply all this in a project. I always mention this one, and I'm going to repeat the same thing again and again. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. So now let's understand one more concept, that is, we'll see that how we are going to log some values or exact values so that TypeScript can derive powerful unions, and only we can use read-only tuples. Now what is tuples, that we are going to discuss later, but for now I'm going to show you the simplest way. So what I'll do, right, what is the last file we have created, so I'll do 07, and I'm going to give this one as, and I'll do const.ts. Okay, now what I'll do, right, so I'm going to take one const, and let's do this one as roles, and I'm going to take 3 roles. So I'll do admin, and I'll do user, and I'll do something else, let's say operator. Okay, and now here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do just, okay, this role will be exact these 3, so I want to lock this. Okay, how you are going to do that, so you just have to add as, and then you will do const. Now what you are telling that, okay, whenever I'll having any type of roles, these will be limited or locked to these 3 roles, right? So here actually simply the type is nothing but this is a read-only array of strings. So that means this is a read-only value. You can't reassign. Remember, I already told you. So this is read-only. This is the important part here. Now you want to derive. Let's say you want to get some value. So what do you do, right? So you'll do type, right? And then you'll do role. And now see how I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do Typeof. I'll pass roles, right? And then I'm just going to pass here number. So what this will give, right? So this is simply telling that we will get admin, user, and operator, right? So this is what we are doing. We are simply deriving a union from the array. Okay, so we are doing type of roles, and then we're passing the number in brackets. So this is how to derive. Now let's say I'll have a function, and I'll do set role, and then I'm going to pass r, type will be role. And what I'll do, simply I'm going to log r here. So now let's say if I do set role, right, see what you're getting. You're already getting, right, all 3. Now you can call with admin. What will happen if I just move this admin to something else? See, argument of type admin1 is not assignable to the parameter types because this is locked. It can be either admin, user, or operator. You change this one to user, this will work. You change this one to operator, this will work. You change something else, it is not going to work. Okay, so this is simply you are locking it. These things are very important, so you need to understand these small things. Okay, so this is all about how you can use the concept of as const to log the values, and then how you're going to derive the values, and based on that if you want whatever actions you want to do. So with this, now this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. So now we are going to start a new section. So in this one we are going to understand in details unions and intersections. All the unions we have already discussed multiple times, but again yet let's cover once again to keep the concepts a little clear. And what is the last we have used? So I'll do 08 and I'm going to do this one as unions.ts. So here the first thing, what is union, right? So union is simply that if you are having a value, the value can be either this or it can be that, as simple as that, right? So it's like, think of like you are having multiple allowed steps or types. So now let's understand. So first I will explain what is primitive union, right? So first I'll take a function and let's take this one as, let's say it's print some ID or something, whatever. And here these things are important, right? When you're going to accept any parameter here, let's say you're taking an ID. So ID cannot have any type, I already mentioned. You should always give the type here. If the type you are sure that okay, it can be a string, it can be a number, I think you already know, you just have to give string or it can be a number, as simple as that, right? Now here one thing is very important, and I'm pretty sure you'll be a little surprised. What if I do console.log and then I'll do to uppercase, and you see what is happening here. Now you're getting an error, and the error is that okay, this doesn't exist, and makes sense because see, currently your TypeScript doesn't know that the value is either a number or it can be a string. Very important, and students gets confused here. Okay, that okay, I know that I mentioned it is a string or it's a number, but it's giving me error. And also if you noticed what is happening, right? If I just remove this and if I do dot, it's also not giving any methods here. So how you are going to do that? So in that case you need to do, how? You need to give a check. So what I'll do, so I'll simply do if, and then I'll do Typeof, right? So I'll do Typeof ID. If this ID is a string, then you do this. I hope this is clear. Else this will be a number. So let's say I'll do id dot to fix. See, now you're getting, I hope you're getting this. And if I just do here id dot to, see, you're getting all the string methods. Okay, I'm not doing console, but that is fine, but just understand the concept here. So when you're having a union, in this case you need to give a check that if this is a string value, do this, if this is a number value, do that, right? So now let's comment out this one, and you can also call this one, right, from here directly. You can call with function with string or number. It is not going to throw any error because you're already mentioning that it's a union value. It can be a string or it can be a number. Okay, so now let's understand one more thing. Let's do a object union, right? So I'll do object union. So what I'll do, right, I'll do type, and let's do this one as object 1 maybe, and what I'll do, let's take a role here, admin, and I'm also going to take here permissions, and here let's take this one as string of array. Then I'll take one more type, and I'm going to do, or let's make this one as admin, makes sense, right? So, and I'll do this one as customer. So here role will be customer, and then I'm also going to have what we can take, maybe let's say customer will have some points. So I'll do this one, or let's do loyalty points. So loyalty points can be a number. Now what I'm going to do, right, so I'll take a function and I'll do describe user, and here what I'll do, I'll take a user property, and now remember I need to mention that okay, this describe user can be a type, so it can be type of admin or it can be type of customer. So I'll just do here, okay, this can be a admin or it can be a customer. Okay, and now what you can do, right, now to narrow this one down or to make this one clear, to check this one very clearly, what you can do, simply just do, okay, if user, this user dot, this will have a role. This is important. So if the role is admin, right, then do this, else you do that. I hope this is clear. Now if you see, if I just do here a log, right, and then if I do user and then see what will happen. If I do dot, now you're getting permission. See how this is important. If you notice, right, if I do user dot, you are not getting permission here. Because why? Because your TypeScript doesn't know if this is admin user or a customer user. So in the admin user you have permissions, in customer users you have loyalty points. So it doesn't know. When you're specifically telling TypeScript that okay, now I'm sure that for this block this is admin. Now if you do dot, you are getting what? You are getting the permissions, right? And you can also do to or whatever blah blah you want to do here, right? And then if you just do here log, right, and see what will happen, you can do user dot, see you're getting loyalty points, because now TypeScript know that okay, this block is for customers, so customer has loyalty points. See how these things are very very important, right? So this is one way you can do that. Next also I'm going to show you that how you can make use of in operator, right? So let's do this on function, and I'll do describe user with in operator, just giving example. And here also I'll do the same thing. So I'll do this can be a admin or it can be a customer. And then what you can do, right, simply you can do if, and then you are going to do if permissions, right? So this is the permissions here in you, right? If the permission is present in you, so in that case you will understand okay, this will be u dot, you are getting permissions or role. So this is the admin user, right? So user dot admin, so this will be admin user, so admin user. So simply telling that okay, if this permission is present in this property, so you're going to do that. Else you just do here log, and you do user dot, you're getting customers, right? So I think this is fine. So now next thing, okay, let's do one more example here to make this one clear. I'm going to do array of union versus union of arrays, right? Both two things. So we'll do array of unions and union of arrays. So what we'll do, right, so let's do const, and I'll do array of union. And what I'll do, right, for this one, let's take this one as it can be a string or it can be a number. This will be array, right? And then what you can do, right, you can do here okay, this can be a string, it can be a number, it can be a string, it can be a number, and this will not give any error, right? So you're specifically mentioning this. So this is an array of union, array of union. So we have both the types here. Now what I'll do, right, we'll do the ulta, means opposite. So ulta means opposite. So here what I'm doing, I'll do union of arrays, right? So here I'll do simply, so this can be a string or it can be a number. See, don't get confused with this. So this can be a string of array or number. So in that case means if I just do a math.row, or let's do math.random, not row, math.random is greater than, let's say, 0.1. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to make this one as array of string. Now remember, this will be all string or it can be all number. If I just do, let's say I'll make this one as number, see what will happen. You're getting error, right? So string or number is not assignable because you're simply telling that it can be either a string, either number. But here it can be both string or number, both and either. So this can be string and number both. This will be, if this is string, so it will be string. If this is number, it will be number. So just make this one to string. Okay. Awesome. Now if I, let's say what is happening, right? So I'll do union of arrays dot push and see what is happening. If I just do z here, you're going to get error because you can't push here because it doesn't know that whether it is a number or it is a string. So these things are very very important. So I hope with this unions concept will be clear, right? How we are going to use that for objects, functions and everything I cleared. Now with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's understand unions we have already covered. So intersections, right? So let's create one more file. So I'm going to do 09 and I'll do intersections.ts. Okay. So now first of all, what is intersection? So that means intersection means the value must be everything, right? So let's say from A and also from B, right? Union is different, either this or that, right? It can be string, it can be number. Here it can be everything that A has and B has, right? So if I try to explain this on much simpler way, it's like you have a stack and you're stacking requirements on top of each other, right? And let's understand with very simple example. So first I'm going to take a type and I'm going to give a type as inter1, and I'm going to have an ID. These will have a type as string, and then I'll take one more type and I'll do inter2, and this has a created at property which will be type will be date. Okay, so this will be string and this is date. Now what I do, I want an entity where I have both type from inter1 and both all the types from inter1 and all the types from inter2, right? So that means I'll create a type and let's give this one as entity. And here what I'll simply do that, okay, I need the inter1 types, and here what I need to do, right, you need to do and I'll do inter2, right? So both the types I'll be having here, right? So this is a type with intersection, right? So now that means what I'm telling that these must have both ID and created at. Okay, now let's do one thing. So let's say I'll do const e and I'm going to give it the type as entity and see what will happen. So this will have an ID. So let's say ID is a string, so I'll give e1, and if I don't add anything it will give an error that if you see, right, type ID is not assignable to entity, property created at is missing. That means because we have these are intersection from both inter1 and 2, so this should have created at also. So here I'm going to give this one as new date. Makes sense? So this will be the simple example. So now let's understand what we can do, right? We'll take one more example, right? I think this one I've already done. So what I'll do, I'll give you a homework. So what you can do right here, take a homework that create two types, create two types, one with username. So one type has username and one type has user email, and then merge both and experiment. See how you are able to create a merged entity, a merge type or not. Okay, it's just simple. Just create two types, just create one more type which will be using both the types from that. Let's say you're creating user1 type, user2 type, and then create one more variable from it based on that type. Now one more thing I want to explain here, and that is that when we are talking about intersection, this doesn't merge conflicting property types. Very important. What I mean by that, so I'll take a type and I'll do let's take something like number what I'll do, number holder unique, anything, whatever is coming to my mind I'm just adding. So I'll do a, which will be a number, and then I'll do type and I'll do string holder unique, means this is holding a string, and here also I'll have a with string, right? Now here if I just do, let's say type, and maybe I'll do number string mix, I'm just doing, and here if I try to do number holding unique with string mix, you will be getting error. It is no way possible, it's like impossible, right? Circularly references itself, this one, right? So that means you can't have both with same property types. So this also has a which can be a number, this can be a which is string. It's like almost impossible, not almost, it's impossible, it's not possible to do that, right? So now if I let's say just do const bad, and then I'll do this one as number string mix, and let's say if I do here a equal to 1 to 3, it's not even possible, it's a bad practice, right? So here it is not possible to do that, you'll be always getting error. So this is one thing I wanted to mention. Now one more thing I can explain here, and that is what we can do, right? So we can use this intersection concept to add on fields to an existing self. So what I mean by that, let's say I'll have a type. Okay, now this type, okay, what name I'll give something like maybe product, right? So I'll do product, and this product will have an ID which is a string, and this will also have a title which will be a string, and then I have a type which is priced, and this will have a price which will be a number. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'll do type and I'll do priced product. Now what I'll do simply, so I'll do product with priced, right? And then what we can do, we can merge both, right? Now this is actually same as what we have done here, but I just wanted to give you the different scenarios where you can apply all this. For example, let's say you are facing some kind of scenario where you are working on an e-commerce application where you need to have two types, but at the end you are going to do what? You are going to do an intersection to add on extra fields to an existing shape. Existing shape means existing object. So in that case you can create multiple types, and then you are going to use the intersection concept, right? So this is all about the concept of intersections. And again, same thing, try to experiment, write some new examples, right? And then you'll be automatically habituated. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. So now we'll start a new section which is arrays. Okay, so first let's create one more file here, and I'm going to do this on a 010, and these will be arrays basics. All right, the first thing, I think how we are going to type arrays, which is very simple. So I'll take one variable here, and let's say this is 1 2 3, and normally we don't have to give this one, or you already learned the concept of inference, right? The TypeScript will understand that this is an array. Still, there are two ways that we are going to type this one. The first one will be the style of T and then array. So this is simply we are telling that this is an array, right? So how we are going to do that? So this T can be anything. So it can be string, it can be number. So here what we are going to do, simply for this one, this is a number. So I'll do number, and this is an array. So this is the first way. Second is I'll take const a22, and here this is also same. So I'll do 1 2 3, and this is in which style? This is in array, and then here I'm just going to do T, right? So you're simply telling that this is a array, right? And here we are simply telling this T can be anything. It can be string, it can be string. So I'll simply tell that, okay, this is an array and this is number. Now definitely if you want to use this one as a string, this is not going to work, so this will give you error. Okay, so this is too simple way. Now the query is which one you should use. Both ways are fine, right? But if you're using something called React, so in that case what you can do, right, you can use array colon number, right? This is nothing, just for let's say your angle bracket JSX you are using, right? Angle bracket JSX confusion, just to remove that. But both the things you can use, both are fine. Let's see some of the things, right? One more thing, that is let's say I'll take one more variables here, which will be scores, and let's say I'll have 10 20 30, right? So here if you try to push any string, this we have already discussed, right? This is not going to work. Why? Because here inference is happening, because your TypeScript already know this is array, but this is a number of arrays, right? Array of numbers, sorry, array of numbers. So here you can't push strings. All right, now here one more thing, let me just comment it out. So now if I go here and let's say I'll just do mix, and then I'll do 1 2 3 4. You see you are still not getting any error. Why? Because this is also inferred, right? This is here we are using a string, or it is number of array, and this is already handled by TypeScript. So you don't have to give this until unless you want to explicitly mention it here, then only you can do, right? So even if you don't do it, it will work. So these some of the things, then the basic things, right, that how you are going to do that. Now functions and everything we have already discussed, that how you are going to type. So what you can do, right, you can create some functions. You can simply take array of numbers as the input, and then you see if you're able to do all this or not. Means what I mean by this, just experiment with different examples. Now with this, now let's move on to the next one. So in the next one we are going to understand read-only arrays. Alright, so let's understand the concept of read-only arrays. So I'll create one more file, and I'm going to do read-only arrays, ts. Okay, the first of all, read only, very simple, right? So you can't mute it, those. And first of all, we'll see that how we are going to type read only arrays. So I'll just simply do const, and I'll give any random variable name here. And then let's say I have 1, 2, 3. Now what actually this is? So this is normal mutable array. Just now we have seen in the array basics. Now to convert this one to a read only, what we need to do, right? We need to mention here that okay, this is a read only. Now this is going to give error, so you need to mention that okay, this is a read only array and this is array of number, right? Again, you have to remember all this. You can't give string here, this is not going to work. So this is one way you can type read only arrays. What is the second way? Second way is called something called generic form way, and that is also simple. So what you can do, right, you will do, let's say I'll take y, maybe YSS, and this is also, let's say I have 1, 2, 3 or 4, whatever. Now here what you can do, simply you will give this one as read only, right? So here you will give read only array. So you can see this is the interface. So read only array, and here what you need to give that okay, what array is this actually? This is an array of number or array of string? So this is an array of number. So this is also exactly the same thing. Okay, very important. Now the first of all, I will take one more here. I'll give this one as XSS, and I'll just simply do 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Now I'll give you some of the examples, right? First of all, let's say if I do XSS of 0 equal to 9. So this is work. This will work. Why? This is mutable. Next, if I just do maybe let's say YSS, and I'll do YSS dot push, and you can see if I hover here, you can't do this first of all, right? Also, you'll see one interesting thing, that is if you do YSS.pop, it is not going to work. Pop is also doesn't exist, right? You can't do splice also. So let's see if I try to do splice 0, 1, it's not going to work. But if you do XSS, it's going to work. So these things you need to understand. So you can't do all these operations here. Some of the good practice I'm going to explain, that when you should actually do or accept read only. So for example, let's say I have a function, right? And let's say I have a function sum, and what this is doing, this will receive numbers, and you have given that okay, this will be read only number, and what this will return? This will return number only. So what here actually what you should do, right? So first I'm going to take a sum of 0, and then what I'll do for const, let's do n of nums, and here I'll simply just do n plus equals n, and then I'm just going to return the s, right? So this is going to work. So that means here what we are doing, simply if I just do here log, and what is this one? So we have XSS, and in this one we can just, sorry, we have to call the sum, and then you can pass this XSS. So what I mean here, actually you can pass, or passing mutable arrays to read only params means, remember this is actually mutable, right? This is not read only. So what you are doing, you're passing a read only arrays as a parameter, but here you're using a read only parameter, so this is allowed. So that means what I'm telling, that passing mutable array in read only param is allowed. Okay, so remember this one. What else? You can also do map and filter, right? So let's say you want to apply map and filters, so this is also going to work in your read only arrays also. For example, let's say I want to apply in this YSS array. So what we can do, right, simply you can maybe let's do const result, and I'll do YSS dot map, right? You can see you are getting the map this, right? See, map, filter and everything. So I'll do map, and maybe I'll do n, and I'll do n into 8 or whatever. So this is going to work, right? So this is all the things that you need to understand, that how we are going to write or type a read-only array. Two ways you can do that, and some of the practices. So with this we have completed this one. Now let's move on to the next concept. Alright, so now we will understand another important concept, that is called tuples. Okay, so let's see what actually that is. So I'm going to just create one more file. All right, the first of all you need to understand what actually tuples are. So this actually means that you have fixed length and fixed types. Now this is very important, right? And this is not same as remember we have written this, right, that it can be either a string or it can be a number and then it will be array. This is not same. This is tuples are actually completely different. Also we are going to understand what is optional tuples. Now let's see with simple examples. First I'm going to add one variable and let's say I'll do user entry. And here what I'll do, right, see what I'm doing here. So first of all I will give this one as Sangam and then I'll just give this one as 29. Okay, if I hover here you can see that what you're getting, that this can be a string or it can be a number, right, with array. But to convert this one to a tuple, what I'm going to do, I will explain here. Okay, this will be a string and the next one will be a number. Means this will have a fixed length and fixed type. Very important. Okay, so that means the first element must be a string, the second element will be a number. It cannot change, or it's like can't interchange. So you can't put the number first and then you put the string. You just check it. If I just remove this and put it here, you will get error. Okay, so that I'm going to show you now. So first understand the concept. So tuples means fixed length, fixed types, and indexing also matters. Index means if your first element is a string, it will be a string. If the second is number, it will be a number, and so on. And let's say some of the example, right? The first of all, let's say if I just do, I just show you, right, if I change the ordering it will not work. Second, if I just do, let's say I'll just give one more example, that I have two elements here, right? Length is 2 and I'll add one more here and it's going to give error. Why? Because you have too many items. You already mentioned that there will be only 2 items, you are adding 3 items. It's not going to work. What else? If I just remove one here, then also it will give error, right? Source has 1 element but the target requires 2. You are telling that okay, I need both string and number, you are giving only string, it's not going to work. Okay, so these things are actually important. Okay, what else? Now let's do one more thing, optional tuples, right? So maybe I will just take one type here and let's say you are working on any response of parameter. So I'm going to do response row, and here what I'll do, simply I'll take a status. Now status will be number and then I will have a message. Now remember how we usually mark optional, so you have to give this question mark. Okay, now this is optional and this will be a string. So now this is your optional tuples, and if I just do const r11 and then let's say if I do equals, sorry, I need to give the type which will be response row, and here you can give only 200. So this is work, but the point is if I give string here, this is not going to work. Remember I already mentioned the order will actually matters here. If the first one you mentioned as number, you have to give number. Although you have one element, it needs 2 element. It's working because the second one is optional. If I just remove this one, it's not going to work. Okay, so optional means you can do that. I hope this is clear, right? I think this is all about the important parts. Do one thing, what I'll do, okay, one more thing I want to explain, that is the read-only tuples. So read-onlys are also very easy to do. So I'll give some corners or something, and here I'll give this one as a read-only, and then I need, let's say I'm creating some circle or something, so I need both as numbers. So I'll give both as numbers, and then you just add here 0, 0. Now this will be considered as a read-only tuples, right? So a read-only property, you have fixed length and you have fixed types, so both should be numbered. So that's all about the tuples. I hope this will clear your doubts. This is very simple to understand. You have to understand the concept that how we are going to apply this in a real project, right? So with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now we are going to start a new section which will be functions and call signatures. So let's do one thing. Let's create our first file for that. So I'm going to do 013 and let's do this one as params annotations. All right, the see, some of the things we have already discussed, that how we are going to write return type, but again I thought it will be always better to keep one section dedicated for functions, right? The first of all, we have something called plain functions, or where we are simply receive some params, right, and then we are going to return something. One of the good habit that you can follow, right, I already mentioned that whenever you are going to return something, always mention the return type. Okay, although there will be some inference where TS or TypeScript will automatically handle, but you should always do that. For example, let's say I have a function and I'll do function, maybe let's take this one as function 1, and again this will receive, let's say, number, and it will receive another number, and here I'll simply return that A plus B. Okay, now remember here actually this is returning a number. I already mentioned this will be inferred by TypeScript, but try to always mention now there are some specific cases you need to mention, but this is always a good practice for whatever code or project that you are working. Okay, this is the first thing. Now let's see one very interesting example here. So let's say I have a numbers 1 2, and this is 1 2 3, and here what I will do, right, for example, let's say I want to call a doubled variable here, and I'll simply do nums 1 2, and I'll do map, and I'm simply going to do what, I'll do n into 2, means multiply all the numbers by 2. Now here what is happening, right, so let's see if I just log this, let's say I'll just log here doubled. What I mean here, this callback that we are using, n into 2, right here, this is actually how this is working. This is typed as like this. So this is actually simply telling that, okay, this n that we are having here, if I hover here, this is a number. Okay, this is the important part here. So this n is typed as number. Okay, now what I will do, right, simply one more important point I want to mention here. For example, let's say here I have something called const, and I'll do times 2, and then I'll take n, and I'll simply do n into 2. What is happening here? So first of all, this will have a any type, and here let's say you are keeping strict as false in the configuration, in the TS config configuration. So what will happen, right, in this case here without any type, this will be considered as any. Now also you can see that because this is giving error because we have a strict as true, so that is the reason this become any. Always mention annotations for public APIs, right? So here it should always prefer to give annotations. This is very important when you have non-strict, right? In non-strict, so for now non-strict, what I mean by that, here we have strict as true, right? So in this case, in non-strict, right, so in that case this will be considered as any. So what I mean, let's see if I make this one as false, save this, and if we go here and see, but better type may be inferred from the uses, right? So this is exactly what I mean, right? So where you have non strict as false, so that is the reason it will take as any. So you should not never it's like you just keep it, okay, you will understand that, okay, TypeScript will understand this is a number, but it's actually not the case. So you should actually mention this one as this will be a number. Okay, I hope this is clear. Let's make this one as true again. So I'm going to close this. So this is another thing that I wanted to mention. What else, right? So I think okay, let's take one more, which is how we are going to annotate object parameters, right? For example, let's say I have a type, and I'll take this one as maybe point, and these will have two properties. One will be x is number, and another one y will also be a number. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'll take a function, and here I'm just going to do maybe distance from origin. So I'm just calculating some distance, and here I will take the point as a input. So I'll take a p, and the type will be point. And here for example, what I can do, right, maybe this is returning a number, right? And here what I'll do, simply I'll just return math dot, so there is a method called hypod. So here what I'll do, I'll simply call p.x comma p.y, right? Now what I'll do, right, simply I'll just log here. So I'm just going to call this distance from origin and see what is happening. So here I'll just pass x equal to 3. Now this is going to give error because it is missing y. Now these small things you need to practice, right? Also let's I'll give, okay, now okay, this is missing, so I'll give y here, so this error is gone. But what will happen again if I change the type to string? So this is not going to work. I know this, some of the things are repeating multiple times we are doing, but again, see, I will say one of the, one of the best way of teaching is if whoever is teaching, if they are repeating one thing multiple times. You see, that is the best way of teaching, and that is the best of learning. If you are learning same thing again and again, you will be able to remember, and you will understand that in which context you are going to apply these concepts. I hope this is clear, right, that how we are going to return and do the param annotations. So with this, the basic thing is done. Now let's move on to the next section. Alright, so now let's understand the optional properties, right, or parameter in functions. So let's create one more file. So I'll do 014 and I'm going to do optional and default.ts. Now some of the things you already know, but again it's always important to understand, right? So first I'll start with a function, and maybe I'll do greet person optional. So what this will do, this is simply going to accept a name, but remember this will be a optional property. Always use the question mark whenever you have something optional, that it might be there or it cannot be there. So this will be string. Now remember, here I always mention the return type, and here what I'm going to do, right, simply, so I'll do const, and let's say I'm going to do the uppercase, whatever name I'll be receiving, so I'll do upper result. And here one very important, I'm going to repeat extremely important concept that you all need to understand, and I'm going to show why. Now see here what I'll do, right, simply first I'll do name dot to uppercase, and then I'm simply going to return this, maybe let's say I'll do concatenate with this, right, so I'll do uppercase. Now if I just go here, right, and let's say I'll do log, fine, and then I'll do greet person optional, and I'm going to pass my name here. So this is going to work. Okay, so this will give me hello and the name Sangam, correct. Now I'll do this, so I'll do console.log and I'll do greet optional and just log like this. Now this is what will happen here. Now here actually this is an undefined case, right? You are not passing anything here, so I'll show you why this is happening. So let's say if I just save this and let's open one terminal, and I'm going to do node dist /014 and I'll do optional and I'll do default.ts, enter. This will be not ts, this will be js, right? So let me just clear this. See, correct, right? So this is an undefined case. Now this is very important. So what you need to do here, the best approach, I will not say best approach, you have to do it, it's mandatory, it's a good practice. You have to do an undefined check here. This is very important. So what you should do, that okay, if the name is present, then you do this, or else you always return guest. So this is the key part here. That's why these small video lessons are very important if you want to understand TypeScript in depth. And if I now just do, right, so what will happen? So this will give me a default guest. So this is the first point, right? You can call this because this is what, this is optional. If I remove this, then this will give me error, right? But now this is going to work. So this is the first thing. You can also do the same for default params. So let's say I'll do function and I'll do greet personal with default. So I'll do default. So same thing. So here we'll take name, and this will be a string, and this will be what? This will be, let's say I have a default value guest, and this is also going to return me string. And here what you can do, right, you can simply return this. So I'll do const, return, and here I'm just going to do name dot to uppercase. That's it, right? So this is going to work. Now this also you can call with both the options. Why? Because in this case, if I just call this, right, so I'll give this one as default, or let's give this one as Raj, and I'm going to give this one as default. In this case, you see what will happen, right? Now see, this I called with no parameters, and then I'm going to do the same thing. And you can see now this time you're getting what? Oh, we need to call with greet person default, not this one. Now let's save this. So let's clear this. So you can see that we are getting default. Now in this case, if you notice, we don't have to give any undefined check here. Why? Because this is taking from the default value. So this is the difference here. Okay, I hope this is clear, right? Okay, now let's see one more example. So let's take one more function here. Okay, and let's maybe I'll do this one as connect, and let's do this one as host, which will be string. Let's say I also have a port, which will be let's take this one as number, and whether this is a secret or not. So this one also will be optional, and this one will be a boolean. Okay, and here what I'll do simply is I'll do const, and then I'll do p. So I'll check if the port is optional, right? So if this is available, or else this will be always 80 by default. Then I will do same for secret. So I'll do if this is secret, or else this will be what? False. And then I can simply just do return, right? So what we can do, simply just return some string, right? So we'll do connect, then I'm going to return the host, and then return the port and secret, right? That's it. So in that case, I can simply call the connect, and in this case host you need to pass. Why? Because this is mandatory. So I'll simply pass, let's say this is a local host, so this is going to work. Why? Because in this case this will be taken by the default, remember. And here actually ordering matters. What is mean by ordering? Because this is a number, this is a boolean. So what will happen if you just pass the second parameters as boolean? Because remember, second parameter is number. So in that case, if I pass true here, it is going to give error, because second parameter is argument of type boolean is not assignable to parameter type number, because you clearly mentioned that this will be a number, right? So ordering matters. So in that case, if I give 100 comma true, it's going to work. Okay, so these small things you need to remember. So this is all about the optional and the default parameters. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one. So in this one, I'm going to discuss about the rest parameters, how we are going to use with tuples. Remember, we have discussed the concept of tuples, right? So what I'll do, let's create one more. So I'll do 015, and let's do rest tuples.ts. Okay, the first thing, let's create one classic example, right? So what I'll do, I'll simply create a function. Let's create a sum all numbers. Okay, and in this what I'm going to do, I'm going to just spread one parameters. Remember, these parameters will be number of array, right? And this is going to return number. So here what I'm going to do simply is I'll just return let's do a reduce, right? So we'll do reduce, and I'll just take the initial value and the previous value and the current value. Let's take n, and I'm simply just going to do s plus n. We'll take initial value as 0. Okay, so here what we are simply doing, we are just simply passing the array of numbers. This can be any length and all the numbers, right? It can be any length. So for example, let's see if I just do log, and here I'll simply just call the sum all numbers, and then you can pass the numbers, so it can be anything, right? So, and this is going to work. We need to remove this. This will be like this. Okay, now let's understand what is the concept of tuple rest, right? So for this one, I'm going to create a range function, and please understand this one properly, this function. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to do a make range. Okay, and here what I'll do, so first of all, let's do one thing here. This is going to receive the list of arguments, and what I'll do, right, so this will have a start range and the end range, and also a number of steps. So start, there will be a start range which will be a number, right? Second, this also going to have an end, so this also will be a number, and then I'm also going to have a step which will be optional, and this also will be a number. Okay, now remember, this is now has a fixed length and type. This is important part here. So now let's do here number, and what I'm going to do simply, so I'll just do here we need to do one more, and then I'll just simply do const. So what I'm going to take from my args, that is I'm going to have a start, right? I'm also going to have an end, and by default, because step is optional, so I'm going to take a by default step as 1. This is the first thing. And now let's take a out, so I'll do out, and let's take this one as number, and I'll take as an empty array, and then I'll simply just do for let's do n will start from start, and n will be less than or equal to end, and I'm simply just going to do n plus equal to steps, so number of steps that we are having. That's it. And then what I'll do simply, I'll do out dot push, and I'm going to push the n here, and what I'll do simply, I'm going to return here out. That's it. Now this is the simple this is the function part here. This is not the part that we need to understand. What we need to understand is that how now we are going to call this. That is the important part. So let's say if I just do here log, and if I just do make range, now see, this is the important part here. So now I'll pass here 1 and 5. Now see, we are not getting any error. Why? Because we are passing the start range, we are passing the end range, we are not passing the step, which is fine because it's optional, so it will take as 1. Right? Similarly, we can also log this one. So let's say I'm just going to do make range, and here I'm just going to do this one as maybe 2, 10, and then I'll pass step as 2. So both will work, but there are some invalid calls that not going to work. First one, so let's say if I just do make range and only pass 1, now this time it is going to give error because we need at least 2, start range and the end range. Both has to be mandatory. We are passing only the start number, not the end number, so this is not going to work, right? Similarly, if I let's say pass both 1 and 5, and then if I change the type from number to string, this is not going to work, correct? Similarly, if I pass 1 5 and pass the step as string, this is also not going to work. So what I mean, this is an example of a REST tuples. Tuples means we have a fixed length, fixed types, so the number of length it is expecting the mandatory ones you have to pass, and also even if you are having any optional property here where you need to check the type. For example, I just show you, right, that step is string, but here it is expecting number, so this is not going to work. Okay, I hope this will give you the clear idea of what is the concept of REST tuples, right? Now what you can do, right, you can just experiment with all of this. Now I'm going to show you one very interesting example, that is that how we are going to spread a tuple using a const, so that we are going to preserve the exact types. So let's see with this example also. So for example, what we can do, right, let's take a function, and I'm going to take this one as draw, and let's do this one as maybe what we can do, right? So let's take two numbers, one will be x, one will be x, and then I'm going to take one more, one will be y will be number, and I simply just log here. Okay, so let's log simply that x and y. That's it. Now what I'll do simply, I will let's say have a points, right? So I'll do points, and these will have 10, 20, right? Now remember what will happen if I just call this with these points. And you might be thinking, okay, this is very interesting, this is giving me error here, right? So not points. So here we need to just spread this. See, now here you might be thinking, okay, this is very interesting, that okay, I'm only passing 2 parameters which is expecting, but still it is giving me error. Why? Because this is not a fixed number. This is very, very important. If you hover here, you can see spread argument must either have a tuple type or be passed to a REST parameter. Very, very, very important. So that means here we can add a command that this is not a fixed like number. I hope you're getting. So this is not a tuple, so this is not going to work, right? So to fix this, what we are going to do simply, so we need to do this. So we are going to fix the points. Remember, these things are a lot of things, right? We are learning, so you have to practice all of this. So what I'll do, I'll simply do 10, 20, but now I'm just going to make this one as const. Now this is the interesting part. So what I'm doing, just I'm making this one as read only. So that means these will be now fixed. You can't change this one. And now see what will happen. You just call draw with point fixed, and see, this is going to work. Now see how magically this is working, right? So now this is actually fixed, right? You can't change this one. So these things are very, very important. I hope this will give you a very good idea of using tuples, spread, rest, all these functionalities, right? Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's finish this section with return types. So now let's create one more. So I'm going to give this one as 16 and I'll do return types.ts. Some of the things we have already discussed, but I'm going to just explain some things, right? So first one is the inference, right? So when you have some local helpers, right, in that case what you can do, right, you can use the by default inference that TypeScript provides us. So what I mean by that, so let's say I simply have one function which is doing double function, and here I'll simply have, now remember here you need to mention that okay, this is a number, and now I'll simply just going to do n into 2. Here you don't have to mention any type. Why? Because whenever you are giving as number, so this actually knows that it will return number. I hope you are getting. So this is getting inferred, right? So here I'll just give this one as inference example. So this is the first thing. Then the second type will be the explicit return. When you should do that, you are going to do this one when you are going to export any function or there is a public functions. Very, very important. So right, so you have explicit return for exported or public functions. So let's say I'll just do export function, and maybe I'm just going to do to title, something like that, and this is returning a string, but here I'm going to explicitly mention that okay, this is going to return type will be also a string. So in that case maybe I'll just do let's say hello, and then I'll pass something here. Okay, so something like that. So this is the type of explicit return. This is based on the inference, right, which is handled by TypeScript. Then we also have one more very interesting thing. Let's say sometimes we want to return some default return, right? So how we are going to do that? So what I mean by that, that the parameter that we are getting, that is a different type, but the return type is different. So here let's say I have a function, and maybe I'll do boolean to number. Okay, just giving example, all this as an example. So this is going to receive a flag. Now this type is boolean, but here I'm going to return type will be number. In this case you have to mention, you should mention all of this, right? So how you are going to do that? So let's say I have a flag here, right? So my flag, if this is true, so I'm going to do what? So I'm going to return 1, right? And here if you see, if I hover here, functions lacks ending return statement, return types does not include undefined. So in that case what you need to do, in the else block I'm going to return always 0, and then the this error will be gone. If I return a string here, what will happen? It's going to give me error, correct? Just normal concepts. So this is another one. And then we have something called the async functions, where we are going to use promises, but that will come later, right? And also one more thing we can do, right? By default inference. By default inference means, let's say I have a async function, and here I'm just going to do load maybe count inferred. So here what I mean by this, let's say this is returning 42. So here you don't have to mention, because here what is happening, right? This is actually know that, see what is happening here. So this return type will be promise, and then it will going to resolve this, which will be return will be number. So which is fine. So in that case what you can do, simply let's say if I just do here that okay, load count inferred dot then, right, and this will be n, and maybe if you can just log this, and I'll just going to log this n here, right? And if you see, this is going to return me number. If I change this one to string, now if I go here, this is string. If I hover here, this is returning string. Now these things are actually important. So because we are using async here, so it will be automatically handled. So I hope this is going to clear. Now most of the return types will be roam around with these options already. Mostly you are going to either have inferred example where it is handled by TypeScript, or you are going to explicitly return this one. some of the example scenarios can be where you need to where you are receiving a parameter which is of a different type, but the return type is different, and then some of the by default ones. Okay, so with this we have completed this particular section. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's start another section. So now we are going to discuss interfaces and types. All the types I think we have already covered, but still it's very important topic. So let's create another file. So I'm going to give 017 and let's give interfaces basics, right? All right, the first thing we need to understand that what is actually an interface. Now this is a very important concept. So why? Because if you're working with React or any other framework, or wherever you're using TypeScript, you need to know the concept of interfaces and both types. So interfaces is nothing but it's like a named safe for your objects. So if I try to write here, so interface will be a named safe for objects. So this is the first thing, right? So that means what we are going to say whenever we are going to create an interface or write interface, that okay, I have this object and then I have these properties for this particular object. So this is the safe of that object. So let's create a simple interface, right? The first one. So I'm going to write an interface and then you have to give a name. So let's give this one as user333. Now I'm just giving a unique name because we are using the same variable multiple times, right? So that is the reason. You can change or you can write whatever you want here. Now let's start with ID. Now if you notice that whenever you have discussed the type, this is actually the same concept, but still you need to understand that where we are going to use interfaces and when we are going to use types. So first let's say I have a user will have an ID. So ID will have will be string. Now remember, I'm not giving the question mark here, so that is the that means that this ID is a mandatory field. Similarly, I have a name, I'll give a string, but in that case I have an email which can be optional, so I'll give a question mark. This is exactly same that we have done previously, which is a string. And then let's say I have another field which is a read-only field, and this is created at, and this will be a date type. So read only means this can't be reassigned. And now as usual, let's say if I take a user 333 where I'm going to give the type as user 333, which is the interface. This is the interface. I'm simply telling that okay, this user will have these shapes. Shape is nothing but the properties. It will have an ID which is mandatory, it will have a name which is mandatory, it will have an email which is optional, right? So email can be there, but it can't also be there. And then also we have a read-only value which is created at. Now if I give here, you can see that we're definitely going to get error because ID we need to give. So ID I'll give as 1, name I'm going to give as my name, and you can see that still we are getting error because created at we need to give. Why? Because even though it's a read-only field, but still we need to give the correct. So now we're not going to get any error, and email is optional. So here I need to give an email. So let's say I'll give xyz@gmail.com. so it's going to work. Even if you remove this, then it's going to work. And now it is at the end the same concept. So let's say if I make this one as number, it is going to give me error because we have given this one as string. If I change this one to number, this is going to work, right? So this is nothing but how you are shaping your object. Now let's understand one more thing, right? So let's understand how we are going to create a single inheritance or extends. What is the concept of extend, right? So now what I will do, right? So let's do one thing. So here what I'll do, I will create an interface, and here I'm going to give this interface name as admin 333. Now what this will do, right? This admin 333 is extending. So I'm going to give extend the user 333 interface, right? And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to give a permission property here which will be a string of array of a string. Okay, so now what I can do, right? So now if I let's say create an admin 333 where I'm going to give the type as admin 333, so that means this is not going to have all the properties inherit from user 333 interface, but also this will have a permissions which is mandatory. So now let's say if I'm going to copy this, right, and then I'll paste it here, make this one as 2, this will be Sangam as admin still you are getting error. Why? Because this permission is actually mandatory field. If I make this one as optional, then this error will not be there. But here I'm going to give a permission which will be here, this will be as an admin. Okay, so this is how you can create a single inheritance, right? You can also create multiple inheritance, right? So for example, let's say I will have another interface and I'm going to give this a name as, for example, with meta, something like that, right? And let's do this one. In this one I'm going to add a meta property, and let's make active as boolean, right? So this is another interface. Now what I can do, right, so I can create another interface and I can do something like admin with meta. Now this is not going to only extend the admin interface, the admin 333 interface, but as well as this is also going to extend the with meta 1 interface. So this is doing nothing but this is multiple inheritance, extend both A and B. Okay, and you can also check this one. So that's it. So now what I can do, right, so let's say I'm going to, okay, let's copy this and then I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to do admin with meta, and here instead of this I'm going to change this one to with, sorry, admin with meta interface, not this one. And you can see that you are going to get error because now this meta is a mandatory field, right? If this is optional, then this error will not be there. So now in this case what I need to do, I need to add a meta property, and in this one I need to have an active which will be true. Okay, something like that. If I change this one to string, again you are going to get error because active is a boolean property. So this is all about the concepts of interfaces, right? So when this is very helpful, so it is actually great for modeling objects, right? Steps that may be extended, right? Or if I talk in a different term, that will be like augmented, right? So it's like extended, you want to extend. So for example, here I'm extending both the interfaces. So this is a very important concept. You should do practice a lot because you are going to mostly use interfaces a lot if you are working with especially front-end project like let's say working with Angular or React. This is very helpful, right? So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now let's start with types. Although we have done types multiple times, but in the next one we need to understand what is the difference between interfaces and types. So that is the reason this lecture is also important. So here what I'll do, simply I'm going to give this one as type aliases, right? Okay, the first one is that we need to understand that when we are going to use types. First of all, you can also use types same as how you are doing for interfaces for object shapes. You can definitely do that. So this is similar to, right, interfaces. Second, you can do this one for union types, right? Very helpful. Let's see, you have something like A or B, and then you have something called intersection types. These also you have checked, right? So that means this is like A and B. Then you have something called function types that we are going to see later, but for now you understand that it's like type is more general than interfaces, right? So it's exactly same. So for example, I have one type and then I'll just take maybe a person, right? So I'll do person 1, and this person will have something called ID. Let's say this is string. This person has an address. This is also a string, and this is also, this person also has some salary. This is numbered, just giving some example. Okay, that's it. So now you can just create a person from this, right? So you can just give const and you'll do person 1, the type is person 1, and then you're going to give ID as 1, then you'll give address as address, and then you're going to give salary as 1 2 3 4. So it's exactly same, nothing to be discussed. Then next we are going to have the union type aliases, right, where interfaces can't do this. So what I mean by this, let's say I have a type. Okay, now why these things are very important in terms of TypeScript concept, because you need to understand that when you are going to use type and when interfaces. My focus is actually there only. So don't think like we are doing the same thing again and again. I know interfaces and types are almost similar, but the understand part is that how you are going to differentiate both in a practical project. That is the main thing here. It's not like you know the concept of interfaces and aliases both. The point is even after knowing the concept, whether you are able to apply those concepts or not. That is the important part. So here let's say I have the status, and then I'll take, maybe I have a new status, or I have a paid status, or I have a pending status, right? So this is where it is very helpful. So what you can do, right, so now I can take a function, and let's say I have a next action check, something, anything random, where I will receive a parameter and the type will be the status, and let's say this is returning type will be string. Now the point is here, this is, it can be very helpful, right? So let's say I have a switch where I'm going to switch the status, and here I can take this one as, say, new. See how this is coming, right? So in that case I'm going to return something, maybe return new. Then I have one more case, and here I'm going to do what? So I'm going to do paid, so I'm going to return paid, and then I have pending, right? And then what else? I think this is fine. And for default also you're going to return something called let's say let's return default. Now the main understanding point is that when, in which context I'm actually applying this. So this is the first thing, right? Also I think we have already discussed that we also can have something called the merge requirements, right? So for example, let's say I have a type to merge, I'll do to merge one. So this is one type where I have a price, which is number, and let's say I have a one more type, I'll do to merge 2, and here I'm going to do stock, and let's take this one as number. And now I'm going to do type merged product info. So what I can do, I can simply take what I think we have discussed, right? So let's say I'm going to take the person one, and I'll do and to merge, and I'm going to do, sorry, this will be person one to merge, and then this will be to merge 2, right? So this is what we can actually do here. And now based on this you can create a object, right? So this, now this merged product info will have all the person objects or properties. To merge means it will also have the price and also the stocks. So now understand that in which context we are using this, that this is similar to interfaces only. For object steps you can use, union types you can use, intersection types you can use, and also it's something called function types. In all you can use types. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's understand what is the difference between interfaces and types, right? And this can be a really important interview questions also. So here what I'm going to do, right, I will just create one file. So I'll do interfaces versus types. Okay, the first one, as I already mentioned, right, that you need to understand that when you are going to pick interface, when you are going to pick types. First is interface actually based for your object shapes, right? So I will just do here that interface is actually based for object shapes. Now object shapes that you expect to extend, I already mentioned the concept of extends, right, in the previous lecture. So that means here we can write that object shapes that you expect to extend. So this is the first thing. And here this is very important, interfaces actually supports declaration merging. So what I mean by that, so let's say I added one interface and I can reopen the same interface with the same name. So that means I'll do supports declaration merging. Type on the other side, it's like more general, right? So I already mentioned that you can use for objects, you can use for unions, intersections, function, primitives also. So these I will do, types will be more general, where you can use for objects, you can use for unions, you can use for intersections, etc., right? And also functions also. Now here one thing is extremely important, this cannot be reopened, means you don't have a no merging opportunity here. So means no merging. Okay, so now let's understand, right? So let's say I will have an interface. Let's give this one as box1, and this box1 has a width which is number. Now what I can do here, right, I can reopen the same interface. Okay, very important. So I can write here again that okay, this is my another interface with the same name, and now I'm going to add a different property. So I'm going to do okay, this interface will also have a number, and you can see that you are not getting any error, and this is what is called declaration merging. Means you can reopen it and you can add more properties. So now you see, if I just go here and create, I'll do box demo, and then I'll do box 1, and see I can add width and also I can add height. Okay, if I make this an optional and remove this, you're not going to get any error. Okay, so this is what called declaration merging. On the other side, if I try to do, let's say I'll have a type, what I can do, something like maybe bag, right? So let's say a bag will have a size which is number, and now what I'm going to do, let's say I'll do type bag, and now I will do color string, and now see what is happening. You're getting error, right? Duplicate identifier bag means you cannot redeclare a type alias name. So you can't redeclare type alias name. This is the important part here, right? So these things you need to understand. And I think we have already seen the concepts, right, that you can use types for unions, intersection. I'm not going to repeat, or else it will be repetitive, but the main thing you need to understand that whenever you're going to do any kind of object steps, right, try to use interfaces. Like again, it's not like this is good, this is bad. I already mentioned both are actually correct. Interfaces also you can use, types you can use, but types is more general. You can use for unions, intersection, but in case you want to extend some properties, in that case you need to use interfaces. You can't do the same with types. So this is the main key differences between interfaces and types. This is also another important question, so I'm going to repeat once again. So try to practice and memorize these things. Now with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now let's understand the index signatures. So let's create one more file, and I'm going to do index signatures. Okay, see, I think both I already discussed in the previous one, but this one I'm going to do little in depth. So what I mean by index signature is, right, so for example, let's say you have some situation where what you need to do, right, you have some string that you need to use as keys, and those keys has to be mapped to number values. So I'm just giving one example. This can be with any types, right? So what I mean by that, so for example, let's say I'm going to create a type, and let's give this one as number something like this. And here what I'm going to do, so here I have some dynamic keys which I'll give this one name as key, k, which can be anything, and the type will be string here, and the value that will be mapped to this, that will be a number. Okay, so this is what I mean by this. So this is a index signature. Here what we are doing, we are simply telling that okay, I have the keys are string type, and every key is mapped to a number value. Okay, so now let's say if I try to do something called counters, which is typed as number this type, and here I'll just take empty object, and then what I can do, right, simply I can take these counters, and inside these I can do anything, something like, let's say any key I can take, but the value has to be number. So now you're not getting error. But if I just give this one as string, you're going to get error. If I give this one as boolean, you are going to get error. Okay, so that means this has to be the type that you mentioned here clearly. The same thing you need to follow. Similarly, I can also do like counters. Let's say I have comments. So comment is 2. Then I have counters, something like shares, right? And let's say this is 100. So this is how we are going to do it. Now what is the alternative way you can do that? Something called record. So what I mean by this, so let's say what I can do, right, so I will take one more type here, and here I'll take let's take matrix, and let's take a record. Now what I will do right here, I'm going to give some finite number of keys set. What is the advantage? It is much more tighter and safer. So what I'm telling that, okay, this record either will be having likes, I think this also I have discussed, or this is going to have views, or this is going to have shares, and the type will be number. So the key will be likes, the value will be number. Same, it can be views, it will be a number value. It can be shares, it can be number value. What is the advantage? This is much more tight. Tight means it's like finite, right? It can be only these three, nothing extra. If I try to give anything extra, we are going to get an error. And here this is also much more safer. So let's see, if I just take a something like and then map this onto matrix, and then what I can do, I can simply take likes, which is 1, views we can take 100, then we have shares, we can take 23, something like that. This is going to work. Now remember one thing, although you think that these things are, if you're thinking right that these things are not important, believe me, this is very very important. If you're working with React especially, you are going to face lot of situation where you are going to use record. So these things you need to understand. So now one more thing I can show you, that where you have something called dynamic keys at runtime. So in that case what you can do, right, instead of using record you can use map. So let's say just do a here price map, and then what you can do, right, you'll simply take a new map, and here you can just give the type. So okay, this will be a string, and here that this will be number, right? So this will be my map. And in this case what you can do, now I can simply do and set, right? So I'll do set, and then I'll do likes, the value will be 1, something like that. So you can also use map, but you need to understand that where you are going to use that. So these things are important. What else is there? You can also make use of optional values for these partial maps. What I mean by that, so let's say I will take one more type here, okay, and this type I'll just do something like what I'll do, lose map, and here I'm going to take a record. This will be string and this will be number, but this number can also be undefined, right? So these things you need to keep in mind. Now if I just do const, maybe let's do lm, which is mapped to this lose map, and in this case what you can do, right, you can do lm of the, so the key will be string, right? So lm of x, and you can just simply take this one as undefined also. So this is going to work because you have mentioned this one, or else this is going to give you error. Okay, I hope you're getting, right? The same thing you can do lm of y, this will be equal to 100. So this is also going to work because you have given the number. So these things you need to understand. So if I try to give you some of that, when you are going to pick what, so first you need some kind of arbitrary keys. You are going to use either use index signature or use map. You already know that I have finite number of keys, so these will be limited, only these three. In that case use record. Okay, this is very very important. So with this we have covered the concept of index signatures, record, and also maps. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now this one will be a very important lesson. So in this one we are going to see that how we are going to use Typeof operator, okay, for different primitive types or unions, or let's say you are using some class based values. So how we are going to use instanceof, and then let's say you are using array dates, then we are going to use array.isArray methods or instance of date. So what I'll do, right, let's create one more file. I'll do Typeof. Okay, the first one, let's create a function and let's do describe Typeof, something like that. And here what I am going to do, right, so this is going to receive a parameter. Now remember, I actually don't know that what the type will be. So in that case, let's say I don't know, so I will keep this one as unknown. Okay, now remember, I'm not giving any here. This is the important part. I already mentioned this one, right? And this is we'll see that how we are going to use Typeof for primitives. And here what I'll do, right, so let's say I'm just log here, and then what I'm going to do, right, so I'll do describe Typeof, and then first I'm going to pass a string type, then copy this, then let's paste it. Let's for one for number, then one for I'll do boolean, one for what else, big int we'll do, one for symbol, one for undefined, one for function, and then what else we have for null and also for object. All this possible, right? So I'm going to do this on object. Let's keep this one as null. What else? This I'm going to keep a simple function just, and then for this one let's make this one as undefined. Undefined also is very important. Here I'm going to do, let's do a symbol and anything, right? I'll just pass my name, and then what else, this will be let's give a 10n big int, then I'm going to do a boolean, this will be, and this will be a number. Awesome. So now what I want you to do, right, for every function call that we are doing, we have a different primitive types that we are calling, right? What we are going to do, right, we need to actually check inside this that based on this type, if it is string we are going to return string, if it is number we are going to check number, and then based on that we are going to do certain operation. It doesn't mean like we are going to return string every time, it's like how we are going to check it. And remember we have given here unknown. So let's start with the first one. So first, whenever is a string we are going to use a Typeof, and then I'm going to do if the Typeof is a string. Now remember these things are extremely important, you believe me or not. I work multiple projects, like I'm talking from my professional experience, right, where you actually don't know, you're going to face these kind of scenarios that you actually don't know that what kind of type that you're going to receive, and you're going to specifically or explicitly going to check that okay, I need to check the Typeof of X. If it is string I'm going to do that, if it is number I'm going to do that. So don't take these things lightly if you are going to learn TypeScript properly, right? It's very important. So let's say I'm going to return string. For now I'm just going to return string, not going to return the this number, this X and everything, which is okay. And I just wanted to give you all the Typeof. So I'm going to again do if, and then I'm going to do if it is Typeof X is equal to what. So I'm going to check if it's a number, you're going to return number, right? So let's say return this. Then what else, we are going to have the boolean. So I'll simply check if the Typeof X is boolean, I'm going to return something, so I'll return true. Then what else, we have the big int. So what will be the Typeof of big int? So it will be big int only, right? So I'm going to return let's say I'll return big int, right? Or you can also return something like maybe 2n, right? I'm just giving an example. Then what else, we also have the Typeof. Next we are calling Typeof symbol. So here we are going to simply check if the Typeof X is equal to what, symbol. We are going to return symbol. Then we are also going to have if the Typeof X is undefined. This is also important, right? You are going to specifically check if it is undefined. I think undefined and null scenarios are very common, you're going to face a lot. Then we are going to also check if the Typeof X is equal to what, function. You're going to return, let's say, function or whatever you want to return, right? Then the end. So we have remaining two possibilities, one is object, one is null. Now you all know that in JavaScript there is an error, right? In JavaScript the type of null is actually object. So let's see, if you don't want to return object, what you need to do, can you guess? So you need to explicitly check here if the X is equal to null. This is very important. So you are going to return null. I hope you are getting. And then at the end I'm going to return object. Why? Because that is the last thing is left. Now again you can definitely check if the type of X is objects. So I want you to understand the differentiate between null and object, right? The type of null is actually object, and you can clearly see this if I just go here, right? And if I just open a console and just do here type of null, and you're going to see this one as object. So type of null is object. But if you don't want to return object, definitely you are going to return null. So you need to specifically check it. You can't check it with type of, because type of X is type of null is object. So this is the first thing. Next we have another important, we can also something called arrays. We have dates and also we have errors, right? Errors also we are going to use. So how we are going to do all of this? So let's take one more function. I'm going to do info, and here I'm going to again receive a let's do z, and I'm going to return unknown again. And now I'm going to just log these. What we'll do, right? Let's log, maybe let's call with info, and first I'm going to call with this array. Then I'm going to call info with new date. Then I'm also going to call info with new error. Okay, what else? We also have maybe let's return some random value, right? So let's return let's call with a function also. So now how we are going to handle? Now this is also very simple, right? The array one is very simple. So you should always give this check that if this is array.isArray, so you're confirmed that okay, this is an array. So if this is array, so I'm going to return an array, just giving an example. Or I want to return the this will be z, I want to return the z back. Now how we are going to check date? So date is very simple. What you need to do, you need to check if this is z, the input that you are getting, if this is instanced of what? If this is instance of date. Okay, so if this is instance of date, you are going to return, let's say I'm going to return a new date. Okay, next we are going to have the error. Same, if z is instance of error, very important these things, and I'm pretty sure if you're a beginner and you have seen these kind of things, you'll be confused. And with these kind of concepts that I'm actually teaching here, right, this will clear all your doubts. You just have to practice all of this. I'm pretty sure you have seen this on multiple times in a React project if you have worked in React, or let's say in Node.js project, right? So here let's say I want to return a new error, anything, right? XYZ. Then what will be the else? Now in the else part, because we already have checked all this, so I'm going to return other types. Now again, it's up to you. You can check object and everything that I've already showed you. The main thing is you to understand these things, right? That how we are going to use and in which scenario. Alright, so I think that's all for this particular lecture. I think this is very important that you need to understand how you're going to use the Typeof for primitives and also for arrays, objects, dates, errors. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one. So next we are going to understand two things that will be very quick. One is the in operator that I think we have already discussed in the previous sections, and second will be what is optional nullish. Okay, so let's see how we will do that. So let's create one more file here. So I'll do 022 and let's give in, and then I'll do optional let's do nullish.ts. Okay, so in operator is very simple. So what is the use of in operator? First let's understand that. So you need to use in operator when you want to narrow unions of object types that is based on properties existence. Okay, so what I mean by this, so let's say I have a type, okay, and let's give this one type as maybe in example 1, and here what I'll do, right, I'm going to take a role, and let's do one thing here. What we can do simply, so let's give the role as in example 1, and then I'll be having a permissions, and I'm going to keep this one as a string. Then we will take one more, so I'll do in example 2, and I'm going to do a role as same, so let's do in example 2, and then here I'm going to do a expires at, let's do this one as date. Okay, and now what I'll do, right, I'm going to do type, and then I'm going to do user example, and this user can be either in example 1 or it can be in example 2. Now you can also take this one as admin user, so that for one role will be admin, for one role will be users, which is okay. Now what I need to do, let's say I have a function, okay, and this function is going to describe the user. So I'm going to do describe user example, and what will be the type? I think you don't have to guess it, it's very simple. So it will be the user example. So user example is doing a union where it is either in example 1 or in example 2. So I will take a parameter, and here the type will be user example. And now what I need to do, right? So now let's say I want to check that if the current user that I'm getting as input, which is you here, whether this has a permission property or not. Why? If this is a permission properties exist, then only I'll be able to understand very clearly that okay, this is in example 1. If permission property don't have, that means I can clearly understand this is in example 2. I hope you are getting, right? You can also make this one as admin or user. So let's make this one as admin, or let's do this one as user if this is tricky to understand. So now what I'll do, simply I'm going to do if, and I'm going to do, remember this is very important, so I'm going to do if this permissions. Now I'm going to use in, okay, in where? In the property that I am receiving here, or the parameter which is u. If this permissions property exists in u, so in that case I can simply understand that this is a admin user. So I'm going to do return, I'm going to return admin, and let's say now if you see what will happen if I do u dot, right, you are going to get the permissions. Remember, permission don't have here, so you can do permissions, and let's say I want to use join, and I can join with comma. Else, if anything else, that means this is admin user, so whatever extra case will be, that will be normal users, right? So I can do return, and maybe let's say I want to return user here, okay. And if you want, let's do something like this. So I'll do u dot. Now see, you are getting expire set. See, so now expire set is nothing but this is for the normal user. So I'll do expire set, and then I'll do, let's say, 2 ISO string, okay. So that's it. And then let's say if I want to log this, and I'll just do describe user example, and here what I'm going to do, so maybe I'm going to pass a role, and I'm going to pass role as admin. See, it's coming, and now here you can't pass created at. Remember, if you pass created at, this will give error because these in example 1 don't have the created at property. So this has a permission. See how this is happening. And if you just pass here, let's say user, and now you will see that you'll be getting, you're not getting, okay, so you need to get expired set, sorry, not created at, expired set, right? So now if I, let's say, try to call admin here, and then I'm going to do permissions, and let's give the permission as maybe read, and this will work. So this is, I just want to quickly explain that how you're going to check or make use of in operator. I hope this will make things clear. Moving to the next one, what is called optional nullish, right? So what is mean by that, and what is the main uses of that? So the main idea will be is to avoid runtime crashes. Now what I mean by that, now when you are going to access deep properties in an object, what I mean by deep properties, let's say you have an object A has a object B which has another object C, and then you are accessing one property which is called D. So you need to check all of this, right? And if something breaks in the runtime, so your application can break. So here what you are going to do, you are going to make use of optional nullish concept, right? So here what I will explain that what is the difference between nullish. So nullish actually we usually write with this, and then we also have something called falsy. So this is called like this, right? And then we have something called optional chaining. Optional chaining is different. So optional chaining is nothing but, let's say you have an object and then you want to do optional. So here this is called optional, and then you will do dot, and then you are accessing property like A, right? So these things we are going to understand. So first let's start with optional chaining, right? I'm going to take a type, and then I'm going to do a profile. I'll give n3 or something, and here this profile will have a name which will be string, and this is also going to have a contact, okay, and this is optional. Now remember, this is optional, and here I will have another property which is email. This is also optional, and then this will be type as string, okay. So now what I'll do, right, I'll create two profiles. So I'll do let's do p1 in3, and the type will be profile in3, and here I'm going to simply pass a name will be, let's say, John. Okay, and contact is optional, right? So if I remove this, then only you'll get error. So for now you will not get any error. And now I have one more object which is called p2 in3, and this is also type will be same, so profile in3. And but for this one, let's say I have a name which will be Ben. Then I'm also going to have a contact will have email, and then I'll do ben@ or 123@gmail.com. So now what will happen, right? So let's say you are not using optional chaining. If you try to access p1 is nothing but, let's say, this one dot contact. Now remember, contact don't have here, right? We don't have contact property here. And then you are doing something like p1 in3. I'm just giving example, dot contact dot email. Now these actually can crash if you directly call like this. See, possibly undefined. I will say I'm more than 95% sure, if you have worked with TypeScript project previously, you have got this error, right? That this is possibly undefined. And this is possible. Why? Because this is optional property, and it is definitely possible, right, that you don't have the contact property at all. So what you are going to do, you will make use of optional chaining, and that is very, very simple. And you see it actually automatically coming. So if I do p1 in3, right, see it p1 in3 dot contact, and then the moment I'll do dot email, you'll see what will happen. See, this is getting added automatically. This is the optional chaining. So now what I can do, let's say I am going to check email 1 in3, and then here what I'll do, simply I'll do p1 in3 dot contact dot email. So I need to use this optional chaining, right? And the same thing you can do for email 2 in3. So I'll do p2 in3 dot contact dot email. So I'll be getting this. If you remove this, you are going to get error. Okay, so this is one very, very important concept that you need to understand. Now let's see what I'm talking about, the nullish operator and the OR operator that I mentioned, right? These two. We have these two. Okay, now let's understand clearly. Now what is this operator? Now this actually uses, I'm going to write the definition, this uses the right hand default only, right, when the left is null or undefined. So this is the definition. So this is going to use the right hand default if the left is undefined or null. What about this one? So this is going to uses the default when the left is any falsy value. Very, very important. This is any falsy value. Now what I talk about, or when I'm talking about the falsy value, what I mean, it can be 0, it can be empty string, or let's say what else it can be. It can be also null, it also can be undefined, and also it can be not a number in NaN, right? So these two things you need to understand. Now let's see how we will do, right? So maybe I'm going to create one const, and let's do something like count from server something in3, and here these either can be number or this can be null, and then I'm giving 0. Okay, now here this is a legitimate 0, right? Now I'm going to do maybe level, let's do level from server in3, and for this one what I'll do, right, let's make this one as string or undefined, and let's give this one as empty string. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, I'll create two variables. I'll give something like a in3, and here what I'll do, I'm going to do equals. Now see this one very, very carefully. I'm going to do this one will be either count from server in3, and then I'm going to give the operator, and then I'm going to give here 100. Now what will happen here? Can you guess? Now this is going to keep, so I'll give comment here, this is going to keep the 0. Why? Because this is 0 here. Now remember I told this is uses the right hand default only when the left side is null or undefined. So here it is not null or undefined, right? It's 0, so it's going to keep the 0. We can also test it, right? So let's see if I just log here, right? So let's do log an3, save this, and let's open a terminal, clear this, and I'm going to do node dist /022 hyphen underscore optional nullish dot js. Okay, it's not able to find something we have done wrong, is it? We need to run the npm run dev, sorry, my bad. So I'll do npm run dev. Now this will work. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's clear this and enter. See, you are getting 0. Very, very important. Okay, so you will be getting 0 here. So this is going to keeps the 0. Now what I'll do, right, let's create one more. So I'll do const, I'll do bn3, and for this one I'm going to do count from server n3, and or I'm going to do 100. So what will happen? Can you guess? So what I means, use the default when the left is any false value. Now in this case, now this is 0, so this is going to keep the 100. Okay, so let's say I'm going to do keeps the 100. Save this and see what will happen. I need to log this, my bad. So let me log this an3 and bn3. See, it's keeping the 100. Okay, I hope this will make the things clear, right? So this thing is very, very important, that when you are going to use the these two operators, so here and the or one, and then when you are going to use the optional chaining. I hope this will make things clear, but again, based on situation wise, you are going to apply this concept. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to start a new section, which is very, very important, and that is called generics, right? So generics are one of the most important concepts that you need to know if you are working with TypeScript. So let's start with the first one. Okay, so let's start with intro, and we'll do it step by step. So I'll do generics intro.ts. Alright, the first thing we need to understand that what are the goals for this particular section and what are the things that we are going to learn. First of all, we'll understand what is a type parameter is. Okay, so understand what is type parameter. Okay, so here the type parameter I'm talking about something like this, right? What this actually is and how this is works for variable for types, right? Second, we are going to understand that how TypeScript infers this t or type parameter from your arguments automatically. Very, very important. So please note it down. You can also get these kind of questions in interview if you're giving any TypeScript interview, that how TypeScript infers this t or type parameter from your arguments automatically. Okay, now let's start with okay, let's understand what is the model or mental model for this, right? So here if someone asks you, okay, tell me what is actually generics from definition wise, so it tells something like this, that generics is a function, right? A generic is a function where the types are blanks and then you fill the types later. So if I try to explain this on a more simple way, so it will be like is a function where the types, so where the types are blanks, this is important, so where the types are blanks, and that you fill in later. So this is the concept. you need to understand. So it's like the type that you are writing, that this is like a placeholder. This is the key point. So this is a placeholder, and then when you're going to call the function, TypeScript tries to figure out that what this t should be based on the argument that you are passing. Very, very important, right? So it's a placeholder, but when I'm going to call the function, TypeScript will try to understand, okay, whether I'm passing a string or number or what kind of arguments I'm passing here, and based on that it will behave like that, right? So here TS will try to understand what t should be. Now let's understand with a simple example. I'm going to write a function. Now do this one very carefully and give more concentration in this particular section, because it is very, very important actually. And here what I'm going to do, right? So I'm going to give my type parameter here, and then what I'll tell, right, okay, I'm going to receive a x, right? X will be also type as t, and then I'm going to return the type as t. And then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to return x. Now what this is doing, this is like a identity function. What is identity function? So here you are going to return what you are passing, see, but these you don't know that what actually the type here. So when TypeScript will see this function, what actually TypeScript sees there actually, right? So it will understand, okay, it will look at the argument and it is going to infer t. So it's going to infer t. So what I mean by infer t means if I try to call the id function with a number, so what will happen? Then TypeScript will understand, okay, t is a number. If I try to pass id and then call a string here, right, then okay, TypeScript will understand, okay, t is a string. I hope you are getting. This is how it's going to automatically inferts the type here, and this is an extremely important concept, right? And now you don't have to do like this. This is also important. So let's say if I try to call id and then here you are going to pass number and then you will call 5. You don't have to do that. Why? We have learned the first concept in TypeScript, that is these things TypeScript will automatically handle by inference, right? So TypeScript is going to do the inference for you. You don't have to do that, right? So here you just have to pass like this. TypeScript will automatically understand this is a number, this is a string. So now let's say if I try to do const and x, y, z, z, something like that, and then I'm going to call id and I'm going to call 5, right? And then you can simply just log here, right? So I'm going to log x, y, z, z plus 1. Save this, and then I'm going to run this, and I wanted to show you that this is working fine. So here what I'll do, right, I'm going to remove this. So I'll do 03 underscore generics intro. So you're getting 6. I hope you're getting, right? So now if I try to, okay, let's log one more here. So I'm going to log id and I'm going to pass my name here. Now this time this is a string. Call. Now I'll call and change this one to a array. Save this. See, this is cool, right? This is very, very useful. Lot of times you're going to use mostly generics, right? Now I will show you one more example that there can be possibility or situation where you are having a functions that returns types derived from the input. So what I mean by that, so let's create a function and I'm going to give what name I'll give. Let's give a first gen, anything. Here I'll take the type parameter, and inside this I'll be having an array, and let's say this is type of array, and what I'm going to return, right, I'm going to either return t or I'm going to return undefined. And what I'll do, right, I'm going to return array of 0th element. Now what is actually happening here, right? So this function is going to return either a value of t, so it's returning either a value of t or it is returning undefined if the array is empty. Okay, so this is also another example. So now what will happen, right, here if you try to just log, maybe let's do something like first gen, and then I'm going to call array of 1, 2, 3, 4. Save this and see what will happen. Let's clear this. You're getting 1. 1. Why? Because you are the first element you are returning. If you change this one to 1, you will be getting 2. Okay, so this also you can do. Now what else we can do? Okay, I'm going to give you one more important example, that how you're going to preserve precise info using generics, right? So now what will happen, right? Let's create a function, and then I'm going to give this one as wrap. And what I'll do, okay, let's give the type first, and here I'm going to give a value, and the value will be let's give this one as t. And what I'll do, right, this is going to return a value of t, and I'm going to return the value. Okay, now what actually we are doing here, if we don't use generics, so I'll do without generics. So here without generics, here if you call this x, so this will be unknown, right? So this is unknown here. So what you're losing here, you're losing the specificity, right? But with generics, what is happening, so you know the type, right? So that means if I just give here x, which is type of t, and it is going to return t, that means what you are doing, you are keeping the exact type, right? So this is another important concept. So now for the basic part, I think this will be more than enough. What I want you to concentrate is that what is the definition and what actually this is doing. So what we are doing, we are simply this is a type parameter where TypeScript is going to infer the t from your arguments automatically, right? So what type you are passing, based on that it is going to understand that if this is a number, it will be a number, if this is a string, it will be a string, and so on. So now let's move on to the next one. We are going to understand some more concept on this. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's understand what is actually generics constants, right? So how we are going to use that. So I'm going to create one more file here, and let's give this one as generics constants. Okay. Now let's do one thing. First of all, we need to understand what actually we are doing here, right? So see, we have understood in the previous part that we usually use generics, and for that one we are going to use something called as type parameter, right? Here what we are going to do, right, we are going to constant this t so that only certain steps are allowed. Now we are going to see what actually mean by that. So basically we are simply telling that if I'm using t is going to extend x. Okay, so now what happened, what actually, also one more thing, we are also going to understand what is called as key constants, right? So key constants, so what actually is this? So something like, so we have k that extends keyof t. Now this is also very important. So what I mean by this, so here we are simply telling that this k that we are using must be a key of t, right? So k actually extending the key of t, so k must be a key of t, right? Now why this is very helpful. So if we don't give any constant, so what will happen, t can be anything, right? Now here we are simply telling, now in that case I will give you a very practical example. Let's say you have a function and you are using generics, and you are calling that function, and inside that function you are using a property called length property, so something like dot length. Now why this is actually not good practice to not use any constant, because let's say now I have the capacity of calling the function with different types, right? So I can call with that function by passing string, I can call the function with arrays, and same way I can call the same function with number, right? I hope you are getting what I mean. Now number doesn't have a length property, so what will happen, this can break, right? So there you are going to get some kind of issues. So that is the reason what we will do, simply we are going to we are going to give some constant that if I'm using this t is going to extend and then we are going to add some kind of constant there, and it will be easy to understand if I give you some example, right? So let's say how we are going to do that. So now what I'll do, right, I have a function, and let's say I have something like length n4. I'm just giving any name, and here inside this what I'll do, right, I'm going to give, okay, this is, we are going to receive a t or type parameter which is going to extend what. So this is going to extend, inside this I'm going to give length which will be number. Okay, so this is very, very important. So what we are doing, we are simply extending this t to this length number, and here what I'm going to do, when I'm going to receive any argument in this particular function, for example, let's say I'm going to receive something like xn4 which will be type as t, and then I'm going to, let's say, return type will be my number. And what I can do now, if I return this, so if I do xn4 dot, you see what you're getting. I hope this will make things clear, right? So that means now we are simply telling that, okay, whatever t that I'm actually passing here, that will have a length property, something like that. So if I just go here and log this, and let's say I'm going to call this length n4 function, and with hello, this is going to work, right? Same way, let's say if I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to call this one with array. So array also will have what? Length, right? So here I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. Similarly, I can also call this with function. So how we are going to do that? So simply I'm going to give a length, and let's give this as 10, and then I'm also going to add one more property which will be tag, something like okay, and then now what I'll do, I will do this. So now here I'm going to call this with 1, 2, 3, and see what you are getting. So you are getting error. Why? Because if I hover here, the argument of type number is not assignable to a parameter type length. Because why? Because number doesn't have length. As simple as that. I hope this will make things clear. So this is where this generic constant concept comes into picture. Okay, now let's see what is key constants, right? So I already mentioned key constant is nothing but you are simply writing that key extending the key of t, means k must be a key of t. Okay, so let's see how this is work. So I'm going to take a type. Let's take this one as user n6, and here what I'm going to simply do, so let's say I have a id of string, and then I'm also going to have a name which also will be a string, and then I'm going to have an age which will be a number. And now what I'm going to do, right, so now I'm going to do function. So let's give this one name as maybe what I can do, user, let's do user n6 extract, anything. So now here what I'll do, right, okay, this is going to receive a t. Second, it is going to receive a k which will be a key, and this is the important part here, and this k is going to extend the key of t, this t here that we are receiving here. Okay, now keep this one in mind, how this is very, very important concept. Now what I'll do, right, now let's say this key we are returning as receiving as an array. So I'll just give this one as array n4, and the type will be of t. Now this will be an array. Okay, now second thing, we are going to receive a key, right? Remember, this is the one, right? So we're also going to receive a key. Now key, I'm going to give this one as, let's say, key n4, and this key will be what type? This key will be type of this k, which is actually extending the key of t. Now we'll see what actually this is happening if this is a little confusing. And what I'm going to return, let's say I'm going to return an array will be of t of k. Now what I'm going to do, right, now let's say I'm just simply going to return array input. So I'm going to take this, okay, and then I'm just going to do a map, and then let's say I'll take an item, and then what I'll do, right, I'll do item of this key here, okay, and then I'll pass it here. That's it. Okay, now what I'll do, right, okay, we are receiving some error. Okay, this will be capital K, sorry. Alright, so now let's see how this is happening in the action. So I'm going to do const, and I'll do user, what I'll do, users n6, and here I'm going to give the type as user n6, which is this type. This will have an id, name and number, right, and this will be an array. And here I'm going to receive what, so let's say I have an id will be 1, and then let's say I'll have a name. I'm going to give this one as name, and then I'm also going to give an age which will be 22, for example. For second one, for second object, what I'll do, right, So I'll take a ID will 2 and I'll take a name, I'll give name 2, but I don't take any age here. Alright, and now what I'm going to do, right, so I'll just do a log, and then I'm just going to do user n6 extract. And now here how we are going to call this. Now let's say if I call two things I need. The first of all, I need this user because this is going to receive an array which will be t of array here, right? So I'm going to pass this user n6. Now second thing, this is going to receive a key which extends the key of t. Now key of t means this has to be present here. Now let's say I'm going to pass this ID here. So I'm going to pass this user n6 and then comma I'm going to pass this ID, and you can see that you are not going to get any error. Very important, right? So that means what this will return, this is going to return as a string of array. Now same thing, I can just console this here, and instead of ID, if I just give control space, you can see we are getting age here, right? Age is also not going to give any error. Why? Because here you can see age is not present, so it will be either numbered or undefined. But what will happen if I just give any other which is not present here? For example, let's say address, and now you are going to get error because this address is not present in the key of this here, this array. I hope now this will make things clear. So what I was simply telling that, okay, whatever key I'm going to receive, that has to be present in this t. Okay, so let's pass name here. Okay, so this is the concept of generics constant. I hope this will make things clear. Try to practice more, and after applying in project, right, you will see after you do 5-10 times you will be automatically habituated. So now let's move on to the next one. All right, so moving to the next one. So in the previous one we have already seen that what is the concept of generic constant, right? So now we are going to do the same thing, but it will be kind of a homework. Okay, so what are you going to do, right? So I will show you that how we are going to do generics get props, and also we are going to set values. Okay, so get and set. So what I do, so let's create one more file here, and let's do this one as generics underscore, let's do get prop .ts. Okay, so first thing what I will do, I think we have already know the concept. So first I'm going to take a simple type. Let's do user n7, and this will have an ID of string. Then we are going to have a name type will be string, and also we are going to have an email which will be optional, and I'm going to keep the type as string, right? So what I mean by this, if this is optional means t, if I'm taking the type parameter, so t of email includes undefined, right? So now what I'll do simply, so we'll see how we are going to get the values based on the keys, right? And now this part we have already seen, so this will be kind of repetitive, but the reason why I'm going to show you the same thing again, because we are going to also understand how we are going to set values. So now I'm going to take a function, and let's do get user n7, and here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to take the t, right, and here I'm going to do a k, and now this k is going to extend what, key of t, right? And then what we'll receive, we are going to receive the object. Let's do n6, and which will be type will be t, and then we are going to also receive the key. Let's give this one as, let's do n7, and I'm going to do key n7, and this will be k. And here what I'm going to do, simply I'll do t of k, we are going to return, right? So that means what I need the values based on the key. Okay, as simple as that. So now what we will simply return, we'll return that if I'm getting the object passing here, so object of this key will give me what, it is going to give me the values, right? And again this will be capital K, right? So this is what I need. So now for example, let's say I'm going to create a user, so I'll do user n7, and here what I'll do, which the type will be of user n7, so I'm going to have an ID of user1, let's do, and let's do a name as my name. Okay, so now if I just want to get the ID value, how I'm going to do this, so I'm going to simply do const, I'll do ID value of n7, and this will be get user n7. Let's make this one as get user prop n7, and then we are going to pass two things. The first thing, we are going to pass the user, which is user n7, and then I need to pass the key. Now remember this key, now here is the interesting part or important part here. This key has to be the key of this particular object. So it can be either ID, it can be either name, or it can be either email, right? So if I try to give here, so you can see that you are already getting this. So that means if I just give ID here, so we are going to get the ID value, which is string. Similarly for it will be name value you can get, and same for email. Email, it can be undefined also. Why? Because email is optional. So sometimes email can be there, sometimes email cannot be there. Okay, so if I just change this one to, let's say, phone, right? So you'll be getting error because phone is not present in this object, in this type here, right? So this is the important part here. So for example, let's say I'm going to add a phone here, probably this is a number. Now this time you are not going to get the error because I'm keeping the phone as optional, and this is a number value, so it can be either the number value or it can be undefined. So this is about the get. I think this is the same thing we have done. So now let's say how we are going to do set. So I'm going to take another function, and now let's say I'm going to do set user prop n7, and what this is going to receive. So this is also going to receive t, and this is also going to receive k extend key of t. And now here what I'm going to get, the first thing I'm going to get the object type of t, then I'm going to get the key, which will be k, and then I'm also going to receive a value. Now here how you are going to type the value. So now let's say that my task is I have this ID as u1. Instead of u1, I want to make this one as u2. Okay, so this is the task here. So this is what I need to do. Or I have my name here, I need to change the name from Sangam to John. So in that case I need to get one more parameter here apart from object and key. What else parameter I need to receive? I need to receive the new value that I want to set. So for example, if I want to change the name as John, I need to get the name key, which is this one, and then I'm going to get the value, which is John, the new value. So how I will be getting this? So this new value, I'm going to give new val, will be what? It will be t of k. Now this is the important part here. This will be capital. So t of k is nothing but object of key, object of key. Okay, so this will be the type, very important. And here I'm going to return void, and what this will simply do, so this is going to do object of n7 that we are having, right, of this key of n7 equal to what? Equal to the new value. That's it. So this is how we are going to set the value. And now let's say if I want to set this, what I'll do set user prop n, and I'm going to pass what? I'm going to pass the object. So this is the object. Then I'm going to pass the name which I want to change. Let's say I want to change the name from Sangam to John. So I'm going to pass this name, and then what I'm going to pass? I'm going to pass the value, the new value. So let's say I'm going to change this one to John. Now here is the important part, that is if you try to give this one a different type. So name, actually what? Name is a string, right? If I try to give this one as number, you are going to get an error. See? Okay, so this is how you are going to do it. So now let's say if you want to change the phone number, I'm just giving an example. So you need to give this one as phone, and let's say you want to change this one to number, so 1 2 3. So you're not going to get an error. So this is how you are going to get value and set value. So try to practice a lot, multiple times, try to apply in your projects. So with this we have completed the generics part. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one. Now this one will be very important. So in this one, what we are going to understand, we are going to understand some of the shallow object helpers that you should definitely know, and based on situation wise, whenever you will be working on project, you need to understand when you are going to use which utility. So let's create one more file. So I'll do 026, and let's do this one as util shallow objects.ts. Okay, now let's close this. Okay, so first one, we'll start with this one. So this is called partial. So this is the first utility, and here we're going to use a generics. So what I mean by this, so here what this actually tell that whenever we are going to use this one, this will make all the top level fields optional, right, or maybe absent. Now what I mean by this, now let's do this one very slowly. Okay, so now I'm going to take a type and let's take address, and I'm going to do n8, and in this address I'm just going to take one line 1 maybe, let's take, and keep this one as string, and then I'm also going to take a city which will be string, and then I'm going to take one more type and I'll do user10, and this one will have id which will be string, name this will be string, email I'll keep optional, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to use the address property here, but I'm going to use a nested object here which is this address. So I'm going to use the address type as this address n8. Okay, so this is the structure. So we have id, name, email, address will be nested object with line 1 and city property. Okay, now what I want to do, right, I want to use the I have some situation where I want to make some of the fields as optional or maybe absent. So how I'm going to do that? So for this one we need to use this partial utility. So for that I'm going to take a type and let's keep this one as user patch 10, and then remember what you need to do, you need to use this partial. Okay, so this is the partial, and here you need to pass the type. So this type is nothing but user10. Now what I mean by this, so whenever you are actually telling that okay this is using a partial utility here, so now what will happen, even some of the fields are mentioned as mandatory, what will happen if you don't give, you will not get any error. Okay, so let me explain this one in a simple way. So now I'll take a patch 10 and I'm going to give the type as user patch 10, and here see what I'll do, I'm just going to take a name, and you see the interesting part is we are not getting any error. Why? Because of this partial. Now what will happen if I just remove this here? See, so you will get error. Means in that case you need to give id, name, address, all this property, these will be mandatory. But if I just wrap this one with partial, even these fields are mandatory. Even if you don't give this, you will not get this error. Okay, so that means you are simply telling that there can be other fields which are absent, but still these will not throw any error on the TypeScript level. Now let's create one more patch. Let's take the same type, and this time I just want to take address. Now here one thing you need to understand that is very important, although the partial is actually shallow, means if you're passing address here, you need to follow the exact address format only. So what I mean by this, so let's say address need line 1 and city. If you try to put extra field here, it's not going to work. So partial is doesn't mean that you can add whatever you like. So for example, let's say address, I just give empty object, you are going to get error. Why? Because you need to add line 1 here, as well as you need to add the city, right, then only. But if you try to add a new property here, see what will happen, town. So you are going to get error because town is not present. So what I mean by this, whenever you are taking partial, if you are passing any value which is present in the type, you need to follow the exact same structure. And if I remove this one, right, and let's say I'll take address line 1 and city which is present here, but I will make the city as number, so it's not going to work. So this is the key point here, means inside, see, first of all, two things you need to understand, that partial is actually happening shallow, means whenever you're taking address, it's still required to be address at the top level, right? So this thing is very, very important. So try to practice this one, and remember one thing, every utility we are going to use in this particular video, you need to have really good amount of knowledge or practice to understand where you are going to apply this. That is also very important. Second, we have something called required. So as the name suggests, required means it will make all the top level fields as required. So let's I'll make type and I'll do user all required and I'll do in 10, right? And what I'll do, I'm going to use required, and what you will pass, you're going to pass the user is this user. So I'm making this user field all as required, right? So now if I try to take a user, so let's do user patch user all patch 11, and I'm going to do user all required type, and see you're going to get error until unless you'll add all the properties. That is very important. So now what will happen if I try to add all the properties? Okay, so let's start with ID. Now let's give u2, and then I'm going to give name, and now let's add address also. Okay, so we'll be having line 1, and also I'm going to add city. The problem is, you can see that you're still getting the error, right? Property email is missing, right? And what it is telling that in the missing in this one, but required in the type. So that means whenever you're going to use required, all the fields will become automatically mandatory. So now what you need to do, you need to add email also here, then only this will work. Okay, so this is another utility which is very important. Third one that we have that is also important, that is read only. Okay, so as the name suggests, this is going to make all the top level fields as read only. So now I'm going to do type, let's do read only user in 10, and here what you need to do, simply need to use read only and then pass the user here. And now let's create a user. So I'll do read only user, okay, and then I'm going to give the read only user in. And now let's create one more user with ID. Name I'm going to add, and also I'm going to add an address, and then let's add a line 1 and add a city, which is okay. But if I try to just do like this, right? Okay, I'll do read only user dot name equal to this or that. Now you can see you'll be getting error because it's a read only property. Now I don't have to explain further here because this is easy to understand. So whenever you are going to make any fields read only, you are going to use read only here utility. Okay, then we have a couple of more. We have something called pick. Now this is also important. So pick is what actually we are going to do. So let's say we have some situation where we are going to only keep certain keys only, right? Or we are going to keep some keys. So here what we are going to do, we'll do t comma k. So we're simply telling that okay, keep only some keys, and this is very simple. So what we'll do, we'll simply create a type. So we'll do public user int, and here what you need to do, you need to use a pick property. And now I'm going to pass the type, which will be user 10, and then I'm going to simply tell that which. So you can see that it's already getting that which keys you are going to keep, which is the extending the keys of t. So let's say I want to only keep ID and name, and I don't want to keep email and those things. So I'll just keep here ID, or, and here you can see you're getting name, which is cool, right? So that means I'm only keeping these properties only. And now you can create one more user here, give the type, and then you can create with ID, and you're going to keep name. Now let's give email here. You're not going to get and this will give you error. So if you try to add email here, because email doesn't exist here, right? So it will only take whatever you have mentioned here. It can be either ID, either name. This is also another important property that mostly whenever you are going to create any project, you are going to face it. Then what else we have? We have something called omit. This is also extremely important. When I mean by extremely important, means it is important. So you are going to definitely going to use this. Okay. So here we are simply telling that remove some keys. Okay. So let's create one user without email. So I'm going to do type and let's do user without email. And what I'll do, simply you need to use omit, and then you're going to pass the user, which is user 10 in our case, and you need to tell that okay, which key you don't want to keep here or you want to remove. So I'm going to keep here email. Okay, so this is the change you need to do. And now what you can do, something like maybe create one more omit user example, right? So we'll do omit user n10. And here what I will simply do, so I'll give here user without email. This is the type, and I'll give ID, let's give u4. I'll give name, let's give name 5, and I'll give address, so let's give a line 1, and city. Now remember, in the previous one when you have discussed all these, in that time even we are not giving an email, it was coming like undefined or something, right? But in this case what will happen, if I try to just do that omit user dot email equal to that, and you can see you'll be getting that this email doesn't exist on this user type. Why? Because we've already omitted the email. So this is how you're going to pick or you're going to omit. Both are important. You need to understand how you're going to use when. Last we'll end this with record. I think record we have already done multiple times, but still let's do it. It's actually important. So record I think we have done, where you are going to have some keys and then you are going to have some considered as values, right? So it's like a map with finite number of keys union k. So let's do something like role k. And here it can be either admin, it can be either user, or it can be either editor, right? And then I'm simply going to take one more type with, let's do role check. And here what I'll do, I'll simply use that okay, this type will be a record and this will be finite number only. So here it will be what? It will be this role k, where I'm going to pass the user, my user. So now what I can do, simply I can create a object here. So let's do something like director or something, and here I'm going to give this role check. And what we can do, simply we can do tell that okay, whenever I will be having admin, see we are getting this, right? So if it is admin, I want to make the user like that. If this is editor, I want to give these properties. If this is user, I'm going to give that. So let's say for admin, I will tell that okay, these will have a ID of user 10, name should be admin, and then this will also have an address, right? So line 1, and then also going to have city, right? So this is the thing. Now what I'll do, simply if I hover here, you can see that what we are getting, role is missing. So I'm going to just copy this, paste it here, and paste it one more time, and I'm going to make this one as user, right? So this will be, let's say, user, and I'm going to make one for editor, not editor, yeah, editor we have, right? So this will be editor. Okay, so this is how you can use this. So here what you're simply doing, we're simply telling that okay, these will be a finite number of map with key which is union of k. So with this we have actually learned a lot of things, right? Partial, required property, read-only property, pick, omit and record. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's understand some of the more utils that we can use for functions and constructors, and some more properties that we are going to discuss in this. Okay, so let's take one more file here, and then what I'll do, right, I'll give this one as util functions. Also let's take some union helpers, so both the things we are going to discuss at once. Okay, the first thing we'll see that how we are going to reuse function or constructor types without redeclaring them. Okay, so what are the things we are going to understand? We are going to understand something called return type. Okay, so here this is basically the return type of your function. So this is the function here. Then I'm also going to discuss parameters. Parameters is nothing but this is the tuple of parameter types of your function f. Then we are going to discuss another important property that is called instance type. Okay, so I'm going to do instance type. So this is for constructors, so we'll take in short. And then I'm also going to discuss constructor parameters. Now these all will be little short. Okay, it will be simpler. So constructor parameters, 4 things, and then in the next step we are going to discuss some more. So let's start with the first one. So let's take a function, and maybe I'll take just one function where we are going to extract the user information. So I'm going to do extract user info. Okay, now this is going to receive 2 things. Let's say it's going to receive an ID, which will be typed as string, and also it's going to receive some extra info. Now it can be anything. So for now I'm going to just give this one as let's give this one as a flag. So I'll do is extra info, and I'm going to give this one as false. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. And now what I'm going to do, simply here I'm going to return a couple of things. So first I'm going to return the ID. Second, I'm going to return, let's say I'm returning a name, and third thing I'm going to returning a log. So now this can be anything. So here I'm checking if this is extra log. So let's keep this one small. Is extra info, sorry, if this is true, I'm going to, let's say, return some details. Or what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to do this one as undefined as string, or this will be undefined. Okay, so now what I need to do, right, so I need to take a type here, and this type is simply will tell that how we are going to use this concept of return type to specify that what actually we are returning from this particular function. So okay, let me explain this one in a simpler way. So let's say I'll just do here get user return, for example, return info, which we are returning from this function. And here what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to give a return type. Now this return type will be what? This will be the type of this function. So what will be the return type? Return type will be the type of this extract user info function. So here what I'll do, because at the end we are returning from this particular function, which is nothing but the type of this function. So here what I'll do, right, I'll just do type of, and here you need to pass this extract user info. Okay, so this will be my first type. The second type, if I want to use the parameters, how I'm going to do that? So I'll do type, and I'll do, let's say, get user params info. And for this one you just have to use something called parameters. Okay, and this is also will be same. So parameters is nothing but this is going to simply tell that what are the parameters that we are receiving here. One is ID of type string, and one is a boolean. So here also this will be same. So you are going to just pass type of what? Type of this function. So we are going to do extract user info, as simple as that. Okay, so now what I can do, right, so I can take one arguments. Okay, and I'll do arguments info, and these arguments info I'll give the type of the param, that what kind of param we are passing in this particular function. And here now I'm going to pass two things. So what actually this will receive, this is going to receive, one is the id and one is boolean or undefined. So now I'm going to pass here, let's say id I'm going to pass as e1 and this will be true. I hope you're getting. If you pass this on as number, you are going to get an error. Why? Because remember, this function is going to receive id and this boolean as a parameter. And now here you are specifically mentioning that okay, these parameter, the type of this will be the parameters where the type of this function we are passing here. So whatever type that you are receiving in this, or the string type or boolean type or whatever it can be, the same thing you need to pass here. So I'm going to pass this one as true, and then next let's say I'm going to do a result info, and now I'm going to pass this return type. Now what this is going to return, so this is going to return this object, right? So now what I can do, simply I can call the function. So I'll do extract user info, and then what you need to do, this is going to receive this. So now you can pass this one, right? So you can just spread these and pass it here. That's it. And if you just log this, you are going to get the information whatever it's coming here. So id will be this e1, name will be this, log will be details, because is extra info is true. The main thing what you need to focus here is the return type and the parameters, how we are actually using here. Okay. Next, let's take one simple example. So let's take one class here. Okay. And then I'm going to take person, let's give maybe n1. And these will have a constructor, and in this one I'll be having a public name property which will be string, and what else you can do, we can take one more public age which will be number. Now this will have a greet function, and this is going to return what? So let's say it's returning hi, I am this. And here what I am simply doing, I'm just doing these dot what name. Okay, so this is simply returning this. So now what I can do, right? So let's say I will take a type and I'll do person instance n1, and here what I can do, simply if I just do here instance type, and what we need to do here, I will simply pass the type of what? Type of this class. Now what this class represent here, this is simply telling that this is returning the current person. Okay. Second thing what I can do, I'll just do type, and let's say maybe I will do that what actually we are passing in the constructor, or basically the constructor parameters, which is what? Name, which is a string, and age, which is a number. So I can do something like this, right? So I'll do person, let's do constructor, and then I'll do args, and then n1. And here what you need to pass, right? You need to do constructor params, this one. And here again the same thing. So you're going to pass the type of what? The person n1. So what this is going to specify that okay, in this one what is the type will be, so this will be nothing but name will be a string and age will be a number, and then you can simply just call this. So let's say I'll do result info 1, and here I'm going to simply pass person constructor args, and then I'll pass two things. Again same thing, first one will be what? First one will be string, second one will be number. So I'll pass Sangam, and let's say 29, right? And then you're going to just call this, right? I'll just take any value here. So for this one I'm going to do what? So it will be the instance of this person, right? So I'm going to pass it here, and then what we are going to do, how we usually create, so we'll do new, right? We need to use the new keyword, and then we are going to call this. Very simple. And then what we need to pass, we need to pass these parameters, which is this result info. That's it. And then what you can do, if you just log this, right? Let's say I'll do abc dot what? Greet. So what this will return, this is going to return the current name. Again, the main thing what you all need to focus here is the these four things that we have learned. One is the return type, parameters, instance type, and constructor parameter. I hope this is clear. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's learn some more utils that is actually very important if you are working on any project, right? So let's create, I'll do util union helpers. I think we have added the same one for the previous. Let's change this one. Let's keep only function helpers, something like this, right? Because we haven't done that one. So let's keep it like this. Alright, so what are the things we are going to understand. So first of all, I'm going to show you what is something called exclude. Okay, so let's give you some of the summary. So here actually is simply telling that remove from U those members that is assignable to V. Okay, so to remove from U, so we are going to remove from U those members assignable to V. So this is the first thing we are going to understand. Second one will be called extract. So here we are simply telling what? So we're simply telling that we are going to keep, so to keep from U those members assignable to V, right? And then also I'm going to, I think this part we have already discussed, the non-nullable concept, but still I'm going to also explain once. So let's start with the first one. So let's say I have a type, and then I'm going to just do event type something 1, and these will have a union. So I'm going to do this can be a click event, or consider this can be a submit event, or consider this can be a hover, or consider this can be a key down or key up, right? It can be anything. Now what I need to do from these all the events, so from these 5 events I need to have some event that I want to exclude. Okay, so for example, let's say I want to exclude this key down from here. So how I'm going to do that? So whenever you're going to do that, you're going to take one more type, and then what I'll do, right? Okay, so now I want to let's do this one is event type 2, and it's very simple. You just have to use exclude, and in this first of all you're going to pass over from where you are going to exclude. So this type you are going to pass. Now remember, remove from U. See, this U is nothing but this. So this has 5 options, right? Consider as 5 options. Remove from U those member assignable to V, means remove from the left side means here, remove from here whatever I will mention on the right side. So right side is simply, let's say I'll pass here key down. So that means here is simply we are telling that okay, I want to remove from this list, and which one I want to remove? I want to remove the key down. That's it. So what this will give you? This will give you the click, submit, hover, and key up. Okay. Alright, so now let's do one thing. Let's create a function. Then I'm going to do handle event, something like that. And this is going to receive an event. And what will be the type? Type will be event type 2. Remember, you need to give this type, right? Because we have excluded from this. And then I'm just doing something. Okay, so let's do console.log e, right? Now I can call this with what and see how many options are coming. Correct, right? So click is coming, submit is coming, hover is coming, key up is coming, but key down is not coming. Why? We have excluded that. So you can call with click, but if I try to call with key down, you're going to get error. Why? Because argument of type key down is not assignable to parameter type of event type 2, because that we have already excluded. I hope this will make things clear, and this is pretty simple to understand. Similarly, we can also do something called extract, right? So let's say I'll just take one more type, and I'll do actions in one, and let's say I'm doing a create, I'm doing a update, I'm doing a delete, and I'm also doing a ready operations, right? And then I'm just going to do type action in 2, and what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to extract what. So from where you want to extract, say same thing from this type, and what I want to extract. So let's say I want to extract create, I want to extract or update, or I want to extract, let's say, delete. So now here we don't have any read. Similarly, you can check that, right? So let's say I'll create one more and handle event type 2, and for this one I'm going to give this one as action into. Now you can call this handle event type 2 and see how many are coming. Create, update, and delete. But if you try to call with read, you are going to get error, right? So opposite, it's like first one is you are removing, second one is you are keeping. Okay. Now if you ask me if this is which one to use, again situation wise you need to understand, but it's always better to know both. So I hope this will make things clear. And what is the next thing will be the non-nullable, right? So let's see one example, simple one. So let's say I have some type where it can be either number or it can be maybe let's say null or undefined, something like that. So what I can do, I'll do maybe number. So maybe number can be, so it can be a number or it can be a null or it can be a undefined. Makes sense, right? So now I'll just do type and I'm going to do clean number. So what I mean by this clean number, so I just wanted to exclude on the all the non-nullable things. How I'm going to do that? So it's simply call this non-nullable type, and what you'll pass, just pass this maybe. We need to give maybe, so I'll do maybe number, right? So this is going to remove and it's going to keep only the number, right? And see, I'm going to show you how this is working. So I'll take a function and I'll just do a square function which will receive a number. The type will be, I'm going to give this one as, sorry, not number, clean number. And then let's say I want to just do num into 2. Makes sense. But the point is, the first one you have mentioned, this can be null or undefined, right? But what will happen if I just call this with 10? Not going to give any error, but the moment you are going to call this square with null, you are going to get error because it's not assignable. Why? Because of this non-nullable, this is only now considering number, so it's discarding both null and undefined. I hope we are getting. Now remember, we are doing a lot of things in this whatever we have discussed till now, right? I'm repeating again and again the same thing. It's like a gramophone, right? So why I'm telling this, you can't memorize all of these things, right? And also doing a single example, it's not going to make you a TypeScript expert. I always repeat these things, right? If you're a beginner, you need to understand how you're going to apply this in a project. So what I'll suggest, right, create any project you like, it can be anything, and then start from the beginning and see all the concepts whether you are able to apply in a project or not. As simple as that. That is the way you will be able to do it. So that's all for this particular video. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now let's understand how we are going to work with await, async await, right? That is also important, means promises. So let's create one more here file, and I'm going to do util. Let's do awaited.ts. Okay, the first one is what we are going to do. So basically what we'll understand, right, how we are going to use this awaited. Right, so here these simply work with promise. Let's say you have nested promise, thenables object, thenables means let's say you have a dot then method, and also unions of the above means all these promises, nested promises and everything. So let's start with a very basic example. So I will take type and I'll do promise 1, and what I'll do, simply I'm going to do awaited. Now this is actually very important, okay, that you need to understand this. Now let's say I want to return a number. So what you're going to do, you're going to simply call this awaited. Now this is going to do what? So it's going to do a promise, and you can simply return a number. So what you are simply telling that, okay, this will return a number, as simple as that. Similarly, you can do this, right? You can do the same for string also. So let's say maybe you have something called awaited. Now here what I can do, right, I will take a promise. Now see what I am doing, right, and let's say this is returning another promise, and then it's going to do what? It's going to return a string. Now these things are very important. I already mentioned, right, it will work with promise. So let me just give here. So promise means you have promise of what? That T generics, then promise, let's do nested promise of T, right? Then you have something called thenables. Thenables means let's say you have something like dot then method. So this is what? This is a nested promise. And then what else we are going to do? So let's say I'll give you one example. Okay, so let's say I'll have one more let's do something like awaited one, and remember here what I'm doing, right? I'm simply using awaited and just I'm returning a string. This also I can do, but remember this is only a string, this is not a promise, right? This is not a promise. Now let's see how we are going to use union of promises. So let's take type promise union example. So what you can do, simply you're going to take awaited. Now here what I can do, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to do it by now. So you'll take a promise, and then what you will do, it can be a string or it can be a number, as simple as that. Very, very simple. So either it is a string or it is a number. Alright, now let's understand one more. I think this part we have discussed the infer concept, right? That you can also resolve or infer the result type of a async function. What I mean by this, so let's say you have an async function. So I'll do async function which is doing what? It is fetching some count, and this is doing what? It's going to return a number 42 and then as const, right? And then what you can do, you can resolve this how? So I'll do, let's say, resolve fetch count value. You need to take the awaited. Now here can you let's see if you are able to apply some concept that we have just now we have understand. Can you do? So here what you need to do, you need to take the return type. Now see how it is tricky here. So you need to understand all this. And what will be the return type? Return type will be what? Type of this function, right? So what you'll do, you'll do type of what? Fetch count. Okay, that's it. And then also you can apply these with promise.all. So let's say I have a async function which is doing what? Which is doing some get data from API or whatever, it can be anything, which is returning a promise.all. And here what I'm returning, so I'm returning two things. So let's say I'm doing first resolve. So I'm doing resolve and I'm passing a one as const. So this is a read only value. Second thing what I'm doing a promise dot resolve and I'm passing a x string as const, right? And here what I'll do, simply I'm also going to pass this one as const. Then to use this one, how you're going to do that, we're simply doing what? We are using the await with promise.all plus tuple interface, right? So here what you can do, simply you can do type data tuple with promise, anything, just give any name. So how you are going to do that? So do awaited. Then I'm going to do what? Return type of what? Return type, can you guess? So return type will be type of this same thing. So this will be type of get data. So what this is going to return? This is will return 1 comma x, but how? This will be a read only value. This will be a read only. Why? Because we have this right as const. So this is how you are going to use await keyword if you are working with promise. This is very, very important. You need, I will say, for this particular section you need quite a few practice. If you are working in a real project where you are calling API and everything, right? Try to apply these concepts. So with this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's start a new section. So in this one I'm going to show you some of the rules and everything that you need to follow whenever you are working with classes, right? So classes are also very, very important. So let's create first file and then I'm going to do this one as classes constructor. Okay. So the first thing, there are some of the things that we need to understand. First, we are going to understand how we will initialize instance field in a class, right? Second thing, we are also going to understand some of the safe patterns, right, for required field and optional fields. And what is the best way? Always with an example, right? So let's do user. I think we have taken so many users, so let's take user n5. And here what I'm going to do, right? So let's say I want to have some fields here. Okay, so first we'll start with ID, and let's say this ID is a string. Now remember, this ID actually is now a required field, and you can already see some error. property ID has no initializer and is not definitely assigned. This is also we are going to discuss, but is already showed that, which is fine. Then we have a name which is a string, and then we have an email. This I will keep as usual optional, which is also a string. And then I'm also going to, let's say, have a created a property which will be type as date, and then I can also directly take the value here, which is fine, right? So what I'm doing, this is called initialization. So I'll do init at declaration, which is okay. Okay, so now what we need to do, so we need to take a constructor, right? That is the basic thumb rule. So which will receive what? It is going to receive a ID, which will be string. It is going to also receive a name, sorry, this will be comma. This is going to receive a name, which also will be a string, and also it's going to receive an email, which is optional, and this also will be a string. And then what we're going to do, very important, you are going to assign all required fields here. So what I'll do, I'll simply do, if these dot id will be what? The ID here that we are going to receive. Now you can say error is not there. Similarly, you have these dot name will be name, then you have these dot email. Now here is the important part. If this is optional field, you should always give a check. How you are going to check? If this email is present, so I'll do if this email is present, then only I'm going to do what? These dot email will be equal to email. This is a good practice, or I'll say best practice. So I think that's all. Now let's say what I will do, so I can simply take a user or result 4, and then I can call what? New user 15, and I can simply pass two things, right? I can pass the ID, which is, let's say, 1, and I can pass the name, which will be Sangam. And then we can take one more, so result 5, and this time I can pass ID as 2, name as let's say Johnny, and then also I can pass a email, right? So let's say I can do test@gmail.com. So in both the cases this will work. But what are the some of the bad practices that you should not follow? I think one of them we are already have seen, that is, let's say I have a class and I'll do bad, and I've taken a variable which is, let's say, string here, and now I have taken a constructor, and then I've taken like this. Now this is will give you error. Why? Because here a is not actually assigned. So if you hover here, I think we have seen this, right? Property A has no initializer and is not definitely assigned in the constructor. So you have to do this. Also, I will show you one more bad practice, that is, let's say I have a class and I'll do also bad example. And what I'll do simply, so I will just take here I think we have already seen this one. Let's not do like this. So I'll just show you here only. So let's say I have a here, and then I didn't take any constructor. So this is also will give you error. The second one that I was just about to show you, that is that even if I take the constructor and didn't initialize this one inside this, so in both the cases you are going to get error. So one is if you don't take the constructor, second one is you have constructor but you haven't initialized the a here. Okay, both the cases you are going to get the error. So this will be the very basic concept of classes. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so moving to the next one, let's say how we are going to make use of modifiers, right? So we have public and private, and I think these some of the concepts can be very confusing if you're a beginner, right? And even if you're not a beginner, I will say that some people also get confused while giving an interview. So you will get these kind of questions in interview also. So I'll do access modifiers, and let's do public, private, right? And that's it. Okay, so first of all, some of the notes you can note it down. The first is public is default, right? Means it accessible anywhere. Second, private blocks access outside the class. This is very important, right? And also I'm going to show you another trick. So first let's do that we are creating a bank website, and then I have a bank account, something like that. And these, now what I'll do, right? So let's say the owner of the current bank account is public property, right? So it's like a public. I'm going to take a public, and then I'll take this one as a owner, and this is a string. So what is this? This is public and this is default. Now definitely you are going to get error because we need to take this one inside constructor, which is okay, but let's understand. The first of all, what we are going to do here. So first let's take the constructor, right? So let's take it, and then I'm going to take the owner. So what I'm going to receive, which will be string, and then I'll do what? This dot owner will be owner. Now I'm going to take a private variable. So how we are going to do that? So let's say I don't want anyone to access this balance of this particular owner from outside. For that one we are going to take a private, and these will be, let's take this one as balance, and this will be 0, right? Now then in another way you can enforce the private variable. I'm not sure if you know this one, that is called, you're going to take this has, and I think if you have also seen this one in some blogs, you have read it or some documentation, and let's say I have some OTP property, right? Now this is also private, right? So how actually this is works, right? So in ECMAScript, these actually works or enforce at the runtime, right? So you need to start this one with has. Now let's say I have 1 2 3 4 5 6, so this is also will be considered as a private. Now let's do something like this. So let's say I have a deposit property, sorry, function, not property, my bad, where I'm going to receive an amount which will be a type as number, and I'm going to give one check, right? Something like if the amount is less than equal to 0, so I'm going to throw some error, right? That amount must be negative, sorry, must be positive. And then what I'll do, I'll simply do this dot balance will be what? Plus equals amount. And then what I'll do, let's say I'll take one more get balance function. What this is going to return, this is going to return this dot balance. And I also have one more variable, function here, verify OTP, something like that, which is going to receive a number. So I'm going to receive a code as number, and what I'll do, right, I'll check return if this dot OTP is equal to this code I'm receiving. Now what is the important part here that I want all of you to understand, that this is only accessible inside the class. I'm going to show you that how this is working. Okay, so now let's create an account. So do const account, and then what I'll do new bank account. I'll give my name, right, and then I'm going to do account dot, and now you see we are going to get deposit, which is fine, and let's say I'll do 5,000 rupees deposit, something like that. And then you can also do log, and you'll do account dot get balance, right? But if you try to do account dot balance, you're going to get error. Same thing if you do account dot OTP, you're going to get error. See, let's see. You see, right? Makes sense. Inside the class only you can access it, or else not. Same for this also. This is also private. It has a private identifier. Okay, so these how you're going to use. So whenever you're going to you're going to make sure, okay, these I should not be able to access from outside, so you need to take this one as a private, which you can access inside the class, not from the outside. Very, very important concept. Okay, I hope this will make things clear. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so we have discussed the concept of public and private. So now let's understand how we are going to make use of protected. Okay, so let's create one more file, and let's do this one as access modifier protected. Okay, this will be pretty simple. So the main idea of this particular video will be, we are going to understand that how protected keyword actually accessible in the class, and if that class has any subclass, in that also it will be available. So that means protected will be available from its own class and also from all the subclasses, but not from outside. Very, very important. So let's take one simple example. We have a class of animal, and let's say this has a protected let's take energy, right? So maybe I'll take this one as 23, and this also has a eat method which is going to receive the amount, which will be number. And here what we're going to do, we'll do this dot energy will be let's take a math dot mean, so it will be either 100 or it will be this dot energy plus amount. Okay, so this is the class that we have. Now what I'm going to do, right, so now let's say I have another class dog which extends this animal class. Now here you need to understand, very important, and this has two methods. So one, let's say run method, where I'm just going to do every time the dog will run, the energy will deduct by 10. So this is the first thing. And then also it has a status method where I'm going to return the final energy. Okay, now what will happen if I just create a variable of, let's say, d, and I'm just going to do this one as new dog. Now remember, I'm actually creating this class, the subclass, and now what I'll do, simply I'll do d dot c. We are getting it. Now what is it? This is the method from its parent class, right? So you can call this, which will receive the amount, and here I'm going to pass this one as 10. And then what we can do, right, we can call this run method, first of all, this method, and also we can call the status method, both, right? But the moment I'm trying to call d dot energy, which is what, this variable here, right, which is using the protected keyword, you can't access it. Means what I mean here, that this energy will be accessible inside its own class and from all the subclasses that actually extending the parent class, but you can't access it from the outside. So this is one small lecture. I think it's very important. Now I think we are almost at the end of our TypeScript concepts. So now we are going to end with one more concept, that is called getters and setters. So let's do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's finish this one with the last concept that we are going to learn, that is how you can use or make use of getters and setters in TypeScript. So for this one, let's create one more here, and I'm going to give this one as getters and setters .ts. Okay, so what we are going to do, we will see the use of get, and also we are going to see the use of set. So let's start with a very simple example. So I'm going to take a class. Let's take the class as temperature, and here what I'm going to do, so I'm going to first take a private property here, right? So let's take this one and I'll make this one as 0. So now let's take a constructor. So this constructor is going to receive a Celsius, which will be type as number, and I'm going to make this dot Celsius will be the Celsius that we are going to receive. Alright, so now you can see we are getting error. That is fine because it doesn't exist. So what we are going to do, right, for this one we are going to use a setter, and let's see how we are going to do that. So first what I will do, so first let's take a get method, right? So this is called getters, and here what I need to do, so I need to get the Celsius value or this variable value. So you need to use this get keyword, and then I'm going to take a Celsius method, and this is going to return a number. And what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to return these dot c. Now let's see how we are going to remove this error. This is very simple. So what you're going to do, right, just like get, you are going to use something called set. And now let's say you want to do a set, and which is going to receive value, the type will be number, and here I'm simply going to check if number is not a number of this value. So I'm simply going to throw a new error, so something like not a number, right? So I'll do please check input, or else now what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply do this dot c, which will be this value. Okay, so this is going to set. So what you're doing, you are simply doing a getter and one is setter with validation, right? And then also you can do some more properties, right? Let's say I want to get the value in Fahrenheit instead of Celsius, so you can take one more get here, and let's say I'll do Fahrenheit, and this is also going to return a number. So what you can do, simply I'll take return, so this is going to return this dot c into 9, and then I'll do divided by 5 plus 32. Similarly I can do one for set, so I'll do set Fahrenheit. So let's say it's going to receive a number input, and then I'm simply going to do these dot Celsius, and this will be what? So it's going to be the Fahrenheit value. We need to deduct 32 into 5 and divided by 9, right? So now we can simply just do like this, right? So we can create a instance. So let's take a variable t, and I'm simply going to do new temperature. And what I'll do, so this need a Celsius property here, right, that we are going to pass. So let's take this one as 25, and then you can simply just do something like t dot Fahrenheit, and this is equal to, let's say, 212, something like that, right? And then you can log all these values. The point what I want you to focus on, that is that how we are making use of the get keyword, getter and the setters here. Okay, so now with this, if you just go here, you see we have covered all the things that you need to know to get started with TypeScript, right? Now I'm going to give you some of the very important things, or a couple of things that I want to mention. I already mentioned multiple times that what you need to do, right? You need to practice each and every concept that you have learned so far. If you're working on any TypeScript project, it can be anything. Let's say it's a backend project or it's a front-end project. Try to apply all those concepts, whatever you have learned, right? All right, everyone. So now we are going to start a new section. So till now, I think whatever we have discussed, I'm pretty sure almost all the concepts related to TypeScript, I think it will be clear for all of you. Now in this section I'm going to discuss how we can use TypeScript with a React project. And why I choose React, because I think I don't have to explain. I think React is one of the most popular frameworks, right? If you are working in a web development field, you need to know React definitely. Now it's not about React, but let's say if you're working on a Node.js project, in that also the concept will be always same. So that is the point here, right? So whatever things we have discussed till now in the last 3-4 hours, the concepts we are going to apply now real in a framework. So for example, we are choosing React. If you are choosing something else, it's up to you. You can do the same. And for this one, what we will do, right, again, it will not be a project, so we will create small chunks of code example, and then we are going to discuss that how we will apply those in a React project. So I definitely choose vite because it is very fast and really good. So let's do one thing, let's create a project from scratch. Okay, so what I will do, right, I just let's go here and I'll just copy this path from here, and then I'm going to just paste it. And what I'll do, right, let's create a file project. So I'll do npm create vite @latest. Now this will ask you the project name, so I'll give React TypeScript YouTube. Let's use React, and we are going to use TypeScript. And for now I'm not going to use roll down vite. It is actually experimental, you can see that. So I'm going to keep this one as no, and whether I want to install, yes, and then start. So I'm going to hit enter. Now this is going to take some time. Once this is done, I'm going to open this one in the VS Code, and then we'll start learning all the concepts one by one. Okay, so I think this is done. So what are the things we will understand in these sections, right? So remember, this is not a React tutorial, okay? This is like, I'm pretty sure you should have the basic knowledge of props, state, components, these things. And I'm just going to use TypeScript in those places so that you will understand that how you can work with TypeScript whenever you are working on a React project. Now it doesn't about React if you're working Next.js project or any project, right? So I will divide it into multiple sections. So mostly it will be like 10-12 parts. So we'll start with props. So I will discuss what is how you can use required props, optional props, default props. Then we are going to discuss about Reactnode, children, const variables, right? Component props, basics, because props are very, very important. You are going to save your data whenever you will be passing data from one component to another component. Then we are going to discuss events, refs, state, reducer. Then I'm going to also discuss another very interesting concept that is called JSX narrowing, and then we will finish with context and controlled versus uncontrolled components. So these all the things we are going to discuss. So first we will start with required optional props. So what I'll do, right, so let's go to source, and then I'm going to create a folder, and let's give this one as components, and I'm going to just give this one as 01 underscore, let's do required optional props dot tsx, right? Now let's start. The first of all, what we are going to do, so here we are going to understand that how you can declare required props, optional props, and how we are going to read them safely, right? Okay, so let's do with example, right? It will be always better. So first, what we need to do, remember we have discussed that whenever you are going to save any data, what you need to use, you are going to use interface, right? So now I'm going to take one interface here, and let's do think that I'm creating a user component, and I have some user card. So what I will do, right, I'm going to keep the name like this. So I'll do interface user card props, and now I'm going to save the data. Now see how you can relate with TypeScript, whatever you've learned, it is 100% same. There is nothing that you are doing different in a React project. I hope this is very, very important key point. I'm repeating multiple times. So what I mean by that, if the concept of interface in TypeScript is this, the same concept will be in React, same concept will be in a Node project also. Wherever you are using the same concept will not differ based on the framework. This is what I'm trying to say here. So now I'm going to take one ID, and let's take this one as a string. So that means what I mean by this ID is a mandatory property, right? Then I'll take a name, let's take this one as optional. So I'll keep this one as string, and let's take one more. I'm going to take this one as subtitle. And now here what I need to do, right, this can be a string, it can be a element, JSX element, or it can also be a fragment. I'm pretty sure if you worked with React, you know the term of fragment, right? So how I'm going to do that? Now whenever you will come to this kind of situation, what you need to do, right, you can't simply take this one as string, you need to take this one as Reactnode. Okay, very, very important. So what I will do, you'll just import this. Now remember, you always need to import this one with type, or else you're going to get the error, right? This is a type only import. So this is I'm importing as a type. You can also go to the definition, and you can also check that what kind of things it is allowing, right? So you can see it will allow a React element, string, number, big int, iterable, blah blah, whatever, right? So this is a React node. So this can be a string, it can be element, it can be anything. Now what I'll do, I'll create a function, and let's create a component. So I'm going to do this one as a user card, and now what I'll do, right, this component is going to receive some props. Okay, now very, very important. So whenever I'll take a props, I can take like this, or else I'm going to take here, right? So this will be my object. So I'll just take like this. Now this is going to receive an ID, this is going to also receive a name, and this is also going to receive a subtitle. Now three things it's going to receive. Whenever you're going to take like this, you are definitely going to get error because you haven't specified any type here. All this has a any type, and I already mentioned multiple times when you discuss this, you can't take any type here. So what we need to do, we need to save this data. So how we can do that? Now remember, check this, remember in the TypeScript we have done like this. We are taken like this, we've taken a user, and then we are doing like this, user card props. Remember this one? So this is the exact same concept what you are doing. So you're simply telling that okay, these data will be saved as this interface. So how you are going to do that? So you need to take this after this colon and give this interface. So now this will actually understand, okay, this will be the this is a different error that you are not using it, but now this is actually saved. The data is saving based on these properties, ID, name, subtitle, where ID, name and subtitle is optional. So now let's say I will take something like this. So I'll take a display name, and here I want to take name, or else remember we have also discussed this, something like guest. and then I'm going to take a return. So I'll take a div, and what I'll do, right, maybe let's take a strong. I'm not going to run all of this. We'll just consider check the TypeScript related features, right? It's not about creating a project. And then I'm just going to pass the ID here first. Okay, and let's say I will take one p. I'm going to render the display name. And also now I want to check that this subtitle also I wanted to render. Now remember, I mentioned one concept in the TypeScript when you discuss that whenever you are going to have an optional property, it's always better to do a extra check. So what I mean by extra check here, so you will check like this, that if the subtitle is present, then only I want to render these, or else I don't want to render these. So I'll just pass here subtitle, or else I want to render null. Okay, so this is how you can save your data. So now what we can do, simply let's say I want to use this component, right? So now I'll just call this component here. We usually do like this, right? Now remember, you will get this error. And now ID is actually missing here, and this is actually required. So now let's do one thing. Let's cut it from here. Let's go to our app.tsx, and I'm going to remove all this from here. And I just want to call that user card component, and I want to call from here. So you're going to get an error. Why? Because ID is actually missing, but this is required in this type that you mentioned or in the interface. So what you need to pass, you need to pass an ID here, which will be 1. Now again, this is the same concept. If you're taking the ID as a string, you can't pass this one as a number. This is not going to work. So you're going to get an error, right? The number is not assignable to a string because you have taken this one as string. If you take this one as number, this will not get the error. So these things I'm not going to repeat, but it is actually the same thing. So here what you need to pass, you're going to pass a 1. So if you save these, let's go here, you're going to get this one here. Forget about this, this is looking bad, but which is fine. So I just wanted to focus here. Okay, and now let's say you can also pass subtitle also, right? So let's say I can pass my name here, and also I can pass the subtitle. Now remember, this is a React node, so what you can do, you can pass this one as a string. You can pass like let's say you wanted to pass a p element here, right? Nested p. Save this, and you will see that this is also going to work, right? So this is how you can use that. Now let's move on to the next one, which will be default props. So now let's create one more, and I'm going to give this one as default props. Okay, so let's take one type. Now this time I want to take type, and let's do greet props. Now remember, I already mentioned that type you can use in various, in general way. Interfaces normally you should use whenever you are shaping any data, like or working with objects, but here type you can use with unions, intersections. I think this part we have already discussed multiple times. So now let's take a name which will be string, and I will take, maybe let's take a flag. Now this flag is or let's do greet props, right? Let's do a shout, and this one I'll make this one as okay, not this will be boolean. Now let's discuss first pattern here. So I'll take one function which I'm going to make this one as greet a, and here again the same thing, right? So I will be receiving a name, and then I want to receive a shout. What will be the type? The type will be this greet props. Fine. What I can do, I can take some default value here, right? So in case if I'm not passing this, it will take or pick from the default value. So what I'll do, I'm going to pass this one as guest, and let's say as shout, I want to pass this one as false. So by default this will be guest, by default this will be false. Now what I can do, simply I'll take a text property, and I'll check if the shout is true. So in that case I'm just going to do name.to uppercase, or else I'm just going to pass this one as name, and then I'm just going to return, let's take a p, and I'll do hi text. So this is one way you can do that. Okay, so now you can also, you'll call this, but I'm going to show you one more. So here what I will do, so first let me just create the component. So I'll do export function, and for this one I'm going to do a greet b component. What we are doing, we are taking default inside the body, means I can simply take props and then I'll simply pass that or tell that okay, this will be a greet props. And what I'll do, I'm going to use a nullish coalescing. I think this concept we have discussed, right? So what I mean by this, so I'm now going to take a const name, and this time I'm going to do okay, if the props dot name is present, or else it will pick from the guest. I hope you're getting. So this is pattern B. This is also another way, but this is like mostly you will see that most of the people will use this, but both are correct. And here you can do const, I will do south. So I'll simply do if the props dot south, or else it will be the default value will be false. Okay, so now we can do the same thing again, right? So I'll copy this and do the same thing. Right, now let's say if I want to use this, so I'll go here and then I can simply just call the greet a, and you don't have to pass anything. Why? Because both the properties are optional and it will take from the default value. So if I save here, right, so let's see, so we're getting hi guest, right? And what else we can do? So let's say if I call here greet a, but this time I'm going to pass the name. Specifically I want to pass name, so what I will do, it will actually override this, right? If I'm passing something, then it will take the value that I'm passing it. So I'll do Raj, but I don't pass the south. So if I don't pass the south, what will happen, it will still take from the default value. But if I pass something, for example I'm passing the name here, so in that case it's going to override this. So guest will become what, this Raj. So if I save this and go here, you can see that you are getting hi Raj, right? Similarly you can do the same for greet B also. So what you can do, you can simply pass a name and I'll do Mr. Bean, right? Save this and go here, you'll be getting hi Mr. Bean, right? So this is just, I wanted to show you that both the way you can do that. So here simply you're taking here in this level, but remember you always need to save the data. Saving data is important. So what I mean, you always need to save your data. This is the important part here. Save data, or else TypeScript actually doesn't know that this is actually based on where I have a name property and I have a south property, which is a string, and this is a boolean, and both are optional. Okay, so this is the important part here. So now let's move on to the next one. So next one we are going to discuss Reactnode with children. Okay, so now we'll see that how you can type children explicitly with Reactnode, or you can also use something called props with children, right? So let's do one thing, let's create one more file here, and I'm going to do this one as children reactnode.tsx, right? So first of all what I will do, right, so let's have a component which is going to receive a children as a prop. Very important if you're working on very complex, or let's say any intermediate level of project also, you are definitely going to come across this kind of situation. So let's take a type, and let's say I'm creating a panel, something like that. Panel will have a children, and that children can be what I will say, it can be a dynamic children, right? So that is the reason the data can be anything, so you're passing a dynamic content or children from the parent component. So here I'll take a panel and let's do this one as props. What this will receive, this is receive a title which is mandatory, and let's take a children property, very important, and this I'm going to make this one as optional, and I'm going to make this one as Reactnode. So these can be a Reactnode, right? Or also we need to take equals here, right? So now what I will do, simply I will do export function. Let's do this one as panel. So now I'm pretty sure we'll be able to type here, and it's very simple. So we'll just take a title, we'll take children, and what will be the type? Type will be this panel props, and then what this will return, right? So it's going to return, let's say it's going to return a section with, it is going to return the title, and also here I'm going to do what? So I'm going to check that if this children is present, so in that case what I will do, or let's do like this, that either children present, or else I'm going to take a em element here and I'll do no content present, no children, or whatever you want to give here. Okay, so now how we are going to use this, right? So it's pretty simple. So you can just go here and let's comment this one, And now we can take panel, and so title we are going to pass let's say panel, and also you can pass children, although it's optional, but you can pass. If you see, if I don't pass something, right, save this and let's go here. Okay, we need to refresh. Okay, so you can see that it's coming, so no children present. But if I just pass a children, for example, I can pass also some ul, right? So ul I will just do li and I'll do 1, save this. So let's refresh this. So we are getting this. Awesome. Okay, now you can also do another thing. Okay, so let me just show you. So now let's say you will take one interface, and now I'm going to do required children props. This is going to extend what? This is going to extend something called props with children. Very, very important. Okay, and here what I will do simply, so I'm going to pass my title, which will be a string, and I'm also going to pass a children. Now this time this children is mandatory, so now I'm going to make this one as string, sorry, not string. So this one I'm going to do as Reactnode. Okay, now what I'll do, right, so I'm going to copy this, and then I'll paste it here. Let's make this one as required children panel, and I'm going to just simply pass this because now children is mandatory, and in that case I'm going to pass this type. Save this. Now see what will happen if I just go here, right? Now try to call this required children panel, sorry, like this, and I'll pass title here, and see what will happen. Hello, you are going to get error. Okay, so that means children is missing. So now I'll pass a children here. In this case I'm just going to do a p, and I'll do children. You're not going to get any error. You can save this, so you're going to get result. Also you can do like this. So now I'm going to just remove these completely and take, and inside this I'm going to pass something like some content here. Save this, and if you go here you're going to get the same result. So both the ways you can do the same. Okay, I hope this will make things clear. Now let's move on to the next one, where we are going to understand how we are going to use as const. I think this is the exact same thing we have also covered in the TypeScript concept also, but let's discuss so that you'll understand how we are going to apply in the context of React. And here I'm just going to do as const variables dot tsx. Now let's close this. Okay, now first I'm going to take one variants. Okay, now these variants can be primary or secondary, or this can be host. Now normally you'll see this kind of class name in a button. Now let's say I want to log this. Remember what we have done? We need to use something called as const. What this will do, this is going to make this array or object into exact or read only literals, right? So now let's say I'm going to create a type here, and let's say I'm going to create a variant type. What I can do simply, remember, we can use something called Typeof variants, and I'm going to pass what? Number. Okay, and now this will be my variant type, right? See, we are getting 3. And now what I'll do, I'll simply create a type. This will be my, let's say I'm creating a badge component which is going to receive some kind of variant from the parent component, and based on the variant it's going to create some classes. No, sorry, it's going to create some CSS styles. So now I'm going to do a badge props, and what I'll do, let's make a label string, and let's do a variant, and variant I'm going to make this one as type as variant. Now let's create a function. So I'll do export function, and then I'll do badge, and what I will do simply, so this will be my label, and variant, first of all I'm going to take the type as badge props, and I will take a default value which will be primary. Okay, And then what I will do, let's say I can create some styles here, right? So let's say I want to return a span, and this span is going to have a label, and here for this particular label I want to have a style. Now this style will be, I want to create a style object now. So what I'll do, simply I'm going to create a styles, and here if you can guess what we are going to use, I'm pretty sure you're able to apply all the concepts that you have learned so far. So we are going to use something called record. You remember we have used this, right? Where you are going to pass what? You are going to pass the variant. Now this variant will be what? So this can be primary, secondary, or ghost. And here I'm going to use the properties, right? So I will use CSS properties because I'm writing CSS. So I'm going to pass the this one as react.css properties. Then we can simply take primary. So simply we are telling that, okay, if this is primary, you make the color as red. Then what I will do, I'm going to do a secondary. If it is secondary, make the color as yellow. If this is ghost, make the color as black. That's it. Okay, so now what we can do, simply we can copy this. And what you're going to pass, can you guess? So you're going to pass the variant. This variant what? This variant is the variant that you're going to receive. So if this is styles, if we are passing as primary, it is going to pick from here. If it is secondary, it is going to pick from here. If it is ghost, it is going to pick from here. Now forget about the logic. The main thing is you need to understand how we are doing all these here. These things you need to understand. First we are locking here, right? We are making this one read only. So I can't take another here. So for example, let's say I will take one more tertiary. It's going to give me error, right? Because this is not present. So in that case, again, I need to lock it here. Then only you will be able to get it. So these things I want all of you to practice lot and lot, right? So you need to do a lot of practice. Now I will give you one homework. What you can do, right? Use this component, go to the app.tsx and try to experiment. Pass label, don't pass variant, and see where you are going to get any error or not. I hope you are getting what I mean, right? So with this, now let's move on to the next concept. Okay, so now we'll see that how we can make use of component props. So what I mean by component props, so let's first create one component. So I'll do 05 and I'm going to do component props.tsx. Okay, so first of all, here what I'll do, right, I want to reuse prop type from DOM elements. So two things we are going to understand. First of all, okay, first one is very important, which is called component props. So first let's see this one, how it will actually work. So what I mean by component props. So let's take a type, and you believe me, if you are working on any React project, right, if you know these kind of concepts, these will make you a different kind of developer if you're working specifically on a TypeScript project. When I mean by this, see, if you worked on any companies, I myself work on multiple companies, right, and I am giving you a very harsh reality. See, most of the developers, even in the companies, they don't have in-depth TypeScript knowledge, and having a TypeScript knowledge is always going to make you a strong developer. You believe me or not, TypeScript is like, it's like mandatory. If you're working on any project, right, React or Node.js, you should use TypeScript, right? It will help you a lot of ways. And if you know this kind of concept, and also not only knowing the concept that, okay, I know component props, how you can apply that in a project, if you know or master that thing, you will be like, okay, people will understand, okay, these guys know TypeScript very well. It's not about TypeScript, it's about every single technology. If you know the concept how you can apply in a project, then you almost mastered that, right? So now even if you ask me that how I usually do that, I'm pretty sure some of you will not going to believe this. I will see that, okay, Sangam is like, he is showing off or something. All the things that I've learned, right, it's not like everything I learned from my company work, not at all possible. And why I'm telling all of this, because I know I don't want to name some of the people, but there are some YouTubers who is like, okay, I worked 1 year in this Microsoft or this company, and then they have mastered everything. It's not going to work like that, right? apart from your company job, I can guarantee the person who are working on 1 year in a product-based company, I hardly believe they even got any project. I hope you're getting what I mean. In a product-based company, right, getting a good project or getting a project from scratch, it's like almost impossible. I'll say not impossible, it's like very difficult. Most of the things will be done, and what you'll do, right, you're going to add improvements or you're going to do code fixes of someone's else code, whoever is written. So what I mean, how I master, right, apart from my office day or office work or regular job work, I practice a lot. When I mean practice a lot means it's not now, it's like from last 6-7 years. I will, in weekends I used to do a lot of projects. I'll experiment these kind of things and I'll learn one concept and then I'll see how I'm going to apply that in a project. I will get error, again I'll read something like that. That is the only best way. Even ChatGPT can make you master unless you will apply all this, or you will create project by yourself. I can give you an open challenge. You go to ChatGPT, and even let's say you don't know Java, go to ChatGPT, you learn Java for 1 day, and let's say if you can work on any complex project or not. You can't do it. It's difficult, right? So that is the reason I always mention that every video that I'm creating, every time you'll see that I will mention that whenever you're learning any concept, don't follow each and everything what a YouTuber is doing. You learn something what I'm not teaching. That is the key point of learning a new technology. Means if I'm teaching you this concept, okay, I'm taking some time, but believe me, these things are going to help you if you're currently in college, or let's say you have less than 5 years of experience. That if I'm teaching you React with TypeScript, I'm pretty sure not all the things I'm teaching you here because of time. What you need to do, you need to experiment more, that okay, what else I can learn, and then you have to learn all of this, create a project and see, do that 3 months, you do it for 3 months and see, you will be able to do anything on that particular topic. Very, very important things or knowledge I'm giving you. So now here, what I'll do, right, so let's say I'm going to do here component props. See, this component props I'll be importing from React. So this is a component level props. What will happen right here, you need to simply mention, okay, what I'm going to pass. Now see what you're getting. Component props means this will give you all the elements that you have. Button, you can see, right, button, a, link, everything, right? Let's say li. So now we'll take a button here. What will happen, all the button props will be available in this type now. Okay, so now this, if you notice, this is actually taking a button element, HTML button element. Now what I will do, simply I will create one more button props. So I'm going to take this button base props. So this is my base props, and I'll use this also I have discussed, and I want to add one more property here. This will be my variant property, which will be optional, and then I'm going to tell that okay, this variant can be either primary or it can be either secondary. Okay, now let's create a function. So I'll do export function, and we'll do button. Okay, and then what I'll do, simply let's take a variant. First of all, I'm going to pass this one as button props. So variant, I'm going to keep this one as primary. Also, I'm going to take a style property. Now remember this style. Now you might be thinking, oh, from where it is coming? These, all the properties are coming from this base prop. Base prop is nothing but when you have this button base props over this HTML button element, this type actually have all this property. This is the inbuilt properties, style, and also the rest of the properties I want to destructure here. Now what I'll do, right, simply, so let's do one thing. Let's return the button. A button command. Remember, this is, we are working with button. Okay, so you have to take a button here, and then what I'll do, let's do click or whatever you want to do here, and then I will pass a style. Now let's take a base style here. So I'll do const base. This will be CSS properties type. This is a type, and here what I'm going to pass, I will pass a padding. So let's say 10 px, just that's it. Then what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to take my base property, then I'm going to pass let's create and let's do one thing. Let's destructure the rest of the properties that we are having right here. Not rest of the properties, these style properties I'm talking about, and then I'm going to destructure all the rest attributes that this button will have. Okay, so simply what you're doing, you're taking the component props of button, we are adding a new type here, which will accept a variant. Alright, so now I think this is done. So now let's say I want to reuse this button from the parent component. So it will be pretty simple, right? So first let me just comment it out. What I can do, so I'll just do a button here. Okay, so I'm going to call the button component. What is the name that we have given? Button. So I'm going to call the button component. Okay, and what I'll do, right, let's say here I'll just pass a text or something, whatever, and then what I'll do also, let's do one thing, let's don't pass it here, let's skip it like this. So in these, now what I can do, I can pass all the attributes this button element already has. So for example, let's say I can do on click. Now if you notice, what I want you to focus here, that is we haven't taken any on click property here. I think we have imported something else. We haven't taken any on click property here, right? The reason, because I wanted to mention this point multiple times, these all are coming from these component props inbuilt properties, right? Not only on click, these will have every, right, on click capture, on double click and everything. So now let's say I want to take a on click, and on click I want to do a alert, and I will do clicked, something like that, right? And now if you just do like this, so also I'm going to take a variant. Now this variant is the custom one that we have added here, right? So taking as a primary, something like that. Okay, so we can pass here, let's say primary, and this will work. So let's save this, and let's say if I go here, right, click, so we'll be getting alert here. What I mean by this, if I go here, let's say add a custom one which is not added, so custom type. Custom type is this, something like that. It's going to give you error because this is not added here, right? This is not added here. So in that case, you need to make tell this one, okay, this custom added, let's say I want this one to be false. So in that case, what I need to do, I need to add this type here. I hope you're getting what I mean, right? So these things are very, very important. You need to understand. So for example, let's say I'll give you one interesting thing. Now here what I'll do, right? This button usually don't have href attribute, right? But if you try to pass href, you are going to get error. Okay, so let's say this is a href or http.google.com. Why? Because this actually is not present inside your HTML button element. I hope you're getting right. This href is not assignable or doesn't exist. See, property href doesn't exist on this intrinsic attributes or these HTML button elements. So that is the reason you are not getting this. You will be getting type error. So what you can pass at the end, if I try to sum up, you can pass all the properties or props that is available inbuilt for component props type button, and you can also pass all the custom props, custom types that you are adding explicitly here. If you are adding something else here, you will be able to pass it. So this is a very important interview concept, not interview concept, very important, I will say React concept only, because if you worked on, if you see any CSS libraries, let's say SADCN or Material UI, you check their source code and you'll see that they will be using this kind of logic in their code, right? So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now moving to the next one, so let's understand how we are going to, or how you will use state and manage useState, and we are going to understand that how useState infers, right, by default, and when you are going to add a generic. So these two things we are going to discuss. So let's create one more file here. So I'm going to do this one as state.tsx. Let's close this. Alright, the first of all, I think if you remember, we have already discussed the concept of inference, right? That how JavaScript usually infers. So now let's say I will take one component. So let's take simple basic a counter component, and this is simply just, let's say I have a div, and this is going to render some count. Okay, now what we usually do, we need to manage a local state, right, in React. And how we do that, so we're going to take a useState hook. So now let's take one hook here. So I'm going to do const, and let's say I will have a count, set count, and then what I usually do, I'm going to take a useState, and then let's say I want this one to be a number, and then I'm going to pass this one as 0. Now you see, normally you are not going to get any kind of error. Why? Now this is the concept, the same concept that we have discussed, that here actually what this useState is doing, this is actually doing or infers as a number. Why? Because if I hover here, if you notice one thing very clearly, that it is actually denoting this one as a number. So what we are doing, we are explicitly writing, instead of writing like this, we are simply telling that, or useState will automatically understand that this is a zero, this is a number, so it's going to infer this one as a number. So I'm going to do inferred as a number. Now definitely you can't take this one as a string, so this is going to give you error, because this is not assignable to a string, because this is clearly a number, unless you're going to make this one as a string. Okay, so in these cases you don't have to specifically write any type. What else? Now this can be also a string, it can be also boolean, and also it can be something like, let's say you are taking null. Now here normally we should not take like this part I'm going to discuss, that why you should not take explicitly null. Here you should definitely use a generic. Okay, so that I'm going to discuss later, but for now let's say if you are using number, string or boolean, you can definitely take it without specifically mentioning any kind of generic. I hope this is clear, right? So now I'm just going to render the count here. We are not doing any logic or anything, our idea is to understand the concept. So this is going to render the number here, right? So okay, we need to use this. So let's comment here, and then I'm simply going to use the counter component, save this. So we'll be getting 0, which is okay. Now let's understand one more concept, something like let's take how you can work with unions whenever you are going to work with useState, right? So now I'm going to take, or let's say I have a requirement when I'm going to create a loading component. So I will take a function, and then I'm going to do a loader demo, and here let's do like this. So this is simply going to render a loading or loader component, whatever you can say. Now let's return for now div, and I simply going to return loader. Now remember, we are not focusing on the functionality here, we need to understand the types. What I need to have a state here. So let's take this one as state, and I'll do set state. Okay, here I need to take a useState. Now remember, these can be union. So when I'm talking about union, so loader can be either it is in ideal state, it can be in loading state, it can be in success state, or it can be in error state. So this thing can happen, right? So that means I need some way so that this use effect will understand that there can be 4 possibilities that can happen. So here what you need to do, you need to write a type. I think this part we already discussed. So what you will do, you are going to take a type, you'll mention that okay, this will be my load state, and what will be the load state value here, right? So here, so this can be either, so let's take this one as status, either it can be idle, or I'm going to do status, this can be loading, or let's say I'll take one more status here. Now this can be success, and here we can have one more property which can be a data, which is string. Same, we can have one more where I have one more status, this can be error, and here I can have a message that will be a string. So these 4 possibility can happen here. So now what you can do, simply you can mention like this, I think you have discussed this point, and then pass this as a load state, and now you can simply pass the status, and then you can do status can be ideal. Now remember, here you can't take the data. So if I try to take data as empty, you're going to get error because data is not present for this particular type. Remember, we are using union here, right? So you need to remember all these small things whenever you will be writing. So this is can be like this, but in case you are taking this one as a success, there you can take data as empty, something like that. Okay, so now I'm going to keep this one as ideal only. Now let's say what we are doing, we have a function. Okay, now I have a function, then I'll do fetch data or something, and in this one I'm just doing some API call, and now I need to set some state here, right? So when the API call is happening, I want to set the state as loading. Now remember, you usually do this kind of things. So what you can do, you'll take a set state, and here you're going to take a status, and you're going to make this one as loading. Again, when you're going to set it, you need to remember that what actually this object has. Here actually you don't have data. Now let's say once we'll do the mock API call here, and then once the API call is done, I want to set status as success. So here I'll do status as success, and then let's say I'm going to data as successfully fetched, something like that. Similarly, when you're going to have a catch block, we'll do the same thing. So we'll do set state, so we'll do status will be error, and here you're going to write a message because this has a message which can be a string. So I'll do error occurred, something like that. Okay, I hope this will make things clear, right? So these things are very important. Alright, so now let's understand one more concept. Now sometime you will see that if you're creating any project, you are going to face this kind of situation where you are going to create a function, and then you're going to do a lazy initialization of the state. So what I mean by that, so let's create one function here. So let's do a function, and I'm going to do heavy, something like that, default, and this is going to, let's say, return a number. I'm just giving one example. Remember, these things you need to understand when you are going to apply all of this. Now you're doing some kind of expensive run here, so that you are going to create a function, and then simply you are going to return something called 100. Now these also you can do, right? So something like, let's say I'll just move this one on top here, and now you can take a state like this. So I'll do const, I'll do n set n, something like that. And what you can do, simply you're going to take a useState, and what you will do, you're going to give a number, and then you'll simply do what? You're going to call this heavy default function. Now in case you're getting this kind of situation, you're going to also do, you can do this. Now remember, I already mentioned that you should not use the null directly. So let's say you are having a user, you are setting a user, right? Something like this, user, set user, and this you are simply just giving useState as null. Try to not give this one. Okay, so how you can make this one better, much better, right? So now here you can create a user type. Now let's say I'm going to create a type user, something like that, and then let's say user has a name, something like anything you can add here. Instead of this, what you can do, right, you can do like this here. So you'll take that, okay, this can be user or this can be null. Okay, this is the best way of doing, or else initial value you can take this one as a null. Here you can take this. So I will suggest whenever you're going to face this kind of situation, try to do like this, right, instead of taking null directly. Alright, so I think with this I'm covered almost all the things. Try to practice if you're creating any small project using React or TypeScript, you are definitely going to use useState. So try to apply all the concept you have learned so far, and once you'll do multiple times, you'll be automatically habituated. So now let's move on to the next one. So moving to the next one, another very important concept that you need to understand, how you can work with events whenever you'll be working in TypeScript project with React, right? So let's create one more file. So I'll do 07, and let's do this one as events.tsx. So let's understand the most used events mostly you're going to use whenever you'll be creating any kind of form, right? There are a lot of, again, you have to practice a lot. So first of all, mostly what we usually use, we use onChange for inputs, onChange for selects, onClick most of the times for buttons, let's say whatever is clickable. Then you have something like onKeyUp, onKeyDown, then you have onSubmit, which is also very important for forms. Okay, so now let's do like this. So what I'm going to do, right, so first let's create a form here. So I'm going to do export function, and I'm going to do form example, and this is going to, let's say, return. So I'm going to return a form, and let's do one thing. So let's return input component, and also I'm going to first take a button. So I'll do click, something like that. Now for this one, what we will do, we are going to take some value, a name and everything, all things, right? So first what I'll do, let's start step by step. So to handle these, I need to take a state which will handle the input value, correct? So I'm going to take this one as const. I'll do name, set name, and this will be useState of empty. Now remember, here you don't have to mention this. This is already inferred, right? Automatically it will understand this is a string, right? So react.dispatch react.set state action, which is dispatching a string value. So now what I'll do, simply I'm going to pass a value here, which will be name. What else I need to pass here? So let's add a maybe placeholder. Add okay. Let's do here, so I'll do enter your name, and then what I need to do, I need to take a on change, right? So now this on change will be whenever I'll be typing, I need to handle the value, and that value I need to set in my state. So I'm going to do handle name on change, on name change. Okay, so now let's create this. So I'm going to do function handle name change. This is going to receive what? Event. And now if you notice that you are going to get an error, right? So this is implicitly as a any type, and I already mentioned you can't take any type, right? You should not take this one, you should ignore as much as possible. So how you are going to do that? So for this one we are going to use something called change event. This is a type, and then that change event, in that change event we are going to pass a generic type where it will understand automatically that what kind of handling we are doing here based on which element in the sense I'm talking about, whether you're doing the operation in an input element, or it's a select element, or it's a text array, or it's a checkbox or radio button, whatever. So here in this case, what will be my type? So my type will be, this will be a change event. This you are going to import as a type. Remember, this is very important. So let's say if you remove, you are going to get error. So this will be type, and then you are going to pass, okay, this is what type? This is the input element, and for this one what you are going to use? You are going to use a HTML, and if you notice, you are going to get all the elements whatever is available here, and you are going to simply mention that, okay, this is a HTML input element. That's it. So now what will happen? This event will now have everything that this HTML element, input element, will provide. So for example, if I try to do event dot, and you are going to get everything here, right? Target, current target, prevent, default, bubbles, cancelable, blah blah, everything. So now what I need, simply I need the current value. So I will do event dot what? Current dot value, right? Also you can prefer event dot current target dot value. That is also fine. So I'll do here, we'll do event dot current target dot value. Also you can do set name as event dot target as dot value. Both you can do, right? Now main focus will be our here, that what you are going to use. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now let's do about the on click. So on click will be pretty simple. So what you'll do, we're going to take on click here, and I'll do handle button click, right? And here, because this is inside a form, so let's pass a type, and type will be button, submit. So now let's create a function handle button click. This is do what? This is also going to receive an event, so I'm going to pass an event, and then now you'll be able to do it by yourself. So what you can do, simply we are going to simply do mouse event, and here you are going to pass HTML button element. That's it, right? And here we need to import this. So now let's say if I try to do event dot, see, you are getting all this prevent default, stop propagation, current target, and everything, right? So let's say I'll do event dot prevent default, just giving an example, right? So this is how you can do. Now next is another point I wanted to mention, that how you can work with keyboard events, because there will be possibility that some of the times you need to handle on key up, on key down, and mostly you are going to use that. So let's do one thing. In this input only we can do the same, right? So you can take some event, something called on key down. I'm giving only one example. This is applicable for all the things that you are going to do. Now I'm going to do this one as handle key down. So let's create this function. So now again, this is also going to receive event. Now this time what will be the type here? Now remember, this is not a change event, so this will be a keyboard event. Now remember, okay, you can ask me how I'm able to do all of this. These things you need to understand, that okay, where I'm going to apply change event, where it will be a mouse event, where it will be a keyboard event, where it will be a form event. Okay, so I'm going to do keyboard event, right? And then what you need to pass, can you guess? You need to pass again the same thing. So you're applying this on an input element, so this will be as a HTML input element. Simple. And then if you just do, let's say, what you need to do, whenever user will press on enter, you want to do something, right? So now you can do, right? So you can do event.key, right? And then you can check like this here, that okay, sorry, if this is a enter, then do this, something like that, or else do that. So here what you need to use, whenever you are going to work with any keyboard related event, you are going to use a keyboard event. Okay, last let's discuss about another very important, that is the form event, because at the end our objective will be to submit the form, right? So for that one, what we are going to do, simply we'll do on submit here, and then you're going to do handle final form submit. Now let's create this. So I'll do function handle final form submit, and this will be event. Now here what will be the type? So this will be a form event, right? And then what will be the type here? So this will be HTML form element. Okay, so this is a form element, right? Represent a form in the DOM, right? And this is a form event. So now what you can do, simply you can do like this. Okay, I'll do event.prevent default, and then I want to submit the form, so we'll do submit the form. The point is, see, TypeScript is always giving an extra check, right, or extra guard. You need to understand that what kind of type you are going to use where. This lecture is not about explaining the concept. Concept in the sense means not writing an actual form, right? For that one you can watch other videos, or you can watch a React tutorial video. Our idea is to understand how you are going to apply all of this. So 4 things you have learned: change event, keyboard event, mouse event, form event. You will see, I can guarantee most of the times you'll be working with this only. Now let's do one more, right? Pretty sure you're going to also use this one. So let's say you have a select component. So I'll do select, and inside this I have some option, and I'll do something like red. I'm just giving only one, and this option will have a value, right? So this I'm going to give this one as red only. Now this select is also going to have a value, and this is also going to take a what on change, because whenever you are going to click any select, you are going to change the value on click of selection. So now let's say I'm going to take one more state here. So I'll do const, I'll do color, set color, and this will be useState of empty array, empty string, because we don't need this. Okay, let's do this one, let's keep this one as red only by default. So now here what I'll do, we're going to pass a value. So value will be what? Color, and let's take on change. I'll do handle color change. So now let's create the method here maybe, or let's create here. So I'm going to do handle color change, which is also going to receive an event. Now what will be the type here? So the type will be, this is again change event, and then instead of an input element, this will be a select element. That's it. It's very simple. You need to just understand. If you're using something like, let's say HTML, let's say text area, you see text area element, your table element, lot of things are there. Okay, every element you'll be getting. You need to understand where you're going to apply what. So I'm pretty sure this is going to clear all the doubts regarding event. Now let's move on to the next one. So moving to the next one, so next we'll see how you can work with UseReducer. Okay, so let's create one more here, and then I'm going to do typed. Let's do UseReducer. Okay, so first I'm pretty sure you know the concept of reducer, right? So we usually have what? We have 2 things. We are going to have a state, we're going to have a dispatch method, then we are going to take a useReducer, which is going to take count reducer, or basically the current reducer that you want to pass, initial state, and a init method that is optional that you can pass, right? So let's do one thing. Let's create one function. So I'm going to do export function and I'm going to do typed reducer. So this let's do something like this. Maybe this is going to receive a prop from the parent component, or maybe any component that you are going to use this component. And I'm going to, let's say, make this one as initial equal to 0, and then let's give the initial as a type number. Also let's make this one as optional. Okay, so now here what I'm going to do, simply let's do something like this. So for now I'm going to simply return a div, and then we're going to add incrementally. Okay, the first of all we need to take the UseReducer hook, right? So let's do step by step. So we will be having a state. Second, we are going to having a dispatch method, which is very important, and then you're going to take the UseReducer. Now remember, when you're going to take the UseReducer, here you have to take three things that you can take, right? So you have the reducer, then you're going to take the initial state, and then also you can take the init method. So now let's do one thing. Let's pass here a reducer. So I'm going to create a counter reducer. Okay, this is the first thing. Second, it is also going to receive a initial state, right? So our initial value, which is this one in this case that we are receiving. So I'm going to pass this one here. So this is initial. And third, you can also pass init value here. Okay, so let's create a init function. So I'm going to do a function and I'm going to do a init, and maybe this I'm going to take this one as initial count. This is number, and here what we are going to do, right? We need to actually return the current state. Now when I'm talking about the current state, now couple of errors are there, so just wait for some time. I'm going to explain in a different way. So now whenever you are going to work on UseReducer, first of all you need to model your state structure. Now what I mean by that state structure, so let's say in this one I'm going to have two state. One is my count value, and let's say I have one more, probably a step variable, when I'm going to increase the count by some step number. Now these can be any state you can have, right? Let's say you are getting a list of products from API. So in that case, you're going to add your products also. You are receiving something else. So what I mean by this, first you are going to model your state. So now I'm going to take type, and I'm going to make this one as counter state, something like that. So in this case, I'm going to have two things. So first I'm going to have a count. This will be number. Second thing, I'm going to have a step, which will be also number. Now this is my what? This is my state data model. Here you can have n number of state, whatever you like. So now this init method is going to return this counter state, because we are going to take init method, right? So what I'll do, I'm going to pass here counter state, and you're going to get error because we need to return this. So what we can do, simply we are going to return, let's say count, which will be my initial count, and let's say first time step I'm going to pass as 1. Right, so now you are not going to get any error, so this is working fine. So now we are going to start working with reducer. Now when we talk about the reducer, what things comes into your mind? So reducer is going to take what? It's going to have the state, and it is going to have the action, and based on action type you are going to do certain operation, right? So let's say you have action type of increment. So on click of increment you are going to increase the count. On if the type is decrement, you are going to decrease the count. If the type is reset, you are going to reset the count. I hope you're getting what I mean, right? So now let's create a counter reducer. So I'm going to do this one as let's do this one as counter reducer. So this is going to receive state. Now what will be your state type? This is the state type. So this will be my counter state, and then you're going to also have what? A action. Now remember, whenever you're going to take action, you need to have a action type also. That is mandatory. So I'm going to create one more type here, and what will be my return type? Can you guess? So again return type will be also your state, that what actually you want to return. Now remember, if you want to return something else, you need to change in that way. So what I mean, let's say you have not two variables here, you have 5 state here. So based on that you need to return all of these, right? I can't cover each and everything, but I'm just giving you the things that you might make any mistake. So here also I'm going to do what? I'm going to return the counter state. Now you're going to get error because you're not returning now. First I'm going to create the type, accent type. So now let's create one more type, and this will be my accent type. So first of all I will start with, so first I will be having a type which will be, let's say, increment. Then I'm going to have one more type. This can be, let's say, decrement, right? And let's take one more, and let's take a type as reset, and in this case I'm going to do a 2, and then I'm going to take this one as a number. So this will be my accent type now. Okay, accent type can be, this can be increment, this can be a decrement, this can be a reset. So now what I can do simply, so I can take a switch, right? And in this switch, what I need to switch, accent dot type. So I'm going to do accent dot type. So this will be increment, one case. Second case, this can be decrement, this can be reset. So now I'm going to make this one as decrement, I'm going to make this one as reset. Now remember, you can't use some type which is not present here. So you need to use all that, because remember this is a union, right? You clearly mentioned that this can be either increment or decrement or reset. So you need to take from those types only. So now this is increment, so what will be my return type? Remember, return, you need to return it. So I'm going to take a return. So my return type will be, first I'm going to destructure all my existing state, and then I'm going to do a count, which will be my state dot count, and then I'm going to do state dot state. Okay, so this will be my return type. Normal logic, like this is not that much difficult. So if this is decrement, what you need to do? You need to do minus. And if it is reset, what you are going to do here? So in this case, so you're going to return the state, and then remember, for reset you're going to have a 2, that in which value you want to make that reset. So in that case, what you can do, you can simply pass here, you can remove this. So I can do what? I can do accent dot 2. See, 2 is coming, so this is optional, or else this will be 0. And in default, what you can do, right, maybe you can just simply return the existing state. Okay, so now the error will be gone. So this is means your type is now completed, all the types. So what are the things you have done? Very, very important things you need to understand. First, what I will suggest whenever you will be working with Reducer, first model your data. Very, very important. Model your data means model the data structure that you are going to use, not data structure, again data modeling of that state. Data modeling of that state means what are the things that you are going to have for that particular component in the local state. Okay, then you're going to create the accent. Accents are also very important. It can't be always increment or decrement, right? Let's see, it can be something else, maybe loading. I'm just giving an example, or maybe XYZ, or maybe ABC. So you need to take the type. For some particular type, if you need some extra parameters, keep that one as optional, and then you can just create your reducer, right? You need to just keep these things in mind, that what are the types that you are going to mentioning here. Based on that, you are going to return the data. And now if I want to use this one, so it's very, very simple. So let's say I will simply just do what? I'm going to, let's render my state dot step, count. Okay, now I have a button, so I'm going to do this one as increment. So what you can do here, simply do on click, and then this will do what? So it's going to do a dispatch, and it is going to dispatch a accent. Now remember, accent will be, type will be accent. So here you need to do what? You're going to pass a type. So this can be either increment or decrement or reset. So in this case increment, so this will be increment. So it will come here and it will do this. But one important thing that you need to understand, for increment you don't have any extra properties. So in that case, if you try to take here, so let's say I'm going to take a 2, which is 4, you are going to get an error. I hope you are getting. Similarly, I'll copy this. You can do 2 more times. So you can make this one as decrement, right? So we'll do this one as decrement. And for reset, what you can do, simply you're going to take this one as reset, and for this one you're going to take what? A 2, right? So maybe let's say 2. I'm just giving an example. So this will work. So I'm pretty sure this is going to clear the doubt, right? And no, clear your doubt. Now one more thing I wanted to mention, let's say you want to pass a typed dispatch to another children or another component. So what you can do, right, simply, So let's say I am going to take a type, and let's say I'm going to do counter dispatch. And here what you can do, right, you can use this dispatch, right, and then you're going to pass the action here. So this also you can do. And then let's say you have a component, maybe child, a small child, whatever you can give name, and let's say this is going to receive a dispatch where the dispatch type will be what? So this will be type of this counter dispatch, right? And now see what will happen. So now let's see if I return a div, and I'm going to take a button here. So I'm going to do click from child component, and if I try to do here on click and see what will happen. So I'm going to take this dispatch, and then I can do the same thing, see, and if you see, you are going to get the exact same thing. So what we are doing, simply we are simply modeling this type here, that okay, this will be type of dispatch, right? What is this? A function that can be used to update state of a UseReducer or useState hook, and then you are going to pass the type. This type is nothing but this type that you have created. Okay, so I hope this will clear your doubts. Try to practice now with this. Now let's move to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one, let's understand what is the difference between controlled and uncontrolled form, how we are going to handle, and in which scenario we are going to use, and then how we can integrate TypeScript with it. Now remember, controlled, I think we have already discussed where in the events lecture, when we have discussed creating the form and using all the on change event and everything, right? Now what about the uncontrolled form, right? So see, first of all, you need to understand what is the difference between both. So controlled, there actually the value comes from the state. Uncontrolled, actually DOM keeps its own value using what? Default value, default checked. Okay, so let's see this one with example. I think it will be easy to understand. So now let's do one thing. Let's create, so I'm only going to create uncontrolled, okay, because the controlled one we have already discussed and it will be just a repetitive thing. So now let's create a function with, I'm going to do uncontrolled form, and remember, uncontrolled form you are going to handle using ref. Why? Because refs usually are used for direct node access, right? And refs are also not required for your form data. So what we can do, simply we can do like this. Alright, so what we are going to do, so uncontrolled form we can handle using ref. So let's take okay, first of all let's create the structure first. So I'm going to take one form, and inside these let's do one thing. Let's take input, probably let's take one more input, and let's take a button. Okay, so I'm going to do something like submit, and here I'm going to give a type, because this is inside form, type will be submit. So first one, this second one, let's make the type as number. Okay, and first one will be input normal text. So what we are going to do, we usually take a form reference, so I'll do form ref, and here what you are going to do, simply, so I'll do use ref, and now okay, first of all we are going to import this, and here what I'm going to pass, right? Normally we'll pass like this, right? So use ref, the initial value will be null. Now remember, I already told you that try to not use null. What we can do, the best approach will be, because we're working with a form, we can make this one as a, so this will be either a form element or it will be a null. So how we can do that, we can make use of union, right? So we'll do either it's a HTML form element or it's a null, as simple as that. And then what we can do, so in this form we are going to take what? So first we'll take on submit, oh sorry, this will be on submit. So I'm going to do a handle form submit, and then what you need to pass, you need to pass a ref, which will be my form ref. Okay, so this will be the form ref that we are passing here, as simple as that. So now let's create the method here. So I'm going to do the function handle form submit. But the point is how we are going to handle this, right? Again, this is the same thing. So we'll take an event, and this will be a form event, and here what you're going to pass, you'll simply pass a HTML form element. Nothing change here. Here you need to understand the thing. Why? Because how we are going to handle the values. Now I already mentioned for uncontrolled you are going to handle values using default value, or if it is a checkbox you are going to use something called default checked. Okay, so first I'm going to take, let's say I'm going to give this a name which will be name, and what I will do, I'm going to take a default value. This is the key point here, and let's say my default value will be, in this case let's make this one as guest. So this is my default value. Same for number, what you're going to do, I already taken this type, let's take a name which is age, and I'm also going to give a default value, and default value I'm going to keep this one as string. Why, I'll tell you. And then I'm going to take a minimum value, let's take this one as 0. Now what will happen, right, actually when you're going to use the uncontrolled elements plus form data, all the values will be in string or in files if you're using files, right? So what you need to do, you need to cohorts carefully. What I mean by that, so let's see if you're using type equal to number here. So what you can do, you can simply, if you're doing any kind of validation, just convert this number to a number using number method. I hope you're getting right, because this will be in the string. So these all minor details are also very important. So now how I'm going to handle these. So first I'm going to do the event.prevent default, and second, now what I'll do, I'm going to take the current value. But how I'm going to get the current value here, and based on that I need to create a form data. Now remember, this is a form element, so I need to create a form data here. So what I'll do, I can simply do something like this, const form data. So I'll create new form data. So I'll do new form data, and here what you can pass, simply pass the event.current target, as simple as that. And now you can take all the values that you need. So first of all I need, let's say, the name value, and I need the age value. So how I'll be getting that? So I'm going to do const extract name. So here what I can do simply, so let's create a util function. I'm just showing you the best approach of doing all of this, right? So let's say I'm going to take a function and let's do get string. So all the get string, so this is a utility to get all the string values. So where I'm going to getting an input, which will be type will be form data, and here I'm also going to receive a key, and based on this key I'm going to get it. So what this will return, this is either going to return a string or this is going to return a null. And what I can do, simply I'll do const result, and this will be input, or let's make this one as fd form data. So I'll do fd.get, and then you're going to pass the key, as simple as that. And then these things I already showed you, all these best practices. Now when you are going to return, instead of directly returning the result, what you can do, just give one simple check. These kind of things is going to make your code way better. I'm pretty sure you can't understand the importance of these small checks. So what you can do, simply check result, if this is equal to string, so you're going to return the result, or else you're just simply going to return null. Now again, remember here returning null means you need to check all of this. If I try to return an undefined, right, you are going to get error. Okay, so now let's say this is my string value, that's it. And let's say I want to create one more for number. I'm just giving one example, so I'll do get number value. So here also you're going to receive these things. This is going to return a number, and here key will be your string. So first of all, let's get the string value. So what I can do, simply, so I can make use of this method here, right? So I'll do const, and I'll do string value, or let's do extract string value first, and then I'm going to do get string, and you're going to pass fd and the key. So this is going to give you the string value. Now again you're going to give a check. If this extract string value, remember, if it is not a string, it is going to return a null. So you're going to check if this is null, so what will return, because you also have a type, right? So you're going to return null. Or else what you can do, simply you'll remember I told you, so convert this one to a number. So I'll do convert to number, and then you do what, number, and then just pass this extract string value. And now you will simply do let's say I can simply return it, or else I'm just going to do if this is a number dot is finite convert to number. So I'm going to return the convert to number, or else I'm going to return null. Okay, so now what you can do, you can simply just make use of these utilities. So first, let's say I want to extract name, so I can do get string, and what I will do, I'm going to pass my form data, and what will be my key? My key will be the name, so this will be name, or else you can also give a default value that no name. Okay, then you can do also const extract number, so do get number value, so you're going to fd, and then you're going to pass age, something like that, right? And then you'll be whatever you want to do, you can do this, you can submit the form, you can pass this data to DB and everything. So now coming to the main important point, one that one very important concept I'm going to show you, and that is, sometimes if you notice, if you use this one, I can guarantee you face this kind of warning that a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled, something like that. I'm sure if you got these kind of things. This is happen when you're going to do like this. So let's say you have a state, something like value, set value, okay, and then here you clearly mentioned that okay, this will be a useState of string, or this can be undefined. Then you have taken the default value as undefined. But the important part, when you are actually taking the value, so let's say I'll take one more input here. In this case, what you are doing, simply you are doing value equal to value. Now see what will happen right here. So you are simply doing this, so you are changing this one from undefined, right? You are taking this one as undefined. Instead, what you should do, in this case, you are going to get error that uncontrolled input to be controlled, some kind of that. I'm not able to recollect the exact, not error, warning. Instead of this, just initialize this one to a empty string, right? So what will happen, this will stay controlled from your render one, from the first time render. Now coming to the important part, that when you should make this one a form control form, or when you should make a form uncontrolled form. This is also interview questions. So the control one will be when you need a complex logic. First of all, you need live validation, you have some cross-field logic, right? Or you are going to derive some kind of UI from the value. So in that case, always use controlled. When you have some kind of a simple form, so you don't care about the re-rendering, less re-rendering, you just have to submit the form, use uncontrolled. Okay, so these things you need to understand. So I'm pretty sure you'll be able to now work with both controlled and uncontrolled. Now again, controlled is nothing but this one that we have just created, right? This is a controlled one where you are handling in terms of using state, local state, and here we are just handling using ref. That is the difference. Alright everyone, so now let's finish this one with a simple example with context, right? That how you can work with context. Now again, at the end it's the same concept, but still I thought it will be better to finish this one with context. So I'll do 0, 110 context. Okay, so first of all, again, just like we have done for UseReducer, right? So context is nothing but managing your global state, right? So now let's say what I can do. So first, again, you need to model the state here, that what kind of state you are going to have, what kind of variables you are going to have, what methods you are going to have, all these. So first I'm going to take a type, and let's make this one as global state, something like that. And let's say I have something called maybe some flag or whatever, I'm just taking, and this is a string. And then also I will be having a something called a method where let's say I'm going to receive a string, and then it is simply going to return void. So now what I need to do, first of all, we need to create the context, right? And then we are going to consume the context, correct? So first, to create the context, what we can do, we can use something called create context, as simple as that. So first I'm going to do const, and I will do my global context. So this will be simply create context, and then remember here you need to pass the type, right? Now then only your context will understand, okay, this is my data modeling, that this is the things I'll be having a flag, which is handled some flag, and then I'll be having this method. So I'm going to pass it here, as simple as that. And then you're going to pass the initial value. So what this will have, so let's say you'll have a flag property here. So I'll just do hello world, something like that. And then what I'll do, simply I will do set flag, and then you can see this is also coming. And then what I can do, just take this, that's it. So this is your context. Now remember, because you need to consume the context, so you should always export these things, right? Similarly, you can also export these. Now what we can do, we need to create one more utility. Now remember why we need to create this utility. If you want to consume this one in a different component, what you usually do, you'll do something like this, right? You'll do useContext, and then you're going to pass the context name, which is which in this case, let's say this, something like that. But here what you can do, now let's say you need to do this one in 50 components. So you're going to copy paste the same thing, right? You can always create a utility here, so something like export const, and I'll do use global context. Now this is kind of a helper, I will say. And then what you're doing, simply you will do equals, and this will just call this useContext, and then you're going to pass your my global context. And now if you want to consume this, you can directly call this method here, right? So you don't have to do like this. So you don't have to do useContext and then my global context. Instead you will do simply call this, because this is at the end is going to return the current context values, right? The updated state, whatever. So now you can also do like this. So let's say I'll take export function, I'll do global, let's make this one this global state, right? Let's do this one as, I will do global type, not state. And then I'm going to make this one as global state. So this is going to receive what? This is going to receive a children, and these children will be what? So this will be your Reactnode. And then you're going to simply return what? You're going to return this my global context dot provider, right? And then what this will receive, this is going to receive the children. And then what is missing here, you're going to pass the value, correct? And in this value what you will pass, simply, so let's say you are going to have something like let's take a flag value, right? Something like this, flag set flag, and then you'll do useState of empty, then you'll pass this flag, and you're going to pass this set flag. I'm just giving an example, and that's it. So now this value will be getting passed, and let's say you want to use this one in a different component, you can simply just call this, and whatever options actions you want to do, based on that you can do this one. So with this we have actually covered almost all the possible important things. I'll not say everything I have covered, but most of the things you'll be able to start your journey with React if you're using TypeScript. And these will also clear a lot of doubts, because I've kept everything very simple. So that's all for this particular video. I'm pretty sure if you like this video, give a like, comment down, and also please share with your friends. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.